Policy and Strategic Priorities and Services meeting for December 7th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if they need to leave the meeting. If the committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. And the staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. I also would like to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the hard work and immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And with that, Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meisner in the chair.
Present.
Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Not here. Councillor Dominato. Not here. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Joe. Chair Meisner, you have quorum.
Thank you. Our plan for the day, we have 11 items of business on today's agenda, 6 reports and 5 member motions referred from yesterday's council meeting. And we will recess at noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6. Should business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on December 13th at 3 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meetings amendments DL mailing list. As chair for this meeting, I am suggesting that for the reports with no speakers and no presentations, that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 1 through 5 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold any of the reports 1 through 5 for debate or questions to staff?
Chair, I'd like to just poll number 1 for a question.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Okay. And does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay. Leslie, sorry, since do we do the motion to the rest? Okay, so we need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in reports 2 through 5, and a reminder to council that item 4 requires 8 affirmative votes. Can I have a mover? Councillor Klassen? Great. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. And the following items have been approved on consent. Contract award for City of Vancouver transition to SAP Cloud. Contract award for heavy duty equipment rentals and leases. 2022 community services and other social grants. And number 5, which is 102 East Pender Street, the Sun Hotel Heritage Facade Grant. We'll now deal with item number 1. Item number 1 is on the agenda is the contract award for Fire Hall number 9 Consulting Services. And we have Patrice Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, here in the chamber to present the item. There's no presentation, though, I believe. Yeah, sorry about that. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. And are there any questions? Councillor Klassen, I see you're in the queue, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very simple question. I realize that we don't always go for the lowest bidder. We often choose other ones with other factors. And noting that there is a price differential in the bidders over the span of 5 years, I thought you might just take a moment to explain a little bit of the reasons for the choice of this vendor.
Yes, and actually, I will pass it over to our Chief Procurement Officer who managed that process.
Very good. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. This is a request for proposal. So we normally do not only make decisions based on price, we also have technical requirements, and as well, we have a criteria for sustainability. In this case, the proposed vendor was the one that had the overall highest score. It was not the lowest pricing, but it overall met the requirements and as well had the highest technical score as well. So therefore, we're recommending them as the overall best value for the city.
Okay. I guess I don't have any other questions other than I'm going to have to trust your judgment on this. I was going to ask if we have any timeline on how this project will be completed, and the fire hall on Victoria Drive.
Yeah, and I actually don't have the details on the timeline, but maybe staff from REFM can that's online, can help us to answer the question if there's anybody on the line.
Councillor, we'll follow up with council.
And if not, we'll follow up. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, just one quick question as well. Is this architecture and design firm, have they done fire halls or police stations, any sort of public safety building in the past?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, and this was one of the reasons why we've selected this specific consultant, because they have vast experience in this type of projects, and we've worked with them in the past in previous fire halls.
Thank you. There is no speakers on this item, so would someone like to move a motion? Okay, Councillor Joe. And Council, is there any discussion? Nope, I don't see any on the queue. So just a reminder to any councillors who are joining us virtually, if your video is disabled, you'll be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. And I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, could you please take us to the voting screen? And council, could you please register your vote on the voting panel? Okay, the motion carries, and we have 3 councillors absent. Can't recall if we need to specify that or not. Leslie, do we need to read out the absent councillors? Yeah, so absent is Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Bly. It's on a leave of absence. Okay, we have item 6 on the agenda. That is the closure and sale of a portion of a lane adjacent to 150 West Pender Street. There's no presentation on this item, but we have Lon Leclerc, GM of Engineering Services, in the chamber to help answer questions on this item. Although I do not see him here today. Hi. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff, although, yeah, we can add you to the queue for sure. We had Councillor Kirby-Young, please. So, Leslie, sorry, since Lon is not here, but she has questions, does it go to city manager? Okay. Okay, so Lon Leclerc is not present at the moment, but Councillor Kirby-Young has questions which can go to the city manager. So please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. On report 1, fire hall.
Oh, report 1. Report 1, we've already,
Oh, there was no audio on the WebEx, so unfortunately I had video, but I wasn't able to participate because the audio was not working.
okay. Just a moment.
So report 1 has been passed?
Yes, it has. Yeah, sorry about that. Technical issue you were experiencing.
Yeah, you might want to check it for anybody else on the WebEx because I tried 3 times and there was no audio.
Okay, we will check into that. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. But you didn't have any questions on report 6, right? Is that correct?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 parts to this report, 6A and 6B. And there's no speakers for this item, but this item does require the 2 votes for the 2 parts. So would anyone like to move a motion for 6A? And okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. And is there any discussion? Okay. And I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, could you please take us to the voting screen? And Council, could you please register your vote on the voting panel? Okay, the motion carries with Councillor Bly absent. Would anyone like to move the resolution in 6B? Okay, thank you, Councillor Klassen. And is there any discussion? Oh, it was Fry, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Fry. And no seconder necessary, Councillor Klassen, but thank you. Okay, seeing no discussion, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Go. And it carries with Councillor Bly absent. And that concludes item 6 on the agenda. We'll now move to the referred items from yesterday's council meeting. So we have 5 items on the agenda that were referred from the council meeting yesterday to today's meeting in order to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Another reminder that amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces it. The first referred motion is number 7. Item 7, rather, reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood. Members' motion B2, introduced and moved by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Dominato. Before we start with speakers, I would like to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments. They should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and they may only speak once. After each speaker, council may or may not have questions for speakers. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. And any comments on agenda items can still be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. And the link to that form will be tweeted out on VanCityClerk. So we will now hear from speakers on this motion. And our first registered speaker is Clara Prager. Hi, Clara. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sounds great. And I do have a presentation, I believe, but if it takes a minute to get that up, that's totally fine. It's really good to be here in person with you today, Mayor and Council. I've had the chance to meet several of you, and thank you personally for your participation in the Hot Pink Paper campaign that Women Transforming Cities has run. But if I haven't yet, please allow me to do so now. We really appreciate your support in this campaign. The motion in front of you today, of course, closely mirrors one of the promises that many of you committed to. So it's an opportunity to follow through on that commitment, and in doing so, ensure that more women and families have access to safe and secure housing. So I am here on behalf of Women Transforming Cities to ask you to reaffirm that commitment by wholeheartedly supporting this motion. As you know, the Hot Pink Paper campaign is designed to help people who face barriers to participation have their voices heard at City Hall. Oh, you can go to the next slide, sorry. So these barriers include things like time, especially for people who might be working multiple jobs to get by. They include caretaking duties, which typically tend to fall to women. And they include things like accessibility and stigma, to name a few. So leading up to the election, we conducted extensive community engagement. You can head to the next slide here as well. We met with women's centers, youth organizations, seniors advocates, urban indigenous communities, and family places from across the city, to name a few. But we also conducted an online survey and focus groups, and we go into the community too. So we go to community events and community centers to meet people where they're at. And all of this engagement forms the basis of the 8 policies that we put to you during the election. Sorry. So in terms of what we heard on housing, you can head to the next slide here. Housing was far and above the most pressing concern that we heard. One of the questions that we asked is, what do you need in order to belong in Vancouver? And 86% of residents said that housing affordability was the reason that they feel that Vancouver is not a city where they belong. This rose to 100% for both Indigenous respondents and trans respondents. And I just want to highlight a little bit of what we heard in this survey. So these are direct quotes we heard from respondents. The housing crisis is the root cause of so many other issues, like the toxic drug supply crisis, equity, and personal safety. If more people had access to affordable homes, it would certainly alleviate many of the other pressures. We need to accelerate and expand the supply of non-market housing, like co-ops and social housing that are affordable to people on fixed incomes. Next slide here as well. The city is just waiting for market-based developers or nonprofits, rarely, to come up with proposals in an ad hoc rezoning process. The city should show that they care about this issue by acting proactively. And then I won't read all of these, but I'll leave them up for you to read if you'd like. So our community told us that they want to see more nonprofit, co-op and social housing, and they want to see it quickly. But even though this is the kind of housing that we need the most, these projects face significant costs, delays, which also cost money, and risks under the current rezoning process. And these costs get passed down to tenants. Those delays and risks leave people out in the cold. And they leave people in abusive situations. And this one's quite heavy on my mind today, since we had yesterday, the day this motion was introduced, was the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. And this is a crisis, and we won't solve this crisis unless we ensure that there's access to safe housing. So we need to set non-market housing projects up for success so that people who need access to that housing the most can have a fighting chance of having a safe place to live. So that's why we posed this question to you in our survey. Will you commit to reducing barriers to providing non-market housing by delegating authority to city staff to approve nonprofit, co-op, and social housing initiatives of up to 12 stories in multifamily areas and up to 6 stories in other residential areas without a rezoning requirement? That's the question we put to you, and a strong majority of you said yes. And when we communicated that commitment to our communities and to everyone who participated in that campaign, I know that they were very hopeful to see such strong support.
Clara, I'll have to cut you off unfortunately because you're at time.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions. So your first question is from, oops, sorry, I skipped past you, Councillor Carr. One moment here. Can we get Councillor Carr back on the queue at the top, please? There we go. Councillor Carr, please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for being here and all your work through elections and in between elections. You know that myself and Councillor Fry did not answer in the affirmative to your survey and stayed neutral on it. And I'm not sure if you knew the reason, but the concern was around the protection of tenants and buildings that might be replaced. I'm wondering if that is also a concern of Women Transforming Cities.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, I've appreciated the conversations that we've had with both of you about that. And I really am grateful for that dialogue. And yeah, that's absolutely a concern. That was, you know, another huge concern that we heard in our community engagement was the need for stronger tenant protections. And ultimately, we could have done a whole survey just on housing, but we aren't just a housing organization, so we just picked one issue. But this motion by itself is not a silver bullet. We need, the housing crisis is so complex. We need to come at it at every angle. And tenant protections is one of those ones that we need to do a lot of work on.
Did you notice that in the motion, Councillor Fry and I did work with Councillor Boyle in
Yeah.
terms of changing the motion from its original version last term, and there are now tenant protections in there. I'm just hoping that you noticed.
Yes, we absolutely noticed, and I was going to say actually that I think that is the spirit of collaboration that we really need to see more of in this council term. Housing is a nonpartisan issue. It's it's not partisan, it's a human right, and I'm really appreciative of that collaboration and that addition of those tenant rates because I think it strengthens the motion considerably. So thank you for those contributions and yeah.
One last question. Also additional to this motion as opposed to an earlier motion is the fact that this work in implementing it would be fast-tracked within the Vancouver plan. Are you as an organization intending to be involved in that kind of work?
Can you clarify in the work of the Vancouver plan?
Vancouver plan, which has outreach, which is involving residents and people within the city extensively.
Yeah, we'd love to be contributing to that and encouraging outreach to communities that are, you know, not often heard because there are a lot of barriers to participation.
That sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks, and I'll echo thanks for the broad range of work that you do. I also wanted to ask about engagement. I'm wondering of all the folks you were surveying and hearing from, if they regularly attend public hearings or if public hearings are an accessible way in what you've heard and in your sense for us to be making the majority of these decisions.
Yeah. When it comes to public hearings, I think we really need to ask whose voices are heard in that process and whose voices are missing, because I hear regularly from our community that they don't attend those meetings. They can't access that opportunity to have their voices heard because of many barriers. Some of the ones I mentioned, time is a big one, and the process of coming to City Hall to have your voice heard is not designed for everybody. So, I mean, even in this meeting today, let's think of where we are today. There's no closed captions that I'm aware of. There's no sign language interpreter. There's no childcare. So if you're a single mom and you don't have family or other folks that can help with childcare, you won't be able to attend this kind of meeting and have your voice heard. So we need to think about whose voices are not being heard in the public hearing process. And we also, I think, need to ask if It's working well even for the people who can show up. I've never actually heard somebody say, leaving a public hearing, wow, I feel really heard today. I think it's a frustrating process for those who are opposed and those who are for, and probably for the folks sitting in this room for hours and hours on end. So yeah, I think we've heard, ideas about thinking outside the box on how we can do things as a city. And I would suggest that public hearings are an item where we can really use some thinking outside the box, because there are likely more effective, more cost-efficient, and more inclusive ways to gather community input than this way of doing it.
Appreciate that. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Clara.
Hi.
Good to see you.
well.
Yeah, I just wanted to get your perspective on the proposal. Appreciate your speaking in support, but there are times when we have these proposals and there's a negative reaction from the public or a hesitancy about delegating authority to staff, to concerns over lack of neighborhood engagement. And I'm curious about what opportunities you see to sort of address those concerns and break down those barriers, and how we might do that better going forward, and trying to balance, the diverse perspectives there are in the city on development and housing.
Yeah, of course. No, that's a good question. And yeah, I think one of WTC's key missions is to help women and girls and gender diverse residents have their voices heard in the civic process. So I might be in a little bit of trouble if I was advocating for something that I thought was going to prevent people, women and families especially, from having their voices heard. So I do think there's better ways. I think, the motion that you introduced, the accessibility audit, I hope that will include, engagement methods in that audit, because I think we could do a lot of really good work on that together, to improve how people can access this body and have their voices heard here, because I know that's important to everybody here.
And I guess just reflecting on that is do you think there's an opportunity for us to be having more conversations in the public realm about the needs of women, children, families, the 2S LGBT community plus community, in terms of meeting those housing needs? Do you think there's an opportunity to have a broader conversation?
Yes, I think we need to have a broader conversation about, where the needs are, and the urgency of addressing those needs.
Okay.
Yeah, it is urgent.
Thanks, Clara. That's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Clara. Good morning.
Morning.
I have sort of a bit of a question here, and it's really around sort of the changing nature of social housing and the city's actual technical definition of social housing. Because I know that this motion speaks to when it's 100% owned by a nonprofit co-op or social housing. And we see a big trend now in the industry where a lot of nonprofits are building essentially 70% market rental and maybe 30% that might be at slightly below or housing income limits. And I'm looking at the definition of social housing. It says where 30% of the units must be affordable to Hills, but the rest could be market. And so we also have equally a push on us that says we have a rental shortage and we're not building the rental fast enough. So I wonder if you have a comment on that, because with the perspective that this is not all going to be deeply social. A lot of this could be initially market rental rates, and how we balance prioritizing this relative to rental, for example, that we hear.
Yeah, no, there's a huge need for rental, and my understanding in that definition is that those market-based projects would still be rental. From what I know of the definition, and this might be a good question to ask your staff as well, because I think they'll be able to illuminate that in more detail, and as well as some of the other speakers you'll be hearing from. But my understanding is that that definition aligns with other bodies, and it's really important to maintain consistency with those other bodies for nonprofit housing providers to access funding that they need, that ultimately results in cheaper rents in the non-market units. And that's what we need in the end. We need those costs to not continue to be passed on to tenants, because even in the non-market units, the rents can still be high, but if they are able to access more loans, more government subsidies, that will help with those costs. And it's also my understanding that while the definition is 30/70, it can often be quite a bit more than that. So the can have more non-market units than that, and they often do. And in addition, I think this motion will set the stage for there to continue to be more than 30% because it'll enable more funding, because the 70% cross-subsidizes the 30%.
So drilling down into that, just because I have limited time, so is it really more the priority in your mind, is it fair to say, is around the ownership as opposed to the housing type? Because, for example, you could end up with a nonprofit building a building at similar affordability to a market rental project building it where they have 20% inclusionary social housing. So is it more really long-term about the ownership of that, it being owned by nonprofit versus market?
Yeah, I think that is the definition that we're working with. That's my understanding, and I think that definition works. I think.
Not the definition, more the philosophy, I guess, is the question.
Oh, yeah, because I think what you need is to take the profit incentive out. So when nonprofits own the building, they won't be trying to rent evict people, and there won't be there won't be speculation on that building to try to increase the rents over time. So that's really important. It is really important who it's owned by. Yeah.
I'm out of time, thanks.
Thank you both. Thank you, Clara, for coming in today. There's no more questions.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Azaroff, who should be on the phone. William, can you hear us?
You hear me?
Yes, we can. William, you have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much for including me. So I'm William Azaroff. I'm the CEO of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. And I'd love to join you in person. I was planning on it, but my family got hit with a flu, and I thought out of an abundance of caution, I would keep myself from potentially spreading it to all of you. So I'm on the phone. But, and I do look forward to meeting some of the new counselors that I haven't had the chance to meet yet. So Brightside Community Homes is a fairly large affordable housing provider. We're entirely based in the city of Vancouver. We have 26 buildings and 1,000 residents. And we are redeveloping 4 of our sites to build a lot more homes for Vancouverites for the generations to come. So we were in front of the last council session 4 times with rezoning. So a fair bit of experience with this particular topic. And I had a couple of points in a short story. The first point is, in talking to peers who've been in the housing sector a lot longer than I have, we can't actually think of the last time City Council rejected an affordable or co-op housing project. And so the question I would ask Council to consider is, if we keep, as a sector, coming to you with projects that keep getting approved, council session after council session, at a certain point, something like this makes a lot of sense, that we're clearly doing things you approve of, so why keep spot rezoning affordable housing, social housing, and co-op housing projects? So that's my first point. My second point is that I was impressed with the ambitiousness of wanting to double the number of co-op homes in Vancouver that the ABC platform put forward. And there aren't actually a lot of mechanisms the city has to do that, right? Like, the city's not going to build those co-op homes. The co-op sector is. And so this is a tool where the co-op sector can be assured that they can save time, save an increasing amount of money, and lock in interest rates more quickly to be able to build that housing. So I think this is a really important tool that you all have at your disposal to be able to indicate to the community housing sector that that we can move forward with building the kind of housing we need. And then finally, the story I wanted to tell is that our 4th rezoning that we went through a couple of years ago was in Marpole on French Street. And we actually wanted to try and skip the rezoning process for this project, and we couldn't for a variety of reasons. And what happened was, over the last 6 months before we got to development permit, with the incredible escalation of interest rates and construction costs, we saw a $4 million, quite literally $4 million increase to the project cost. And had we been able to skip rezoning and save, 8, 10, maybe 12 months off of that project, we could have locked in much lower interest rates. We could have gotten tenders in before cost escalations went up. Obviously, this was a bit of an unprecedented time, but I think it's just such a clear indication of how policy like this can just create certainty and allow not-for-profits like Brightside to be able to move forward more quickly and lock in interest rates at more competitive rates than we've seen over the last 10, 12 months. So Strongly in support. I'd also be happy to comment on Councillor Kirby-Young's questions about the definition of affordability, if that's something you want to talk about. But I'll leave my comments there. I certainly hope you'll support this motion moving forward.
Thank you, William. We have questions for you. First off is Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much. Just to clarify, the delay, in part due to some of the city's process on your French Street building, added $4 million to the cost of the project?
So some of that was interest rate increases. So the way, and this is using co-investment funds, so one of the best affordable housing, solutions, financing solutions in the country, but they don't lock in the rate until first draw. We actually worked with them to be able to expedite that. Otherwise, it would have gone up even further. We worked with CMHC on that. So some of it was the interest rate pretty much, well, it didn't quite double, but it went up significantly from December a year ago through August when we were finally able to lock in. And then, the trades, construction costs, material costs, labor costs, we all know went up quite considerably over the course of beyond 2022, but over the course of 2022. So those two factors created literally a $4 million gap in our pro forma. And if you're a for-profit developer, obviously you can make that up in higher rents, strata prices, but that really eats into the kind of work Brightside can do. We're big enough, we'll weather it, but for a lot of organizations, that would have killed the project.
And I assume that means at day one, had you not had to spend that money, it would have allowed you to reduce rents further?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any chance of further reducing rent, and this gets into the affordability question. Obviously, we want to make these projects as deeply affordable as possible. The reality of construction costs and financing, even with a great program like Co-Investment Fund, means that often 30% is the best a project can do. That's not our goal. That's the minimum, and we look to improve that over time, especially compared to the market around it. But so it eats into affordability. It also just eats into whatever reserves Brightside has to be able to continue doing our work. It ends up making Brightside a more expensive organization to run, which in the end may or may not affect rents in this particular building, but it will affect our minimum rent threshold across our portfolio as we become more expensive. So, that's $4 million we could have spent doing more for our residents, building more housing. It just cuts into that.
I'm going to try to squeeze in one more question, which is, can you just give us a sense of who you house? Who are the people who live in current and future Brightside buildings?
Yeah, so 95% of our residents paid right here to income. They have incomes of $50,000 to $35,000. These are 74% seniors. The rest are families with low incomes and people with disabilities.
75% seniors?
74, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, William.
Good morning.
Question for you, because you referenced co-ops. Other than sort of the obvious around senior government funding, I wonder if you can speak to what you see as needed factors in order to engender more co-op housing.
Yeah, and I think you do have speakers from the co-op sector coming to who can speak about this more articulately than I can. It's tough. Like, without senior government funding, it is really hard to build co-ops and make them truly affordable. I think, things like the CHIP program, like any kind of non-repayable money or incredibly low interest rates that allows some kind of advantage that can be translated into lower housing charges, because I know co-ops don't charge rent, they charge housing charges, are important. And this kind of motion also helps. Just saving a year off the timeline and, $500,000 to sometimes $1 million in fees, that goes directly to nobody's pockets. It goes to the bottom line. Well, those the pockets of the future residents. So, but as these projects, financing platform.
Yeah, I guess in terms of the deep operating subsidies, do you see a future for co-ops in the absence of the deep operating subsidies traditionally provided by the federal government?
It means co-ops are going to service, I think, a different market. So in the past, where they would be able to serve some people living on very low incomes, that's going to be less and less possible without that ongoing subsidy. The federal government got out of that game entirely, and even the co-investment fund is due to sunset by 2026 and may or may not be renewed. So it is it's a challenge, which is why that definition of affordable housing, even at 30% without government programs, becomes really tricky at day one. Maybe year 10 it becomes easier, but day one it's quite hard.
Do you want to expand on that? Because I know you said you touched on the definition of social housing, as a lot of people will look at it and they say, well, you're not delivering affordable, the housing is not affordable enough, City of Vancouver, and you're not delivering enough. Do you want to comment on sort of what people perceived social housing and nonprofit to be versus what you can actually deliver today? And I'm interested in what I see is a lot of projects moving towards market rental, for example, as a big part of the approach.
Yeah, and I appreciate this. So I do think ownership, like you asked the previous speaker, I think ownership is the most important factor. I don't know of a single housing society or co-op whose goal it is to raise housing charges or rents. They want to keep them as low as possible. The reality is financing and building housing is such an expensive ordeal that without, CHF from BC Housing only opens every couple of years and is oversubscribed, so the chance of getting it are low. Co-investment fund is excellent, but actually the amount of non-repayable money is quite low, and the interest rate fluctuates with the market. So I think that, what we've demonstrated is that even day one, if it's more expensive than people would normally suspect affordable housing to be, over time, it becomes more affordable compared to the housing around it, because our goal isn't to raise rents. Our goal is to just break even.
Sorry to interrupt you, William.
Yes,
We're just over time.
I'm at time.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that, but you do have another question. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. Hi, William. Just right off the top, you mentioned the French Street project and the interest and the delays. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we already approve the rapid pass zoning for RM3A, which French Street is under, to go to 6 stories?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Fry. So, unfortunately, the way the policy was written was that because the building is on a hill, one end of the building, it was, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was 5 feet over the height limit. So city staff wouldn't let us go through utilizing that, even though we technically could have, because it was a 6-story building in the right kind of zone. So your memory is excellent. But we were not able to take advantage of that. And that delay ended up costing us $4 million, which is hard to swallow. So I do think that kind of flexibility around, it was 6 stories. It was just because of a hill, it literally went over the number of feet by a small amount on one side of the building. So it's a very frustrating set of circumstances.
5 feet. 5 feet.
I believe it was 5 feet. It was something in that order of magnitude.
AKA $4 million.
And just at one end of the building. And just on one end of the building. The other side of the building was fine.
Well, I think that's a salient and important takeaway for us to digest, that is the outcome there, because that's pretty outrageous, and I'm sorry to hear that that's how that went down, and I think there's some work to be done there. I want to jump over just to the notion of affordability, and I just want to run through some 2021 numbers and get your comment here. So we know that one-person households are the most common household type in Canada, and certainly here, especially in Vancouver, 39.2% of households are one-person household. We know that the median individual income in Vancouver is $42,000 a year for a one-person household. But the Hills rate, which is the sort of benchmark for affordable housing, with 30% to qualify as affordable housing with 30% less than Hills, the Hills rate is $57,500 income in Vancouver. So that's an income gap of 15 plus, 15.5. Where are we missing? How do we reconcile our definitions of affordability with the actual incomes of folks in our city?
Yeah, that is such a good point. And so, all I know is that not-for-profits like Brightside, we strive to make our buildings as affordable as possible. And our legacy buildings that have been around for a long time, that are mortgage-free, people pay 30% of their incomes, almost regardless of income. So we do have a floor, and without BC Housing operating subsidy, we can't go below that. But we can service those people earning $40,000, $35,000 a year who pay 30% of their income. And so,
Sorry,
but the
William,
reality
I'm going to
is,
have to cut you off again.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Oh, no.
Just,
Okay.
So tight for time here, but thank you for your comments and for answering our questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to our third speaker. Our third speaker is on the phone, Marika Albert. Marika, can you hear us okay? Marika, are you there?
They're asking if speaker 3 is there.
Pardon me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks, Marika. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go
sorry about
ahead.
that. Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Marika Albert, the Policy Director at the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to voice support for the motion to reduce barriers and deepen affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood of Vancouver. This is an important motion for the community housing sector for several reasons. Rezonings cost time and money and ultimately threaten the affordability of rents in the long run. By reducing the sector's reliance on rezoning, this proposal has the ability to speed up development timelines by a year or more and can save a nonprofit a range of between $500,000 and $1 million, and as William indicated, even up to $4 million in hard costs. This is critical in meeting the growing need for deeply affordable housing in this city. Building up to 12 stories in the 3 referenced zoning districts allows for more flexibility and efficiency in bringing community housing projects forward in those few areas of the city where we already allow some density. And looking outside of those 3 zoning districts in question and considering current RS and RT zones is also important because such changes would provide more opportunity to nonprofits to deliver the affordable housing so many are advocating for. Some previous public discourse has suggested that communities would be overwhelmed with higher and denser buildings if this motion passed, but due to limited funds from senior levels of government, amongst current issues with supply, labor, and interest rates, unfortunately, the community housing sector isn't currently in a position to purchase buildings and quickly redevelop them at increased density. This is more likely to apply to buildings already owned by nonprofits and co-ops. Therefore, it is important to note that the changes people are likely to see as a result of this motion will be slow and gradual. Similarly, it's helpful to note that many nonprofits are likely to continue to build 6-story buildings because the cost differential between wood frame and construction mass timber. Vancouver Native Housing Society's Francis Street is a good example here and was unanimously approved by previous council. That said, the option to go up to 12 stories is important because it builds in more flexibility for nonprofits to make their projects work. The motion before you is one of many that are beginning to be put in front of councils across this province, and we hope to see more and more of them. It has long been recognized that municipal processes create barriers for efficient and effective delivery of nonprofit housing and reduce the sector's ability to deliver housing at the levels required to meet this growing crisis. As you are likely aware, the City of Victoria passed a motion on April 22nd, 2022, to advance the rapid deployment of affordable housing projects by nonprofits, governments, and co-op housing organizations. And these projects no longer require rezonings or public hearings when they are consistent with the city's OCP, applicable design guidelines, and other key qualifying criteria. Mayor and Council, you are also in a position to implement similar enabling policies. The last point I'd like to make is related to the impact of public hearings that are associated with nonprofit rezonings. We urge Council to think about the effect public hearings have on community members who are excluded from these processes and do not get a say in their future housing. City staff identified that half of the recent social housing developments have required rezoning through a public hearing process, compared to less than a third of market condominium development. That means that tenants of social housing are the only people in our community that have their housing, health, and well-being disproportionately up for public debate. It should be no surprise to those of you that have sat in a public hearing that the language used by opponents of social housing can be hurtful, demoralizing, and dehumanizing, focused mostly on who will live there and not on the land issue at hand. This motion, if passed, would help introduce a more humane and respectful process in the development of much-needed social housing across all neighborhoods in Vancouver. I'd like to conclude by encouraging council to think long-term. The community housing sector only has so much land available, and the redevelopment that we're seeing now is driven by the need to increase the number of homes we can deliver. The buildings we build today are accessible, meet high-efficiency standards, and should be able to withstand many generations. These new buildings should be at the heights and densities we think Vancouver should be at in 60 or 70 years, or the redevelopment pressure, which is so destabilizing for residents, will soon be upon us again. The zoning changes you make today won't get built out today or tomorrow, so I encourage you to think about how you want to enable affordable housing supply well into the future. During the civic campaign, Housing Central asked all candidates to pledge delegate approval of nonprofit and co-op housing developments that are consistent with official community plans or similar policy guidelines to municipal staff. I urge you to demonstrate your commitment to this pledge, which you all made, and be regional leaders in implementing enabling policies to support the development of social housing we desperately need across the city. Thank you so much again for your time today.
Thanks, Marika. You have questions from Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. I just have a couple questions. And the first is, you mentioned the Vancouver Native Housing building that I think was 9 stories. And the example from
Yeah.
Brightside was just 5 feet over that 6 stories. I'm just wondering if you can speak to the benefit of that flexibility of saying up to 12 stories and what that means for housing developer, nonprofit housing providers who could then build the right size building for each location.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. So their flexibility is so important in any type of development. I mean, for market developers also ask for some flexibility. And for nonprofits, it means that we can build affordable housing with the investment that we're getting from senior levels of government. And it also allows nonprofit developers to kind of look at the cost of their pro forma costs, look at the cost of building, supplies, labor, all of those pieces that go into a development. And if we're able to, and being able to go up to 12 stories will allow, in some cases, nonprofit developers to kind of maximize the space that they have available, which will mean that we can build more homes. And the more homes that we have means that we can cross-subsidize buildings and actually, over the long term, provide lower rents and at a more affordable rate.
Okay, appreciate that. And I'm wondering also if you can, if you have any information about the type of or length of waiting lists that exist for many of the nonprofit housing providers that you work with.
Yeah, thank you. So I recently did a presentation on this topic, actually, and I sit on BC Housing Social Housing Registry. And over the past 10 years, we've seen almost 84% increase in the number, and this is across the province, but it is definitely the bulk of that increase is in the Lower Mainland, in the city of Vancouver, to access affordable housing. And these are families and seniors and folks with disabilities, and oftentimes these folks are, languishing on wait lists, waiting to access housing that will help stabilize their lives, be able to provide for their families, and offer a safe and secure place to live. So we are seeing, it's a shocking increase. We definitely saw that in the pandemic, but it's just continuing to increase every year. So it certainly speaks to the need for us to build more affordable nonprofit housing.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks again for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Marika. I want to speak a little bit to your forte around policy. Similar to the questions I asked of William Azaroff, and it's where I struggle with our definition of social housing with a minimum, meaning 30% of the housing income limits established for Vancouver by the province of British Columbia based on CMHC, which is $57,500 income. And we know that the median individual income for a one bedroom or less, we know the median income in Vancouver is considerably less at $42,000 a year. So how do we meet that gap? Is this, and I support the intent here, but on the definition of social housing, where are we falling short? How do we fill that $15,000 income gap?
That's an excellent question, Councillor Fry, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this as well. So, when we build new housing, every nonprofit, we can't at this point, deliver affordability levels as deep as nonprofits would like to on day one. And so in that regard, there is the mission there is to always ensure that there is affordable housing. So that decreases over time. But in terms of the gap that you're speaking with, I think this is also an opportunity for the City of Vancouver to do some advocacy to higher levels of government, to the province and the federal government. There's no way that we can build deeply affordable housing without their support and without their investment. And as like William spoke to earlier, the community housing funds that's put out by the provincial government only opens every 2 years or so. And then there are constraints as well at the federal level. And so without increasing those investments or increasing other low-cost financing opportunities, or even providing the ability for nonprofits to acquire, private or like market rentals as they come online, it's going to be a challenge for us to actually meet that income gap. However, I do want to add that nonprofits, the way that they're building in the most intelligent way is that they're working to cross-subsidize their buildings, and ultimately this helps maintain deeper levels of affordability and what I would want to call is like kind of rental resilience within that building as well. And so we're able to do that piece to help kind of close that gap a bit. But I really encourage advocacy from the municipality to these higher levels of government. I know that we have a sympathetic provincial government, and so there could be a really great opportunity here to address
cut you
that.
off, Marika.
And-
We're at time.
Yeah, it's okay.
You have more
Okay.
questions, though. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Hi, Marika. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, given the scope of your work with the BC PHA, can you give us a sense if there are these type of provisions in other municipalities around BC at this time, or in looking to adopt this motion? Would this be Vancouver leading the way? Could you give me some sense of your knowledge of other jurisdictions?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So the City of Victoria did pass a motion in April to essentially to a very, very similar motion. So they delegate decision-making powers to staff for nonprofits and co-op developments that fit within the design guidelines and the OCP. And that's it. So if Vancouver, passes this motion, he will undoubtedly be a regional leader, if not also, along with Victoria, provincial leaders in demonstrating that municipalities can play a really important role, and that you are committed to, that municipalities are committed and can actually support affordable housing. So really, this is it's kind of, as much as we see, we're hearing conversations, we haven't seen anything kind of come up yet. We still have a lot of new councils in place across the province. But really, Vancouver has an opportunity here to be really at the forefront of this type of policy. So it's really quite an exciting time.
That's great. And just one more question before I run out of time. Is on the subject of the clause around the tenant relocation policy and framework, the way I was reading it was that it would potentially put that burden on the nonprofits. And I'm just curious about your thoughts on that. I'm recognizing obviously we want to support tenants and relocation, but I know nonprofits, it's a slim margin. Could you just comment on that?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Support strong tenant protections, and the nonprofit sector works diligently to never, if folks have to move for redevelopment, for instance, no one has ever, evicted from those units into homelessness. And I think it's sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
All good.
But we think that nonprofits also work really well together in terms of trying to find housing. And so while some of the tenancy protection measures could have some burden on nonprofits, the whole sector works together to ensure to reduce those burdens. And they're similar to for-profit developers as well. They have to do the similar tenant protections are in place for them as well. What the beautiful thing about the nonprofit sector is that we have a whole sector and a lot of
Marika,
nonprofits
sorry to
working
do this
together.
to you again, but you
Sorry.
are at time.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
you do have more questions, so this
Thanks,
time,
Marika.
Okay.
this time from Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much for your work and for speaking to us. I'm glad you are raising the issue of tenant protection, and I think I mentioned earlier, you may not have heard it, that Councillor Fry and I did work with Councillor Boyle to incorporate in this motion, as opposed to an earlier version last term, tenant protections. So I am wondering, though, how serious do you think it is in terms of the problem of tenant protection, given that the motion does target zones RM3A, RM4, RM4N, which has a lot of really affordable housing right now in Vancouver, more affordable than Hills, right? That's for sure, and so important for people who, whose average income in those, in the tenancies of single individuals is 42,000, and Hills is
Yes.
like, so. So how do you, I mean, what do you think the solution is to ensure? Is it this tenant protections? Is that the strongest thing we can do?
Well, I mean, in terms of, particularly if we're talking about market rentals, I think tenant protections are really are a very important mechanism to ensure those tenants aren't displaced, and that they are relocated into housing that meets their needs. In terms of the nonprofit housing sector, again, tenant protections are important. The thing with the nonprofit sector, and I'll say this again, is that we work diligently together and network together to ensure that tenants are in place. So our whole kind of reason for being is to protect tenants, right, and to protect their access to affordable and safe and secure housing. And so, nonprofits work above and beyond to ensure that tenants are protected, and it's, like I said, it's even, it's part of their mission drive, right? So, I mean, tenant protections are really important, and they're built right into the very workings of nonprofit housing providers.
Right. Those are clear and good words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marika, for speaking today. No further questions. We will move to, thank you, move to Speaker 5. Speaker 5 is Jane Talbot, who should be on the phone.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Can you? Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you over the phone today. My name is Jane Talbot. I'm the interim president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, and I am speaking in support of this motion. The Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association represents over 7,000 businesses. These enterprises are the heartbeat of our city. Our members have overcome numerous challenges in the past few years, and I think we all know that many downtown businesses continue to struggle. The housing crisis throughout Vancouver is a growing concern for businesses and residents alike. The issue impacts businesses in numerous ways. However, one troubling ongoing trend is increasingly apparent. Businesses in downtown Vancouver are finding it progressively difficult to hire and retain employees because of the city's escalating housing costs. High rental rates have made it almost impossible for workers to live near their workplaces. Working downtown is simply too expensive for many of the workers who could address the staffing shortages and add to the vibrancy of our community. We strongly support policies that increase the supply of affordable housing. We believe it is critical for a thriving downtown with a healthy economy and meaningful opportunities for our citizens. We support Councillor Boyle's motion to reduce barriers to nonprofit, co-op, and social housing across Vancouver. It champions the critical needs for affordable housing for at-risk renters such as seniors, people with disabilities, single parents, youth, and Indigenous communities. The lack of affordable housing in Vancouver is an ever-present concern for our members. Councillor Boyle's motion supports reducing barriers to the development of affordable homes and seeks to reduce obstacles that so often delay necessary progress. Downtown Vancouver BIA supported a similar proposal that was brought to Council in 2021, and we remain in support now. We respectfully ask that you vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Seeing no questions for you, we will move to speaker number 6. Speaker number 6 is Yuri Ardibis. Yuri, please approach the podium. Nice to see you. Yeah. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Mayor, and Council. As I said, my name is Yuri Ardibis. I'm now the Communications Director of the Co-op Housing Federation of BC. Some of you knew me as my previous roles. I'm also with the Community Land Trust. And I am a resident of Vancouver in a co-op, in fact. CHFBC represents more than 100 co-ops in the city of Vancouver with more than 6,000 homes and more than twice that across the province. I'd like to thank you on behalf of Tom Armstrong, our CEO, for the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking in favor of the motion. In spring 2001, the former council adopted a motion to allow automatic increases from 4 to 6 stories. At the time, we described that as a modest but welcome proposal. And we believe this motion is the logical next step. It's not a silver bullet, but it is something we can do to make it more likely that new community-based housing can be built and that the existing co-op and nonprofit housing can be redeveloped over time to preserve affordable homes and in affordable communities across the city. We know that non-market housing development is a long game. You need to get it built on a timeline that doesn't make it too expensive to operate on day one. And then from the first day you open, it becomes more and more affordable over time. There are several thousand great examples of how this really works. You just have to look at the existing co-ops and other affordable housing developments in the city. You know, co-ops, moving into a co-op is considered like winning the lottery because you are pretty much guaranteed safe, stable, secure housing charges for your tenure in the co-op. A recent study released by the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada proves this point. It shows that older co-ops offer the members homes at rents that are hundreds of dollars less than comparable market rates rental homes in Vancouver. And not only in Vancouver, but Victoria, Edmonton, Toronto. For example, here in Vancouver, the average monthly one-bedroom co-op rent is about $560 lower than a comparable market rental. And that's a good thing. And that number, $560, will only increase over time. But as great as co-op housing is, you need to get it built first. And we need to get it built at a density that supports the incomes you're trying to house. At the moment, as you've heard, a rezoning costs a co-op or a nonprofit about a year of time and a $500,000 to over $1 million in hard and soft costs. And we heard an extreme case of $4 million earlier. This money, it's important to realize, this money all comes out of the rents of the tenants. There's no other magic source of the money that this $100 million or this $1 million comes from. It comes out of the rents that we charge future residents. And because the city of Vancouver has no official community plan and hasn't had a citywide plan until quite recently, a lot of our residential zoning is over 50 years old. This means that almost every single non-market project needs a rezoning. The costs to the sector are huge. And this is one small step, but important step towards dealing with this reality. We've heard, this motion also invites us to revisit the definition of social housing, and we've heard some questions from council today about it. To rebuild public trust around the idea that ensures that the motion benefits those who need affordable housing the most. To be honest, I'm really not a fan of this the definition or the debate around it. When we build housing, we start with a cap on your income. Like starting with a cap on how much income you make when you're building a house, it misses the point on how housing development works. But since it's a flashpoint and a question that many councillors and residents and voters have, I'll get into it a little bit. Co-ops and nonprofits aren't trying to game the system by minimizing or reducing affordability. We'd be happy to negotiate the highest possible level targets as part of each development. But affordability isn't created by the definition, it's created by reducing the cost of development. So this is where this motion comes in. And we just ask the city, try not to pretend that adding costs through time delays, design wrinkles, or other means doesn't directly impact affordability on day one, because it just does. So in summary, I'd like to say, let's talk. Voting in support of this motion is a perfect opportunity to spark exactly the discussion we need about how to add more affordable housing in communities across Vancouver.
Thanks, Yuri. You're at time. Appreciate your comments today. No questions for you, so thank you. We'll move to speaker number 7. Speaker number 7 is Chen Yan Boon on the phone. Chen Yan, can you hear us? Yan, are you there?
Yes.
Great. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Councillors, I'm here as a West End resident and renter to voice my support for this motion. I don't think anyone who has tried to find a place to rent in the past 5 years can argue that we are in a desperate housing shortage, with hundreds of applicants to every listing in the city. We've heard a lot of debate on how to deal with skyrocketing rents that are pricing people out. There's lots of research showing how building housing supply lowers rents in the whole neighborhood, but even more pronounced is the research showing the effect of non-market housing, nonprofit, social, and co-op housing. We need to be making it as easy as possible to be building this kind of housing everywhere in the city, the kind of housing that is so popular that there are years-long wait lists everywhere it already exists. And I mean everywhere in the city. Every neighborhood needs caregivers, artists, teachers, and grocery store workers. We all depend on each other to maintain our quality of life in the city. However, at current prices, people with these kinds of jobs are not only priced out of the neighborhoods where they can work, these days it is even too expensive to live out in the suburbs and commute in. The situation is desperate, and we need places for these people to live as soon as possible. We will never solve inflation in global supply chains at the local level, but at the municipal level, we have one extremely powerful tool, the ability to dictate land use and say what can get built where. Nonprofit housing, by definition, is built by those who are trying to provide one of our fundamental human needs as affordably as possible. Let's let them do their thing as quickly, easily, and expansively as they can. I know all the ABC councillors agree with me, as when asked by Women Transforming Cities in their Hot Pink Paper campaign during the election, you all pledged to, and I quote, commit to reducing barriers to providing non-market housing.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we're singling out one political party relative to others around the table during the speaker.
Okay, I know that all the ABC councillors and One City here agree with me, as when asked by Women Transforming Cities in their Hot Pink Paper campaign during the election, you all pledged to, and I quote, commit to reducing barriers to providing non-market housing by delegating authority to city staff to approve nonprofit, co-op, and social housing initiatives of up to 12 stories in multifamily areas and up to 6 stories in other residential areas without a rezoning requirement. I have hope that every councillor here is committed to keeping promises, and this is one of your most important ones, so please vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chen Yan. No questions for you, so we will go to our next speaker. Speaker number 8, Peter Waldkirch on the phone. Peter, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to show support for this motion. Now, this is a common sense, incremental way to reduce red tape on urgently needed housing, because Vancouver is in a housing crisis, and I really hope you all appreciate the severity of the housing crisis. We don't need endless studies or reports. We need action, because we know what Vancouver needs. Housing, a lot more housing. We are suffering a severe housing shortage, and that shortage is particularly acute when it comes to non-market housing, and this motion will help. But why is it common sense? Well, we've heard that rezonings can cost nonprofit housing developers about $500,000 to $1 million. And now where is that money coming from? Well, initially it's coming from the pockets of other levels of government and then ultimately the tenants. And we're burning it on what is frankly a pointless time-wasting process. It's ridiculous that we assemble the mayor and council, our most senior civic leaders, to approve individual buildings on a case-by-case basis. All that money is money that would be better spent on housing. So we know that these rezonings cost nonprofits and other levels of governments huge amounts of money, but it also costs Vancouver taxpayers a huge amount. You know, many of you ran an election on fixing processes and cutting red tape on housing, and that's good. We need to improve things. They're obviously not working. But fixing a process isn't enough when the process itself is broken. And, you know, really, though, the process is already working as it was designed to, because we have a system that was designed to make housing scarce and expensive. You will see that much of your time as councillors is spent on rezonings. So even if staff are able to speed up their end of things, a system that requires housing to be approved on a case-by-case basis personally by the mayor is a bad system. And when you look at the history of the system, you'll see it's designed to do this, to keep housing out of neighborhoods, to keep people out of neighborhoods, to keep some neighborhoods reserved only for people who can afford to buy thousands of square feet of land. The old way of doing things has led us to this housing crisis. So if you want to cut red tape on housing, if you want to streamline housing approvals, it's not enough just to slap some tape on a bad system. You need to change the system. And that means legalizing housing through actual rezonings. And this motion is also, it's a very limited one, right? The main part of it applies only to some existing apartment areas. And you may hear about how the sky is falling if you approve this, but that just isn't so. You know, a councillor asked earlier, noting that there are diverse views on housing development, and that's true, but no neighborhood should get to say no to new neighborhoods, no to new housing. Imagine being in a famine and being concerned about the people who have diverse views about feeding people. If housing is a right, then that means we need to prioritize the people who need housing, not just those who already have it. You know, apartments are banned on about 80% of the city's residential land. So this is a very limited and small in scope motion, but it's an important first step. And the other part of this motion that looks at granting bonus FSR for social housing in other areas is a matter both of common sense and equity, because housing is about people. And the people who live in nonprofit housing deserve to live in every neighborhood. Some of you have also asked how the city can support truly affordable housing. And you've heard about how, given construction costs, given how deep our housing shortage is, deeply affordable housing requires funding. There's only one way to get long-term a deep affordability, and that's through subsidies, and that's mostly going to be up to senior levels of government. It's largely out of your hands. But the next best thing to raising money is cutting costs, and that's something the city can control. And this is an opportunity for you to take a step that is within your power to take. Now, during the election, I was glad to see that most of you recognize that this common sense approach is a good one. Women Transforming Cities asked each of you, will you commit to reducing barriers to providing non-market housing by delegating authority to city staff to approve nonprofit co-op and social housing initiatives of up to 12 stories in multifamily areas and up to 6 stories in other residential areas without a rezoning requirement? That's what this motion does. Mayor Sim and every ABC councillor agreed to this. That is a promise. So I look forward to having this mayor and council fulfill its promise.
Point of order, Chair. If we're going to point out which councillors did it, can we also point out which councillors and political parties did not support the pledge? Because I feel like we're just waging a
what
campaign
rule of
on
order
ABC.
requires, it gets to dictate what public speakers must say?
Point of order,
Can I be
Peter,
aware of that?
you need to address your comments through the chair, which is myself.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, I'm not aware of any rule of order that gets to dictate, as long as I'm not
And Peter,
disparaging
you're at
people,
time.
I'm not aware of any.
You're at time. Thank you.
Because I'm sure that it will come up again. I'm just wondering, I also am not aware of the point in the procedural bylaw. And if it's there, I'm asking truly because I just don't see it where the point is about naming parties. It hasn't come up that I remember, so I think it's worth clarifying for future speakers and future items.
Just a moment on that. Thank you. Just a quick recess. Okay, thanks for your patience there. Peter, are you still on the line?
Oh, I am. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Just a reminder to please keep your comments polite and respectful, and we have questions for you from two counselors. First counselor is
I'm sorry. Can sorry,
No,
are
first,
you suggesting that my comments were not respectful?
Peter, we need you to follow the direction of the chair and please, who's myself, and please just keep your comments polite and respectful. But we do have comments for you or questions for you from council. So first counselor is Counselor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I was actually just on there for that point of procedure and
7.8C in the procedure bylaw.
7.8C. Is that a speaker may not interrupt a council member speaking. So maybe as a second point of procedure, just to ask the clerk, we'll get some
It's not council, it's a person in the public gallery. Must not interrupt, or sorry, engage in improper conduct.
Okay, improper conduct. Okay, but we're going to get some clarification on the question of naming a.
Yes, we're awaiting clarification on naming particular, or singling out particular parties.
Right.
But we don't have that right now at the moment.
So it's not, for now, it's not in the procedure bylaw, but we'll get some clarification.
About singling out parties, not in the procedure bylaw, but we're waiting for clarification from legal.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So no questions for you, Peter. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to speaker number 9, Helen Louie. Please go ahead. Helen, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Helen. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling today to support the motion. I spent the last 5 years working for a nonprofit working on building below-market housing, and I'm calling to support this because I understand that it removes a huge barrier to adding more below-market housing options and more affordability. As William from Brightside had attested, I've seen firsthand numerous projects where rezoning and the time and cost delays due to rezoning has added huge barriers and huge challenges to adding housing, especially with below market affordability. And I think that this motion is a no-brainer for anyone who supports more non-market and more affordability. I think we all understand that we need more density and we need more options in order to create more livable neighborhoods, to create more affordable housing. And we know that there is no single silver bullet for the housing crisis in Vancouver. This will allow us to move in the right direction. And I hope that all of the councillors who responded to the Women Transforming Cities campaign are able to keep their promises to support removing barriers to delivering affordable housing. And I hope that the councillors who didn't support can prioritize housing affordability in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. You have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Just a quick question. Were you listening to the speakers so far in this public, in this session with speakers addressing this motion?
Yes, I have been.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, in your last comment, you talked about the councillors that didn't support the Women Transforming Cities. So did you hear my explanation of the reason why Councillor Fry and I didn't? At that time, had to do with the lack of protection for tenants who may be displaced by development, and working with Councillor Boyle. This motion is different in its text from an earlier motion presented and does include tenant protections. I'm just wondering if you were aware of that.
I am aware. I think that though that can build on the motion. I think the motion itself is still overall a net positive to affordability. But I am aware of that.
Okay, so tenant protections are in there now. So thanks. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and thank you, Helen, for speaking today.
Thank you.
We'll now move to Speaker 10, Wesley Wagner, who is here in person, I believe. Yes. Hi, Wesley. Please approach podium.
Everything's automatic.
You have up to 5 minutes, Wesley, so please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wesley Wagner. I've been here a couple times before, but not don't really enjoy it, to be honest. It takes a lot out of me to come here and talk to you guys about, frankly, the things that I need. The motion, I came here to support the motion today because it's one of the dozens of things that we're going to need to see in the coming years. Governance takes a long time. This motion is just for a study, I believe. So that's going to be studied, and then it'll be the next motion to enact it, and blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I know that there are other motions coming, thankfully. I know Councillor Kirby Young is introducing a fixed rate community something, the CAC motion, which is also, it's another thing that we desperately need, but I don't think we can be too picky about how we proceed with this. How do I put this? I wrote down all these notes and they're all worthless. It's going to take a long time for these motions to actually impact the price of housing. And I think that ABC especially, am I allowed to single out the party?
We prefer if you steer your comments in the direction of the matter at hand.
Okay, and the composition of this council, is that acceptable? It is uniquely poised to do some excellent work, but we're not going to steer through the crises at hand by being overly conservative about matters. Maybe that's not even the right word either. Overly cautious about things. As you may have noticed, I don't have a lot to offer. I went and I got a BA in religion, so plenty of the people who have called in have decades of experience in housing. They've been studying how to change the world all their lives, and here I am, just an average Joe. But I wanted to come here and try to put a human face on the crisis. Right now, I live up near about the Patricia Hotel. So in the 6 or so years I've been here, I've seen the neighborhood change. Never for the better, frankly. And right now I've got about half a dozen people living in tents on my doorstep. Back in September, a couple of their tents caught fire, and that's a hell of a way to wake up. 5 a.m. sunset in the north. But thankfully the firefighters did a fantastic job, and I'm still able to live here. If that house had burned down, I probably would not be here. I don't particularly want to come here and plead for serious action and embarrass myself in front of the council and just to have a passing chance to build a new life. I don't want to feel stuck or powerless anymore, and I don't have the power to change housing, but I know that you guys do. I went back through some of your interviews during the election, and I saw Councillors Zhao, Councillors Montague, both spoke about wanting to see their children afford a life here. This motion by itself won't be enough to do that, but it's in combination with everything else that you guys can bring forward. I really think that you can do something. 10 years ago, I had recently graduated high school. I had heard about, oh, housing's starting to get expensive now. Well, that's all right. I'm sure they'll have figured it out by the time I'm looking to get a house. Not so. It might be that your kids have 10, 15 years before they're looking to build their own lives. But again, governance takes a long time. These motions are going to take a long time to affect the housing prices. In the time that you have in government, I strongly encourage you both, well, I strongly encourage you all, to be as aggressive as you possibly can. one note here at the bottom saying, I just want things to work, and I don't know if I can really phrase that any better. Maybe, in the interest of trying to be helpful, I'll say, maybe the biggest way that you guys can make an impact is make things simple enough that a small construction company can switch from a single detached house to a low rise.
Wesley, you are at time. But thank you for your comments today.
Thank you.
Thanks. No questions for Wesley, so we'll move to speaker 11, Denise Agar, who should be on the phone. Denise?
Yes, I am.
Great. We can hear you well, so you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Beauty. Hello, I'm Dennis Agar. I live in Hastings Sunrise. I'm a father of a teen in the VSB, and I support the motion. Congratulations to the new council. You have an aggressive agenda for change. I think a clear mandate for change from the people of Vancouver. And I don't have a long speech for you. I just wanted to say something really simple to you all. That I really want you to keep the momentum going, deliver on your promises, and do yourselves a favor and clear the council docket. What I mean is that you have an ambitious agenda to deliver, which is going to mean a lot of council motions and a lot of staff time. And by approving this motion, you will give yourselves so much more time to spend on debating issues that are deserving of your time. By approving this motion, you're clearing up staff time to address the crushing backlog of development approvals. How many times do you get to vote on something that improves the lives of your citizens and frees up staff time? You will have precious few opportunities to do this over the next 4 years. That's it. Brevity, something you can get used to if you vote yes. The kind of brevity, that's the exact same sentence, that you get used to if you vote yes. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis, for your brevity and your comments. It's appreciated on a day like today. I don't have any questions for you, so we will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 12, Rhiannon Fox on the phone. Rhiannon, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As everyone here knows, we're in a severe housing crisis. We have all lost friends and family to the suburbs, to the interior, and to Vancouver Island because they couldn't afford to stay. Just this morning, while dropping my kids off at school, I spoke to a fellow parent whose family was served an eviction notice earlier this week. She and her family have been in the same apartment for 14 years, so you can only imagine how much more they'll have to pay for their next place, if they're even able to find one. This is an increasingly common story with skyrocketing rents and sometimes hundreds of people competing for each opening. This motion would go a long way towards easing the housing shortage and providing a diversity of housing options in a city where it unfortunately remains easier to build a mansion than to build an apartment building. Passing this should be a no-brainer. I know some of you campaigned on a promise to double the number of co-op housing units in Vancouver within the next 4 years, but this will be extremely challenging when each potential co-op is subject to a spot rezoning, given that rezoning for individual projects typically takes a year or longer and adds up to $1 million in costs. Removing this requirement will help to make that goal of doubling the number of co-ops a possibility. I've heard some of you express concerns that not all social housing meets current income levels in Vancouver. But the least affordable housing is the housing that's never built in the first place. No single motion will fix the housing crisis, but this is an important first step that will build housing that's affordable to a lot more people than we can right now. It's a big step in the right direction, and I hope you'll pass it and that you'll continue to build upon it. Additionally, I wanted to mention that adding more homes and thus more neighbors to lower density neighborhoods can help support local retail businesses. People forced to the suburbs by lack of affordable housing take their money with them. I know all of you here want local businesses to succeed, and allowing more potential customers and workers to live in Vancouver would certainly help. The loudest opposition to this motion will likely be from those who already enjoy the highest levels of privilege, those who own their own homes and are fearful of change coming to their neighborhoods. But change is happening anyway. Neighborhoods are aging or emptying out as young families and low to middle income workers are forced out of the city. As a privileged housing secure homeowner myself, I would welcome more neighbors, more housing types, and more diversity of income and life experience into my neighborhood. We are fortunate to live in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Let's welcome more people in instead of shutting them out. I urge you to vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rhiannon. No questions, so we will move to speaker number 13. No, speaker number 13 is not on the phone. We'll come back to them. Speaker number 14, Mark White, in person. Hi, Mark. Please approach the podium. And Mark, you have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor and councillors. As former co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee and immediate past chair of the SAC Housing Subcommittee, I want to first say that I support fully Councillor Boyle's motion. I do, however, have some additional comments. Nonprofit housing in the city can only happen with unusual astrological events. By this, I mean it can only happen when the stars align. The motion by Councillor Boyle is a terrific motion with others. But it's important to realize that we're not going to see a massive number of nonprofit, co-op, and social housing pop up in a lot of neighborhoods across the city, now or in the future. The motion will enable nonprofit housing providers to act swiftly when the stars align. To be successful, there must be federal and provincial government financing. The city must work with both levels of government to secure infrastructure grants and expand construction grants to deepen affordability. Municipality-wise, land leases at $10 per year in exchange for federal and provincial infrastructure and affordability construction grants should be something that we explore. Expansion of the city's CHIP program, supporting construction costs for permanent low-income housing units, is critical. In the nonprofit and co-op sector, working with the sector and different levels of government to increase capital asset portfolios through donations or purchase is also very important, and I'll explain that soon. But first, I want to go back to a major conceptual problem. The affordable housing program under the city, under VAHEF and VAHA, is a broken system. The terms of reference were not established in partnership with the nonprofit sector. The terms of reference create a bizarre system where nonprofit housing providers are to create an income stream via lease payments. Some graduated lease payments over time to cover the cost of infrastructure and fund less affordable housing, rather than to deepen the breadth of affordability, preserve, and expand. I hope the mayor and councillors participate in future quarterly meetings with the nonprofit sector and city staff. The nonprofit sector have the talent, they have performa, they know what income mix can be supported through a self-subsidy program with the addition of financing and capital grants. They know the importance of having a strong asset portfolio that allows them to leverage financing, secure second mortgages, have deep credit lines, which is critical to grab opportunities when they arise. Sometimes to address when federal and provincial government investment is lagging. This has never been about rocket science. It is simply in the nonprofit sector and in elementary school called math. I'm glad we have a mayor with a strong financial background and is known to be a team builder focused on deliverables. Mayor and councillors, I urge you to meet with the real experts to learn how the city can better partner with the sector to accomplish realistic, data-informed outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, for your comments today. Seeing no questions, we will move to speaker number 15, Michael O'Shaughnessy on the phone. Michael, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, Michael.
Hello, are you? Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael O'Shaughnessy. I live in Fairview, and I'm calling in today in support of this motion. As you all know, Vancouver's rents are increasing every day. The city is becoming ruinously unaffordable. Average rents in Vancouver jumped about 16% between 2021 and 2022. That's more than double the baseline rate of inflation. Now, this is bad if you're looking for housing, but it's also bad if you're housing secure. Our housing crisis breaks up friend groups and families as people flee the city in search of a space they can afford, putting time and distance between them and their loved ones. Our housing crisis prevents seniors from downsizing in their communities as they must make an impossible choice between leaving their home city or staying in a house that might be too big for them and might be increasingly difficult to get around. And our housing crisis, as you just heard from the head of the Downtown Vancouver BIA, prevents businesses from hiring. That's because working people, the people whose labor keeps the city moving, can't afford to live here. Now, first and foremost, this is unfair and unjust. Every wheel that turns in Vancouver turns because of workers. But our housing prices force many into long commutes, some even as far as Hope or Chilliwack. This is also bad for businesses. I'm sure you've all seen the help wanted signs around town. If we're to grow and diversify our economy, if we're to bolster our productivity, businesses need the people required to do so. But those people increasingly are forced to live elsewhere. And that's why I was heartened when I learned that multiple parties sitting at council today committed to delegating approval of non-market housing to city staff in a pre-election survey. And I was even more heartened to learn that even more councillors have since indicated support. Public rezoning hearings put residents' human right to housing on trial. That's bad enough. But we also know from experts that it makes non-market housing more difficult to build, adding costs, adding risk, and adding time. These hearings don't even add unique opportunities for neighbors to have their say. My understanding is that there's still neighborhood notification during the permitting process. It's just open to more people, people who don't have the ability to call into council on a Wednesday like I do. And it's a process that doesn't require hours of your time. We've heard some concern about affordability today. What I'd like to ask all of you is, can we afford to wait? We all know and hopefully agree that senior levels of government need to do more to provide financial support for non-market housing. But the next best thing to securing funding is decreasing costs. And as you've heard today from experts and social housing developers, that's something you have the opportunity to do right now. If this motion passes, non-market housing developers will be able to secure lower borrowing costs. They'll be able to build more of the housing we desperately need faster. And we'll finally start taking steps to dig our way out of the housing hole we found ourselves in. This motion failed in the previous council. Today you have the opportunity to set a different tone. It's an opportunity to cut red tape, to simplify processes, and to deliver against the biggest issue facing everyone who lives in the city of ours. It's an opportunity to help businesses hire. It's an opportunity to help families stay together. It's an opportunity to help seniors downsize while staying in their communities. It's an opportunity to prove that you're different from what has come before. And if you'll forgive me for the reference, councillors, that sounds like an opportunity to build a better city to me. Will this motion solve the housing crisis on its own? No, it won't. But it's a critically important step. Take this step today, councillors, then take another step tomorrow. We're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Seeing no questions for you, we will move to speaker number 16, Christopher Livingstone.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Chris Livingstone. I'm a resident of the downtown east side. I was planning on coming and seeing this new council in person, but I changed my mind at the last moment and decided that the phone would be a lot easier. So thank you for the time to bring this important question up to the community and the city. I would like to voice my support in favor of this motion. I live in the downtown east side and working in the community, and we know that everybody needs social housing or supportive housing, and there's just not a lot of options. Personally, I work right about at that median level that Pete mentioned earlier, and I find it really hard to exist and be able to pay rent in this town. My rent is about half of my earnings, and I think about not just me, but other people that are in the same boat, that because we're not actually building single room units for people, or so often that people have to kind of lump together and try and pay the rent, which is often, it's super unaffordable. So I just wanted to make a couple of points like that, or other than in the downtown east side, there's a lot of people sleeping outside still, a lot of people in Crab Park, a lot of people on the sidewalks, and so the demand for supportive housing is there, and I think this would be great to be able to build buildings that are twice as big that are out there now, because if we want to get those housing targets by 2028, then more floors and more housing are needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions, we'll move to speaker number 17 on the phone. Tim Dickow. Tim, can you hear us?
Can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So I'm the director of Citygate, which is an organization that works with churches, helping them to collaborate together to address systemic issues like unaffordable housing. And I was also the pastor of Grandview Church for 30 years, which oversaw the development of the Cohere building, which has 26 units of housing, most of them at social assistance rates, that is a mixed community of people that has become a home for many people. I am strongly in favor of this motion and want to speak specifically about how I think it can benefit faith communities helping to build affordable housing. Cohere project has, without any advertising at all, we had over 150 applicants for 26 units, and just speaks to the need for affordable housing in East Vancouver, where I also live. It took us 15 years to develop that project, in part because we were developing our own capacity as an organization, but also in part because of the process that we had to go through in order to get all the available permits, all to get the neighborhood notifications, the neighborhood dialogues, all important, but it took us a long time, that process. And anything that can speed up that process to make it more viable for faith communities to develop their underutilized land assets to contribute to housing will be a great step towards helping engage those communities to participate in that goal. I've organized 2 housing conferences specifically for churches in the last 2 years, and we've had over 250 people present at those conferences, and over 55 churches represented. Councillor Boyle spoke at the most recent one, and out of that, there have been at least 3 projects within Vancouver that I know that have started and are going to be coming before City Council. I really think there's potential for the city to work with faith communities to use their underutilized land assets to develop affordable housing. And I am interested in any conversations that I can be a part of to help facilitate that possibility. I also would encourage the city to think about how they can appoint or hire or at least designate a staff person to work specifically with faith communities, because I think there's potential there to really address this need for affordable housing in a way that is not yet being tapped fully. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I strongly endorse this motion.
Thanks, Tim. You do have some questions. Questions first from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Tom, I haven't, I just checked my emails and I don't have a record of you sending anything to us specifically, so I have no way to contact you. I wonder if you could contact council with the contact information, your contact information, so that we can follow up with some of the points that you raised.
For sure. I'd be glad to do that.
Okay. Also, I'm interested, one of the discussions that we've had at the council table is it's not just for long-term housing, obviously, but also for some temporary housing to address the incredibly urgent homelessness situation. And there have been a few people that have mentioned the potential use of church lands for some temporary housing. Has that been a part of your discussions?
It has, yeah. Mukhtar Latif is actually a friend of mine, and Mukhtar and I have talked with different faith communities about the possibility of modular housing and temporary housing, as well as, of course, many churches do open their buildings for emergency shelter during the winter months. And so I think there is potential for those kind of possibilities as well.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you, the work that you're doing and taking the time to speak to council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You also have questions from Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. And very quickly, thank you very much, Tim. I really like this proposed idea of working with our faith communities, particularly the ones that have title to significant land holdings. I know in the Fraser Street community there are multiple churches and properties right up and down from Kingsway on down that I often wonder if they would welcome opportunities for the possibility of developing housing in and around some of their on some of their property. So perhaps this is an opportunity for us to start that conversation and talk to perhaps some of the groups in the community going forward. I like the fact that they are also on land which I believe is exempt from some taxation. I'm not an expert on this area, but I would certainly like to think that they are probably in a position to become even more affordable overall. So thank you for bringing this idea forward, and I look forward to future discussions.
Hey.
Thanks. I look for. Thank you for that comment. And I think there's real potential if the city and organizations like Citygate can approach churches together, because I think they'll see that if the city is wanting to engage them about these possibilities, I think there's real initiative there that can be birthed from churches and their response and other faith communities. I also want to say that I think because the city has relaxed its parking requirements for social housing, that there really is a viable model here where churches with surface parking can build underground parking, which used to be economically unviable, but now with the cost of land and the overall project is much more doable, and have parking for the churches and still build housing on top of their surface parking lot. So there's a model here that has a lot of potential.
I realize I didn't phrase my comments in the form of a question. So the question is, quite simply, will you follow up with me and some of council on this idea of talking to some of the church communities here in Vancouver around housing?
I will definitely do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you both. We will move to speaker 18 now. James Tang. James, are you on the phone?
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay. We'll come back to number 18. Next speaker is speaker 19, John Iveson on the phone. John, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Hi, Council. My name is John. I'm a student at SFU, and it's my first time calling in. I'm calling in support of this motion. My mom and I live in non-market co-op housing on the corner of Grandview Highway and 12th. And for our two-bedroom apartment, we only pay $1,500 a month. But unfortunately, living in non-market housing is a rare opportunity for Vancouverites. I asked how long our wait list was, and the answer I got back was that hardly anyone ever gets in because hardly anyone ever leaves. And my mom and I only have this co-op unit because we started renting it in 2005. And in the 17 years that we've been living there, our rent has only gone up about $600. So to me, it's clear that Vancouverites need more non-market housing, and this motion facilitates the construction of it, and I would be very happy to see it pass. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, John. Appreciate your comments. No questions for you. So we'll go to speaker 20 on the phone, Barbara May. Barbara, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Thank you very much for listening to me speak. I am opposed to Christine Boyle's motion for a number of reasons. In her motion, Councillor Boyle suggests to speed up the development process for this type of housing. The decision should not be made by the duly elected mayor and council after a public hearing, but rather that this authority should be delegated to city staff. This is a problem as city staff are completely unaccountable to the public. They are not elected officials, and their decisions in the past have frequently been opaque. Affordable rent, although never clearly defined, is a serious issue in our city, but much of it can be attributed to our housing stock being increasingly commodified. 60% of new apartments are being sold to investors. REITs now own at least 20% of our housing stock and make billions of dollars for their investors. It is a serious issue, but bypassing the rights of Vancouver citizens to public hearing on social housing is not going to solve the problem, nor social housing as defined by City Hall, which comprises 30% below market housing and 70% market housing, which is not affordable to many. Developers who participate in social housing get increased density bonuses, are exempt from DSCs as the whole building is considered social housing, which does not benefit the surrounding neighborhood as they are on the hook for the needs of the social housing building for parks, community centers, schools, and libraries. Since the Broadway plan was approved, I have seen dozens of complete 3 to 4 story rental apartments for sale in the Broadway corridor. It seems to me that once these units are sold and torn down, the tenants will be in terrible straits trying to find new accommodation despite tenant protections. My hairdresser told me that after living in her West End apartment for 10 years, when she left, she was paying $1,700 per month. Her landlord increased the rent to $3,500 per month for the next tenant. She told me she couldn't believe he found someone willing to pay that amount. In her motion, Constable Boyle suggests the city is in a strong alignment between federal government, provincial government in terms of developing affordable and non-profit housing. The National Housing Strategy is to expire in 2027 and is currently running out of capital contribution in the co-investment fund, according to her. In a number of recent newspaper articles, including Crime and Justice, the Globe and Mail, and Vancouver Sun, among others, there has been concerns expressed by experts in the field, including Marie-Josée Houle, Canada's first housing advocate, and Auditor General Karen Horgan, that the National Housing Strategy to cut homelessness in half is not working. According to Ms. Houle, lack of data and jurisdictional politics has completely failed Indigenous people who experience a disproportionate rates of homelessness. Ms. Hall says it is important to measure progress without adequate data, a similar problem that we have in Vancouver. Most of the numbers available are outdated single snapshots of shelter usage or aspirational construction goals versus actual numbers of people who are being housed. Karen Hogan, the Auditor General, has said that there has been a lack of accountability and criticized the federal government for failing to integrate its homeless program with the large affordable housing plan. Despite pouring billions of dollars into providing homes for the homeless, there is little evidence that it is actually working. Canada Mortgage and the Housing Corporation is offering billions of dollars in low-interest loans to developers to boost construction of rental housing, include the Seneca development in a program, titled the Rental Construction Financial Initiative. Generally, the government won't reveal how much money is being lent out to whom and in what province, citing privacy concerns. RCFI has frequently been criticized over its affordability criteria. Under those rules, units are deemed affordable when they are rented for no more than 30% of median family income in the surrounding area. The calculation includes homeowners who earn more than renters on average. Any unit that rents for that price is considered affordable no matter what size the unit. That article is from the Globe and Mail, Matt Lundy, economic reporter, November 15, 2022. In a Vancouver Sun article dated December 1st, journalist Susan Lanark wrote an article entitled 3 of 7 Vancouver Co-op housing projects stuck waiting for provincial federal funds 5 years later. The essential gist of the article is that in 2008, the city of Vancouver announced it planned to build more than 1,000 units of co-op housing with cheaper rents at 7 sites on city-owned land by 2021. Even with free land, rents have to be at market rates to break even based on cost of design and construction.
Barbara, I'll have to stop you there. You are at time, but thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
you.
We'll now go to speaker number 21 on the phone, Dan Rothwell. Dan, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, so please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
I am speaking in support of Councillor Boyle's motion. I just want to put social housing on an equal playing field, considering single-family homes take up the vast majority of land in Vancouver, and in order to build a larger one on the same plot of land, there's no public hearing necessary for that. And I just think that we need to have more equality in our consideration for the affordability housing crisis, that we have to do everything we can. The status quo clearly is not enough. We have a clear supply deficit, and building this as fast as we can will be a great initiative to help address one aspect of the housing crisis. So thank you, and please support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Seeing no questions for you, we'll go to speaker number 22 in person, Bryn Davidson. Is Bryn here? I think Bryn is not. Bryn, are you on the phone?
Speaker 22 is not in the chamber or on the line.
Okay, thank you, clerk. Speaker number 23, we'll go to you next. Daniel Olashuk on the phone.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Daniel. And because you didn't provide it, I just need to ask, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I've moved to UBC in the summertime, so not quite.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So first of all, my name is Daniel Oleksiak. I'm a co-founder of Abundant Housing Vancouver. And first I wanted to say congratulations to the new council, especially to those of you who are new here. I want to start just by asking, I mean, I've been watching this, and of course you've been participating in this hearing, and I want to ask, how much of this do you all really want to do over the next 4 years? How essential is this process to getting housing built? You know, how many hours of this process are you going to require for every new social housing unit that is permitted? Do you want to do this again every 2 days a month, 2 days every month for the next 4 years, spending millions in staff and consultant time, hundreds of hours of community volunteer time, and no small part of your own patience and attention, rehashing what end up being a lot of the same arguments? Or do you want to make up your minds and you want to build? So I think this is a defining early vote for a lot of you, and you get to decide what kind of council you want to be. But right now, apartments are banned on 81% of Vancouver's residential land. And that means that it's impractical, if not impossible, to build social housing on all of that land. Meanwhile, most of the construction in our city right now is one-for-one replacement of $3 million detached homes. So to the extent that this motion is reallocating some of that construction energy from building really expensive big homes to denser, taller social housing units, I think it's really ought to be welcomed. You've heard today from Brightside, from the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and from other social housing providers telling you that this is what they need, or one of the things they do need. So I support this motion. I hope that you will pass it. And in doing so, I think that you would be sending a message early on in your term that you're that you're here to build, that you're here to solve things, and that you're not going to get bogged down in many hours of tedious process over every single social housing project, but you're going to set policy that can be taken by these capable developers to go out and provide social housing. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Daniel. Seeing no questions for you, we will move to speaker number 24, Roberta McDonald. Roberta, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And I just got a notification to my hearing aids. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council, for your service. I strongly support this motion. As you said, my name is Roberta, and I moved to Vancouver 10 years ago. I love it here. It hasn't been easy, and I'm sure you're aware that skyrocketing rents have been driving young people, artists, people with disabilities, seniors out of the city. My husband is an artist, and we've had many conversations about leaving here. But 7 months ago, we got a miracle. We won the lottery, and we were accepted into a housing co-op after 5 years on wait list. I just want to say to the council that this has been a miracle for us, and I'm probably going to get a bit emotional because we don't have to scramble to make our rent anymore. My health has improved drastically. I'm better equipped to show up, and I'm better equipped to support my community. I do consulting work in accessibility as a person with disabilities, and now that I can sleep at night, I'm better able to do my job, basically. My partner is now able to teach part-time and to create the work that he does that is so impactful, that has shown to places like the Vancouver Art Gallery, because we're not freaking out every night anymore, and he can spend his time in the studio. So I just want to say that by voting yes to this motion, you'll be creating opportunities for people like us to stay here and to thrive and to continue supporting our communities. Sorry, I can't believe I'm so emotional. I just want to say I hope you'll do this. And after calling into and witnessing a few previous council meetings that, like the previous speaker mentioned, were really unnecessary and just a massive waste of taxpayer money, you really have an opportunity here to show some vision and some compassion and create more housing for the for the people that need it in Vancouver. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roberta. I appreciate your comments. Seeing no questions, we will go to speaker number 25 on the phone, Elaine Perry. Elaine, are you there? Elaine, are you on the phone?
Not on the line, Chair.
Not on the line? Okay, that's okay. We'll come back to them. Next speaker is speaker number 26, Cheryl Stein on the phone. Cheryl, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes, Cheryl. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I won't take up too much time. I just want to say I'm really in support of this motion. I've been an advocate for homelessness for a very long time. I gave Gregor Robertson his platform for homelessness back in 2008 when I brought it up to an MLA at the time. It was a provincial problem. I brought it up to the MLA, Gregor Robertson, in 2008 about homelessness. And a lot of these people are disabled. It's a real health care crisis besides the homelessness and opioid crisis. We've got people very ill on the streets that are homeless. And I spent a lot of time recently with the Arbutus trying to get that done for the housing. You'll remember that there were 200 speakers, and it was a total waste of time. I think people have to smarten up and no more NIMBY. People are people, and we have to treat them all like human beings, and we need them in every neighborhood. We have land all around Vancouver that we can utilize, and people shouldn't be putting up a fight about people who are human beings being put in their neighborhoods. And just no more NIMBY, not in my neighborhood is what it means. And no more discrimination against these homeless population. A lot are drug addicted because they have no choice in the matter because they're mentally disabled. And that is a healthcare crisis. I told Gregor Robertson in 2008 that if they had cancer, we'd be looking at it more closely. And a lot of them are mentally disabled, which is an illness. And it is a health crisis, and these people need to be helped. They need programs. And one thing I'd like to put forward to council today is saying that this motion is very important. It's very important to build the housing, but it's equally important to implement the programs along with it and the supports in the community. So we have to help these people get unaddicted and get housing. And that is all the time I have, I think. So I'll just leave it at that. And I just think every neighborhood should be supporting this. And what I experienced in Arbutus recently was a lot of the KIP people didn't want it in their neighborhood, and it was really disgraceful. So I'll finish with that, and thank you very much. I hope this council in the next 4 years can help with this problem that is very pervasive and destroys lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Cheryl. Just noting the time, we're 1:45 right now, so likely just able to hear from a couple more speakers. So let's move along. Number 27, speaker number 27 was withdrawn, and now we can go to speaker number 28, Sam Roberts on the phone. Sam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone, for your time and energy to hear out the public on this important issue. My name is Sam Roberts. I live in Shaughnessy, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. About a year ago, This time, actually, two of my dearest friends, along with their baby girl, left Vancouver because they couldn't find a two-bedroom under $2,000. I have a lot of friends my age who dream of exiting the private, precarious rental market where their predatory landlords are constantly trying to find any way to get them out and raise rents. I feel I can speak for each and every one of them and say that if we could move into not-for-profit housing today, we would. I certainly would. This motion is absolutely fundamental and important. And there's a myriad of different things that you can do as council to alleviate the pressure that Vancouverites feel in the housing market. This is one of them. And I really hope that this is something that you vote yes on today and build upon to make a real change in my life and the life of many others. Some of the things that I think are really important to note with allowing not-for-profit housing citywide is that, the more that this happens, the more and more that not-for-profit housing providers can develop their portfolio and build housing, the more and more they'll have the capacity to do it on their own without any government intervention. So really important to note that, while there's a lot that needs to be done right now, the more and more we allow not-for-profit developers to have kind of more even footing with private developers, we're going to see that equality build over time. And future housing will be cheaper. So I totally understand and appreciate the challenges that come along with how expensive it is to build housing today. And even if a not-for-profit developer has to have some of their units at market rent, I can tell you in 5 years they won't be market, they'll be below market. As so many speakers have already spoken to, this is something that is a long-term issue, and we need to make a step today that's going to make real change for the future. It's really difficult for me to express how frustrating it is to see in my neighborhood single-family homes replaced by larger custom single-family homes with absolutely no fanfare when there could be 12 families living there or 6 families or 4 families even. How frustrating it is to hear people prevent the construction of not-for-profit housing because it's too wide or too shiny or they don't like who might be living there. There's so many beautiful models of multifamily housing that fit perfectly and do fit perfectly in other neighborhoods in Vancouver that are surrounded by single-family homes. And so these buildings can engender community, help small businesses boom, and I want to envision a version of this city where this is a reality. And so as much as many of us want a lot more change, this is a step in the right direction. I've listened with admiration to all of the previous speakers from business improvement associations, the housing sector, labor groups, business, and people who live in not-for-profit housing. And I urge you to consider them, to consider the statements from people like me who don't see any way to carry on in this system unless it changes. I imagine you have a very good sense of the weight of your decisions on the individual lives of hundreds of thousands of people. And I hope that you recognize that by saying yes to this motion, that you'll have an enormous positive impact on my life and to everyone else, all of my friends, everyone in this city who dreams of stable, comfortable housing. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments, Sam. Seeing no questions, we'll move to speaker number 29, Ricardo Bortolone. Ricardo, are you on the phone?
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Not on the line? Okay. We'll come back to them. Next speaker, speaker number 30, Russell Wong. Are you on the phone, Russell?
Yes, I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. So I'm calling in support of the motion. Basically, as I understand it, the economic viability of nonprofit housing projects isn't that different from for-profit rental housing. In either case, the stream of future rents has to pay for the costs of construction and for the cost of acquiring the land. Construction costs, including materials, labor, development charges, and financing costs. There's usually cross-subsidization between market rate apartments and below market, more affordable apartments. But the key thing is that the total value of future rent has to pay for construction costs and for land. As costs are rising, so interest rates are rising, materials and labor costs are rising, fewer projects are economically viable. So one key way that the city of Vancouver can help is by allowing nonprofits to build taller buildings, because a taller building supports a larger stream of rent, making it easier to cover the construction costs. Besides allowing more housing to be built, especially below market housing, this proposal has a second major advantage. It will reduce the time council needs to spend on rezonings for nonprofits. The recent 2022 election results made it clear that the number of voters who fear and oppose new housing is relatively small. Only 10% of the electorate voted for Team. But the public hearing process tends to amplify their voices. One of the key recommendations from the recent expert panel on housing supply in BC is that City Council should focus on setting overall policy rather than spending a lot of time making a decision on each and every individual site. Given the shortage of housing and ABC's commitment to streamlining the process of getting approval, this seems like an excellent opportunity for Council to move forward along those lines. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell, for your comments. We don't have any questions for you, so we're going to go to speaker number 31, Megan Taylor on the phone. Megan, are you there? Megan, is that you on the line?
No, speaker 31 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay, we'll move on. Speaker 32, and just noting we have about 9 minutes before noon. Charles Irich, I hope I'm saying that right. Can you hear us, Charles?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes,
Hello?
please. Hi. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. That was an excellent attempt at trying to pronounce my impossible last name. Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking in support of this motion. It's actually pretty rare that I'll be able to, call in. It just so happens that I have a kid who's got a broken leg, and so I'm kind of home looking after him, and so I can now lay down for a nap, and I can call in to sort of make my voice heard, because having to call in at midday on a Wednesday is not really available for a lot of people. Yeah, I think this motion is really important. I know it's sort of built on the motion that Councillor Boyle introduced a year ago within the previous council. And I think sort of other speakers who are far more, there are more people with more expertise who've spoken in favor in specific details. So about why this motion is important, and addressing a lot of the concerns that not-for-profit or developers have had, and the challenges with actually building housing in the city and addressing the housing shortage. So I can let a lot of those people sort of speak to that, because they're better at it than I am. But really, what it comes down to is what does this council want to do, right? All of the parties had sort of mentioned that they wanted to improve affordability, and they wanted to sort of address the underlying need for more housing in the city. How we want to do it is obviously sort of the crux of the issue. And, I was really excited to see that, ADC had signed on to the Women Transforming Cities, and in supporting a lot of the questions that were there about sort of streamlining the need or streamlining the approval process for sort of supportive housing and nonprofit housing, which is what I think Councillor Boyle has tried to do with this motion, as well as, looking at not just putting this housing into places where apartments already exist, but how can we expand this to other parts of the city? I think Charles Montgomery had done a thing about co-housing, and how the efforts that were involved in building a co-housing project in one of the RS land within the city, and the years that took. And we looked at that as an example for what we can do to sort of foster community and really address some of the housing need. And so I think this motion kind of gets to that. And so I'm hoping that you as a council will sort of recognize that is a need and move forward with this. So that's more or less everything that I would like to say. It's exciting to see this brought forward with expansions for, both in terms of the areas that that staff are sort of explored to look at for what we can do for housing options. And, it really ties in with a lot of the election promises, as Russell had actually just pointed out. Streamlining permitting is important, but, permitting is half of the problem. I think there are a lot of the issues when it comes to adding housing in the city is, not just getting the permit to actually get it built, but actually to get the laws changed with the zoning regulations to allow that housing to be built. And so if we can take, I think when we're addressing the housing shortage, we have to look at all of the aspects in which that are slowing down housing construction. I'm excited to see what comes forward with the permitting changes, and sort of the CAC negotiations that are sort of proposed that are that's coming forward. But I think another part of that is sort of looking at the zoning changes. And so I hope that yeah, you, Mayor, and Council will look at this and move forward with this motion and bring much needed housing to the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. We are at, I don't have any questions for you from the chamber here, Charles, so thank you for your comments. We are at 11:56, so unfortunately not enough time to hear another speaker and questions. So we are going to recess for lunch and resume at 1 p.m. And yes, we will see you again back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Hi, Elise. Can you hear us?
Hi, David. I can hear you. Thank you.
Great.
We are continuing to hear from speakers on item 7. And we have speaker number 33 up next, Amina Yazin, on the phone. Amina, are you there and can you hear us?
I am here. Thank you, and I can hear you.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. So I want to get to the crux of being here. I fully support this motion as it currently stands. As an urban planner, commissioner with the Vancouver Planning Commission, and a board director with Hogan Valley Society, of whom I'm here to speak on behalf of in relation to this motion, I spend a lot of time thinking about challenges that accompany defining good planning and public interest, especially for the most targeted and marginalized members of the city. And one way to address this problem is to consider good planning at the local government level from an equity and justice lens. particularly in relation to the public hearing process. I'd like to present my comments from the Urban Justice Framework of Susan Feinstein's Justity, whereby urban justice and planning involves the interactions and tensions between democracy, equity, and diversity, with equity referring to both the material and the non-material distributions. This includes not only the equitable distribution of physical resources, but also equitable human rights and trauma-informed treatment within public institutions, including social relations within democratic processes of planning participation. One primary example being at the public hearing process level, which is fundamentally a democratic process that requires much more of a human rights framing today than it has ever been provided with, as we know that democracy in and of itself does not guarantee justice or equity, and in fact, we've seen that in deeply inequitable and socially stratified societies, of which Vancouver is one, democracy, justice, and human rights can often be at odds. One of those democratic processes that we see this occur in is the public hearing process again. It's my belief that we absolutely need to expand on democratic elements of the public hearing process, but doing so from a human rights and trauma-informed framework, as we know that public hearing processes, especially around affordable housing, have essentially been turned into a referendum for often the most powerful and resourced residents on whether or not primarily more low-income people who disproportionately are racialized, people with disabilities, seniors, and urban Indigenous populations are permitted or have access to live, raise their children, and play across every neighborhood in the city of Vancouver. As a result of many reasons, one of which is the planning process that we currently have, where affordable housing projects such as non-market, cooperative, and social housing, which we need much more of in the city, have to go through lengthy and often traumatizing public hearing processes, where when the most marginalized are in fact invited to speak, they have to endure euphemisms and language that refers to them as unwanted specters, shadowing over quote-unquote more middle income to wealthy traditional character neighborhoods. What we see further to that then are residents of Vancouver being permanently displaced from the city, from their schools, their friends, and the creation of a population of people who are workers from the periphery or outside the city boundaries, where they may have been lucky to find housing, are created to only have access and rights to the city when they are only laboring in it, but not to live, play, form bonds, and raise their children in. This motion to streamline non-market housing in the city is thoughtful. It has built-in considerations for human rights dynamics and trauma reduction perspectives. It would also be immensely cost-effective and efficient, saving money, and would reduce trauma through having the most in need in our cities and often most targeted, having to repeatedly come forward and repeat their stories of their trauma in order to beg for the affordable housing that they need to meet their material requirements. So again, I state that I fully support this motion as it stands and think that it's quite strong. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Amina. You have questions from two councillors. First councillor is Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, Amina. Just curious, I appreciate your comments on the public hearing. Now, this, obviously, public hearings are a fact of our council function for the most part, and appreciate that, in fact, this motion does refer this concept back to a future public hearing. What, in your opinion, would be a route to improve the public hearing process as envisioned in this motion?
So I think that there would be many ways, and I wouldn't be able to name all the different ways. But the public hearing process, as it stands, is a part of a more lengthier public consultation process, for the most part, that begins very early. It's my opinion that the public hearing process is quite possibly at the wrong stage, and moving it up would be helpful and also more efficient. But also very much considering where, as this motion does, delegating where we can projects such as non-market housing to experts, back to the city, back to those that review these applications, as a method of streamlining the process for the demand and the most in demand type of housing that we require, which is non-market housing in the city. It's probably the most appropriate way to go.
So if I can extrapolate, then you're in your comment, you're just sort of distinguishing rezoning public hearings from just public hearings in general, which this talks about a more generalized public hearing to talk about the motion rather than the individual spot rezonings. Is that the gist?
Yeah, so this motion is speaking about rezoning in relation to these specific projects and then foregoing the public hearings as I understand them. So that is exactly what I would be in support of. In general, of the public hearing process, if you're asking me about the public hearing process in general, what would need to be changed, I think I just responded. I think it's a part of a very lengthy process and public consultation to begin with that ends in the public hearing process and then often ends up becoming this referendum decided by a smaller population of people. So there are ways to look at revamping and reimagining that and relocating where the public hearing would be, but that would require legislative and political will, of which hopefully we will see in the future.
Yeah, and
Not just for housing,
I'm
but for
I'm
other
sort of running out of
mechanisms.
time, but what I was getting at really was in enactment clause A that refers this to a future public hearing, how we could improve that future public hearing on this larger suite of initiatives. But I'm out of time anyway. But thanks, Amina.
Yeah, I think we could hold it for policy and maybe not for individual projects.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Actually, Councillor Fry really covered my question, so yeah, I'll just say thank you too.
Okay, thanks, Amina. No more questions for you, but thanks for speaking today. We will go to speaker number 34, Jennifer Bradshaw on the phone. Jennifer, can you hear us? Jennifer, are you there?
Speaker 34 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We will go next to speaker 35, Albert Wang. Are you on the phone, Albert?
Hi there. Yes, I'm on the line.
Hi, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, everyone. Hello, Council. My name is Albert Huang. I work in nonprofit housing development. I used to sit on the Vancouver City Planning Commission. I'm also currently involved with my local neighborhood house, which is a nonprofit. That was a big part of my family and my life as I grew up in Vancouver, as it remains today. I'm here to speak in support of this motion before Council. In my life, I've had family and friends benefit from having access to nonprofit housing co-ops as well in the city of Vancouver. They've been fortunate to have access to that housing and then later on had the means to move out from that. Over the past couple months during the election, I've had those same family and friends ask me about recommendations for what a council might look like that kind of aligns with their goals when it comes to housing. And I was aware that a majority of the current sitting council ran on a pledge that included supporting the development and increase in nonprofit housing. And so I was pleased to recommend that some of the council here be on their ballot. I'm of the understanding that many of the nonprofit housing operators and providers in Vancouver were aware of this and, looked very keenly at what steps and actions council would make towards this. I'm sure council is aware at the federal and provincial levels, there's a lot of discussion about increasing the amount of dollars that are going to be going towards nonprofit and affordable housing projects in the future. And I would say this would be a huge missed opportunity for council not to direct staff in this direction. One of the key issues with getting nonprofit and below market projects off the ground in any city in this province is red tape, is getting the zoning in place. The funding agencies like BC Housing and CMHC are keenly aware of what each city's zoning policies are, and if I were to put it bluntly, many Metro Vancouver municipalities are, fortunately for them, unfortunately for the city of Vancouver, ahead of the curve in terms of accommodating and facilitating nonprofit housing development. So I would see supporting this measure as one step in improving the city of Vancouver's standing when it comes to projects vying for scarce capital dollars. I think this is very much in line with this council's direction towards finding efficiencies and processes and policies. I know, for other necessities of life in this city, like groceries and food and supermarkets, we don't hold public hearings each and every time one is proposed or someone wants to take out a business permit for something like this. I don't see how housing ought to be any different. So I think this is an opportunity for council to focus on policy and not litigating each and every project that comes to council. I imagine that it would not be a surprise for this council to see a lot of nonprofit and affordable housing projects that are partnerships with senior level of government not come to fruition if policy like this wasn't supported today. So in closing, I'm encouraging council here to support this motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albert, and apologies for mispronouncing your last name off the top there. You have questions from Councillor Boyle, so Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm just wondering if there are particular projects you've been involved in that would have benefited from this, and what it would have meant in terms of time and cost and affordability. I don't know if... Go ahead.
Sorry. Sure. Sorry to have interrupted you there, Councillor. You can follow up with an additional question if you have. But in the current environment, construction costs are escalating at a fairly high rate each month. So in being able to forego a public hearing and if it cuts 6 to 9 to 12 months out of the process of getting a project to construction start, which I note on most Vancouver projects I work on, they famously take more time to get through rezoning permits than it does to actually build the actual building, if that means anything to folks thinking about it in that context. But it costs, a given project tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars when it takes that much longer because, it's not concrete dollars coming out of a budget, but it's basically increasing the cost of construction because something that would have cost, $20 million to build might have only cost 21 if it was able to go straight to a development permit versus one that goes through the whole rezoning gauntlet might end up costing $23 million. So there is maybe a consideration for just cost effectiveness of dollars here by making that work more expediently. In terms of this policy's impact on projects, it very much has a facilitating or chilling effect because frankly, when a nonprofit society, their staff and their board work with development staff, professionals like myself, and we look at different municipalities and are looking to determine which municipality is the best bet to try to propose a project on because, each project is an effort worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're going to make a bet on the municipality that is most likely to support your project, which other municipalities outside of the city of Vancouver in the past 5 years have, been ahead of the curve relative to Vancouver. And I wish that wasn't so because I consider Vancouver my lifelong home, and I think it needs to change.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Albert, for speaking today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll now move to Speaker 36. On the phone, John First.
It's John First. Thank you.
Thank you. That's much simpler. John, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your patience. I understand that public hearings are an important part of your job, but they do require tremendous patience. Diversity is important for the city. It's an important goal. It's important for us to maintain the diversity we have and to increase it. And co-op, not-for-profit, and social housing does provide housing for those with limited opportunities and helps us maintain Vancouver as a diverse city. It takes deep pockets and ready access to capital to bring projects through the city's planning process. And those who develop co-op, not-for-profit social housing often do not have the deep pockets nor the easy access to capital. This motion goes a long way to easing the difficulties of the current planning process for those developers. I support this process as a resident of Grandview Woodlands, and I hope Council supports it also. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Seeing no questions, just want to clarify something that happened before the lunch break. We had a chance to confer with the clerk's office, and I just want to clarify that there are no rules around members of the public referring to political parties, and as such, that would not fall within the definition of improper conduct. So just wanted to clarify that for the record. We're going to move to speaker number 37, Cherry White, who's on the phone. Cherry, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yes, my name is Cherie White. I am the principal and owner of a development company called Steadfast Developments in the downtown East Side. We are moving towards a all-female development company. We are a social justice land development company and has a holistic approach to housing. And in fact, we may even go as far to say that housing isn't really the problem in the downtown East Side, but rather poverty. And so we have been doing extensive research over the last couple of years around what are other successful revitalized neighborhoods that focus on what we think the real problem is of poverty. I am really excited to speak to Mayor and Council today about this motion moving forward. Our goal over the next 2 years is to increase affordable housing for women and families in the neighborhood. But that's not our only objective. That's only one of the 6 strategies that have been proven internationally in order to revitalize neighborhoods such as my neighborhood, which is another point for me. I live and I work in the downtown East Side. I've been living here for almost 20 years, and I've raised my 5 kids here. I know the urgency of getting affordable housing in my neighborhood firsthand, as I've had multiple times been unable to leave my doorstep because there are dead bodies that have overdosed in front, and I have emergency vehicles outside my personal door. As a developer, I know that we had actually planned for 10 stories, but to hear a 12-story affordable housing streamline for redevelopment permits would mean everything to me as a developer and as one who will be leading a team of experienced developers in order to revitalize the downtown East Side. So I just would like to say that as just about everybody else on this call, because I've been listening since it began, I too am in huge favor for moving this streamlining this redevelopment proposal for my neighbors who need it the most. And so I would just want to say I support this wholeheartedly as someone who knows firsthand the desperate need of my neighbors for affordable housing. Oh, the other last thing I wanted to say is that we are approaching this from a preventative model. We are not focusing on people that have, as Desmond Tutu says, already jumped into the river of poverty, but rather we're going upstream and stopping women and families from jumping in. If we continue to pull out those that have already lost hope, for those that are already living in tents, we will never end this systemic problem of poverty in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions from the chamber, we'll move on to speaker 38, Alexander Hemingway, who should be on the phone. Alexander, can you hear us?
Hi there. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we can. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name's Alex Hemingway. I'd like to speak strongly in support of the motion. I'm a senior economist at the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and a housing policy researcher. I published a report earlier this year on approaches to financing a large build-out of non-market housing, which is indeed badly needed in this city and province. And I published research on a range of other aspects of housing policy. On a personal level, I'm also a lifelong renter, and as of a few years ago, live in co-op housing. So I have that perspective on non-market housing as well. Vancouver and BC more broadly face a severe housing crisis and shortage, as we all know. One of the key reasons for that is the huge shortfall of non-market housing, which is in part a result of austerity-minded senior levels of government for a couple of decades until quite recently, largely abandoning their roles in financing affordable housing. But a second key cause of this housing crisis and shortage is municipal level roadblocks like exclusionary zoning, which effectively ban apartments on most of our city's residential land, talking about the RS and RT zones in particular here, and reserve it exclusively for low density, extremely expensive market housing, which can be built by right, with none of the hurdles faced today by non-market housing and apartments more generally. This is an incredibly destructive policy from an economic perspective. It reduces housing supply of this exclusionary zoning. It drives up prices. It causes displacement by steering new housing to existing apartment sites rather than underutilized low-density land. And it also, by forcing most new apartments to be located on arterial roads, harms the physical and mental health of renters. There's a tremendous amount of research on the effects of both air and noise pollution on physical and mental health. I live in a co-op on an arterial road and hear that noise pollution and breathe that polluted air every day. So I think the components of this motion that would open up those RS and RT zones to non-market housing are absolutely essential. And from a housing policy perspective, you as the city council have control of this very powerful tool of land use and zoning policy, arguably the single most important policy lever relating to housing creation. This motion is a really exciting opportunity to use that zoning power for good, to facilitate the provision of non-market housing, speed it up, reduce its costs, and lower its break-even rents. I would emphasize in supporting this motion that it's very important that in its final form in the report back that it must allow housing at adequate levels of density and floor space so that non-market housing projects are viable at break-even rents so they can actually get built, whether we do or do not have additional funding from senior governments, which is also important to push for, that the RS and RT parts of the motion do go ahead in this way. That's going to be some of the most viable land to build non-market housing at lower rents, and that this be done at scale to address the scale of the housing crisis we face and to address issues of spatial equity, as I alluded to earlier, in terms of the access for renters and residents of non-market housing to our RS and RT zones. I would just also add from an economic perspective that this housing shortage that we're facing, that this motion can help address, is a real drag on our city's economy. It's a drag on businesses from both a worker recruitment and customer-based perspective, that status quo of exclusionary zoning. So the steps that we would be taking away from that and adding non-market housing, really trying to bring this housing crisis under control, have important economic spin-off benefits as well. And the final comment that I would make, it was unfortunate to see the last council rejected this proposal. Real precious time and opportunities have been lost as a result of that delay, but I was very encouraged to see a majority of councillors endorsed this type of policy during the election, and that others, to their credit, are also now on board backing it with amendments. And I hope and trust that council will follow through with this policy today. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. You have questions from two councillors. First one is Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm just wondering if you can speak. You spoke to the city needing to do its part and the need for senior government funding. I'm wondering if you can speak to the timeliness or urgency of getting this done now in terms of what senior governments are now putting forward in terms of support for this type of housing.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great point and a great question. This is urgent on so many levels. The backlog of need for this housing is so enormous. And I would just start by emphasizing, as others have spoken to, it's very worthwhile to build non-market housing that will become gradually more affordable over time, even in the absence of that senior government funding. That's so important to do. But this particular moment where we see senior governments, particularly the provincial governments, signaling a willingness to add investment in non-market housing, it's just absolutely essential for the city to facilitate that right now and take advantage of this opportunity while that funding is flowing, but also to set the table for building non-market housing under all circumstances and setting the table for the future.
Okay, appreciate that. I had a question about public hearings too, but we sort of got to hear about it from a previous speaker, so we'll just say I appreciate your time.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate the work that you do and coming to speak to us, Alexander. My question is related to a point that you stated around the RT and RS zones, and specifically the RT zones being zones that perpetuate low density and expensive housing. I'm wondering if you have a perspective on the actual original intent and ongoing intent of the RT zones, especially ones like RT7, RT8 in Kitsilano and other neighborhoods, which actually took a single-family home lot and turned it into what in essence has been a 4-family, so 2, like a duplex in each one with a basement suite, because now you can have a laneway in each one too, so a lot more density. But the point is it retained the character of housing and added density and affordability at the time it was brought in, which was like almost 30 years ago. Are you saying that is now the kind of housing you want to see replaced?
I think we have some really, to your point, if I've understood you correctly, we have some really beautiful examples of dense use of land, single lot developments of apartment buildings going back 100 years or so. I live in Mount Pleasant, and before that lived in Riley Park. And, before the zoning policies were imposed, you see some really wonderful apartment buildings, often built on a single lot or a couple of lots. It doesn't have to be on a massive scale. And so, that's a real opportunity to return to those types of built forms where you can see, in many cases, you see examples popping up in other jurisdictions as well, building 12, 15 units on single family lots with relatively low heights as well. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity there. And that's going to be essential to make use of that land.
Yeah. And what about, those particular homes that I'm thinking about, and there are really a lot of them, especially in Kitsilano, do you provide, they aren't 16 units on a lot, but there's 5, and as I say, have been there for like 30 years, and they have retained the much older character homes. Is the retention of character homes at all of interest or concern to you?
Well, I think the way I would look at it is when we're all I think would agree that we have a tremendous shortfall of housing in the city, and the question is where are we going to build it and in what forms, and so it makes sense from my perspective to focus more of that development on the lowest density uses of existing land and in the wealthiest neighborhoods, those areas where we see a population decline and just tremendous underuse of land. And
Alex, I'll have to cut you off. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Just at time. But,
no worries.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
There's no more questions, so we will move on to speaker number 39, Michael Tan, who's on the phone. Michael, can you hear us? Michael, are you there?
Speaker 39 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 40 is on the line as well, hopefully. Colleen Hardwick. Colleen, are you there?
No, not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay. We'll come back to them. Speaker 41 is withdrawn. Speaker 42 Also on the phone, Shara Fisk. Shara, are you there?
Speaker 42 has withdrawn.
Withdrawn, okay. So speaker 42 is withdrawn. Speaker 43, Sarah Brown.
43 has withdrawn.
43 has withdrawn. Okay, how about speaker number 44, Nathan Edelson?
No, not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay. Speaker 45, Maureen Sharon. Are you on the line?
Yes.
Great. Maureen, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I'm getting tired of having to come and do this. First of all, I'm from Kitsilano, and the majority, because this is relevant to the topic, the majority of the people that I knew that had concerns, issues with the 7th and Arbutus site was not to prevent that kind of housing from being in the neighborhood, but because it suffered from so many concerns about how it was being set forth. And one of the things that I've seen in a communication that's come to me is, and from being at that, listening to that hearing, is how little prepared the staff were when it came to understanding all of the issues and parameters around it. And I hate to say this, but I think at one point somebody suggested that staff was not even aware that it was across from an elementary school.
Maureen, I understand the link you're trying to make.
So
gotta
why
make
I
sure
say
that
all
we're
that
on
is,
topic.
yes, no, but why I say that is this very disturbing to me about suggesting that staff should be in charge of making the decision. Is I see many, many aspects of what happened during that particular project that staff was not informed, that staff did not seem to be up to date on what the public input was, that it did not seem to have taken into concerns of the Sancta Maria House. And that's very disturbing to me, and that's one of the main things that I think I would like to see addressed before we suggest that we give more authority to staff, that the processes for how these things come together need to be reviewed and tightened up. And I on the same note, I was just looking at an email where there's 3 separate housing units within the planning department, and not sure that that's the most effective and efficient way for cross communication. So really my point is, I have real concerns about how that last project was handled by staff, and I would like to see all those concerns addressed. But the other most overriding thing is the definition of social housing. Nobody in a reasonable mind would think that 20 or 30% of a building makes a building social housing. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a real clear, precise, simple definition of what we mean. And then the motion that Councillor Boyle has brought forward might be considered, but I can't, in its current form, support it. So that's essentially it. I think there's process changes that need to happen, and I think the definition of social housing also needs a tremendous amount of work.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Maureen.
That's enough.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from here, we will move on to Speaker 46, Helen Brown, on the phone.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Can I just make a comment? And I don't know if this is a point of order, so I apologize. While I do understand the frustration of people that are calling in as to how processes are run, I do just want to make a point of saying, comments like staff weren't even aware that there was a school right across the site. I do find that it's an attack on our people, and I just want to put it out there that I don't think that's acceptable. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. Christine, or Councillor Boyle. Yep. Yeah, we'll just check into that for you. just a second.
Speaker 39 called in after he was called to speak. We'll go through the rest of the speakers, and the chair will call the missed speakers after we finish the list.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's fair. We can, if we could get Mr. Tan back on the line, he can go next, and Helen Brown can go after. Apologies, Helen, for just making you wait a few more minutes. Do we have Michael? Yeah, sure. So it'll just take a moment for us to get the speaker on the line. So please bear with us.
Hi, this is Michael.
Hi, Michael. Sorry about that issue there, but you have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Michael Tan here. Today I'm representing the Challen Society. I'm the Vice President. Our society was first incorporated in 1943. Since then, we've operated our society and provided housing in Chinatown. Our current and largest project since in 1971 houses about 100 residents in 81 units of low-cost rental housing to Chinese seniors in a culturally appropriate setting. One of the things that we've been trying to do over the last few years is actually develop additional housing on our existing lot. It's in the heart of, right on the edge of Chinatown at 325 Kiefer. That's Kiefer and Gore. And on our existing space, we've gone through a lot of hoops and hurdles, working with architects and consultants, with our aging board, of which, none of us are housing developers. But we want and have a vision to create 300 additional units of housing in a neighborhood that is sorely lacking and in culturally appropriate housing. And we continue to be frustrated with the many of the hoops and hurdles in terms of trying to get our project forward. So I'm calling in today just to speak very quickly to support this proposal that to enable city staff to really to empower them to move much more quickly to help societies like ours that are nonprofits trying to create affordable housing in these neighborhoods in a much faster manner, right? And that's why I'm calling in today.
Great. Thank you for the comments, Michael. No questions here, so we will go back to speaker number 46. Helen Brown on the phone. Helen, are you there?
I am.
Great. Sorry about that. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, no worries at all. So my name is Helen Brown, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. It's important that we move ahead with the actions outlined in this motion. Vancouver needs more housing that is affordable and stable and which is located across the city, not just in specific areas. I'm a resident, an academic librarian, and a parent with 2 small kids. And one of the biggest challenges that I've had living in Vancouver is trying to maintain a social circle and a support system, particularly since becoming a parent. When you have small kids, you need connections and community where you can provide support to each other, and it's even more important if you're far away from family or other connections. And we've built up lots of wonderful and close relationships with people, with dozens of families and individuals, and they all move away. And a huge part of that reason is affordability and not being able to find a safe, secure place to live. And this has especially been true for everyone we know who has kids. It's important that we make sure that this is a city that people can stay in and find a home in, and where people can live across the city in areas where they already have connections, daycare, work, school enrollment, healthcare, etc. We need diverse and vibrant communities, and that will come through changing the zoning and approval processes so that it's not so difficult to build these types of housing. In my neighborhood, single-family homes are constantly being torn down. In fact, I'm listening to the construction sounds from one right at the moment. And they're simply replaced with very large single-family homes. And it happens quickly and constantly and doesn't require public hearings. And at the same time, for co-ops and social housing, which is the type of housing that we most need, the process is much slower, and I see very, very little of it being built, and none of it in many parts of the city. We need to allow for social housing and make it viable in much more of our city. I also noticed that you'll be considering a motion related to childcare later. And there's other work happening, of course, like the increased rollout of childcare subsidies, the intent of providing more spaces, decreasing costs, and increasing access to childcare. And this is important, and it ties into affordability and access. But an immediate issue currently is that it's now very difficult to find early childhood educators in Vancouver, and existing daycares are struggling to stay open, including my child's daycare. You need qualified and caring people to provide those services, and even though these skills are in high demand in Vancouver, there's a shortage of ECEs, and I suspect that it's due to lack of housing and the prohibitive cost of rent. Vancouver has been expensive for a long time, but in the past couple of years, the increase in rent has been extreme. Just from what I've seen, it's now $2,000 to $4,000 a month or more for a two-bedroom apartment. This means that more and more people are experiencing housing insecurity and lack of a safe home, and this has a huge impact on the health and future of residents in Vancouver, as well as what our city looks like and who can be here. Housing is a basic need, and it's really important that we enable social housing so that it's not just theoretically possible, but so that it actually gets built. And I think that it will benefit every part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Seeing no comments, we will go to speaker number 47. Speaker 47 is on the phone. Karen Smith. Karen, can you hear us?
47 is not on the line. Oh, no, sorry, they've just joined.
Okay. 47, Karen Smith, can you hear us?
Speaker. One moment, we're just having a difficulty in the back. Number 47 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay, thank you. We'll come back to them. Speaker number 48 is William Dawson on the phone. William, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, William. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just calling in briefly to support this motion. I believe that Vancouver is in dire need of more and more affordable housing, and this bill would be a great way to achieve that, especially in terms of allowing more nonprofit and social housing, which, as mentioned by a previous caller, is exactly the sort of thing that we need the most. This bill will enable that construction to go ahead, and if it's for the construction we need, I will support it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, William, for your comments. Seeing no questions, we will go next to speaker number 49, James Cooper on the phone. James, are you there?
No speaker 49.
Okay. Speaker number 49 is not there. Speaker 50 is Sandra Ho on the phone. Sandra, are you there?
Not on the line.
Okay. We will go next to speaker number 51. Speaker's name is JC. JC, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have
Hello?
up to 5
Okay,
minutes.
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm opposed to this motion. I know there's many comparisons about why it's taking. There's no question about, yes, we need more social housing and more other types of housing that can accommodate lower housing needs. But when it comes to comparison, why does it take that long, much longer versus a single family home? And of course it is, because it is a significant change in use. You were talking about a change in one family, or two families, or three families now that you allow, to like multiple families up to 120 units. So of course, there has to be much more stringent application of rules and regulations, and not even to mention what the safety concerns and the engineering concerns behind that. So I think that is where the crux of the argument should be, is not why is it so easy, why could it be so hard? But it is supposed to be, and because it's going to affect many things in the neighborhood. I mean, if you're essentially putting, almost a whole entire school next to you, you want to know about that. The neighborhood has to know and has to sustain that kind of development. So that's why there's development rules and there's rezoning places required. Now, you also have to have the neighborhood involved because they do have to know about what's going to happen. And it seems that if you put that responsibility just on staff, it seems like you're abdicating your responsibility, like malfeasance on the civic responsibility that you councillors aren't able to, be the voice of the people to say, how is it going to affect that neighborhood? So I think that's one thing, is that we still have to have the engagement of the community and as well as civic leaders on this. The second thing is that you will also lose your leverage. If applicants come to you or developments come to you, you lose your leverage in saying, hey, do we have enough amenities in this area? Do we have enough community centers? Do we have enough schools and health facilities to facilitate this kind of multi-density on that area? The third thing is that I don't think that giving staff this responsibility is going to be able to get a total picture in terms of density and safety and environmental concerns that need to be addressed by the neighborhood if you allow this to happen. I totally am for multifamily housing, more affordable housing, but they do have to go through this rezoning process because there is a substantial change in use, and that has to be addressed. So for those reasons, I am opposed to this motion.
Okay, thank you for your comments, JC. No questions from the chamber, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 52 is Lauren Frederico on the phone. Lauren, are you there?
No, speaker number 52.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 53, Sean Patrick Finnan. Sean, are you on the phone?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sean Patrick Finnan. For the second time in less than 2 years, I'm calling to oppose this motion. Councillor Boyle is recycling a motion that failed only a year and a half ago when it only received 3 votes in favor. 2 of the councillors who voted in favor were voted out of office in the last election. On October 15th, Vancouverites overwhelmingly voted in favor of democracy over decision-making being driven by ideology. Contrary to the statements of some earlier speakers today, democratic process, like public hearings, are not a, quote, total waste of time. They are how citizens participate in decision-making processes in democracies. All Vancouverites recognize that we need more social and affordable housing, and I am in favor of reducing the barriers to building more of this kind of housing everywhere in Vancouver. But this motion also rolls in nonprofit housing. Supportive housing is a form of nonprofit housing. I ask Councillor Boyle to clarify her motion. Does it extend to low-barrier supportive housing projects with on-site common drug use rooms and no clinical support? The citizens of Kitsilano were afforded no meaningful opportunities for consultation on a 13th-story supportive housing project 20 meters from an elementary school and daycare. No one listened to the community's voices until the public hearing. Until this motion, there will be no public hearings. Under this motion, there will be no public hearings. Who is going to consult with the communities voluntarily listening to the citizens' input when it's no longer required? Unelected city staff, PR firms hired by the city? Are the opinions of the people who live here irrelevant? If a supportive housing building that allows open drug use and has no clinical supports goes sideways in a neighborhood, who will answer the community for approving it? Who will answer to the community? Not citizens elected, not citizens, elected municipal representatives. If this motion passes, staff have no accountability to the public, and therefore they do not have the same motivation as councillors to ensure that their decisions are made in the best intent of all Vancouverites. Neighborhood planning and the approval of housing in the city is a critical importance to the long-term quality of life for all residents. It is not a matter to be handed off to the unelected ideologies in the housing department simply because council has competing important priorities it must also address. There is no decision that has a longer-term impact in the city than a decision to construct a building. Such decisions must be made by those who voted to give decision-making powers on October 15th. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Sean. No questions from the chamber, so we'll move on to speaker 54. Is Marlene Wickham? Marlene.
Yes. Can you
hi.
hear me adequately? And I have slides.
We can hear you have slides. Okay.
Yeah, not too many.
Okay, great. Yes, we can see those. So you have up to 5
Okay,
minutes.
so-
Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Hi, I'm Marlene from Vancouver, and I oppose this motion as written. I have 2 jobs and children, and I made time to participate in this hearing by phone. I was not recruited to speak through an email generator. I do not work in the nonprofit industry or in the marketing of it. Next, slide 2, please. The ABC Majority Council already has a detailed housing plan, including a 2-year process to develop a long-term social and supportive housing plan, revising the Downtown Eastside Plan, and helping seniors age in place. Developing innovative housing models is work to be directed by elected council and not just be delegated to staff. Repeatedly, funding for affordable housing is brought up. In the Vancouver Sun, 3 approved co-op projects have been waiting 5 years for funding. William Azeroff just said this morning that he couldn't fast-track a 6-story building because 5 feet of it entered into the wrong zone. These are human error problems, not rezoning or public hearing problems. Please address the human error problem. Slide 3, please. Over the past 2 years, observing city processes, I see elements of dysfunctional planning structure. Vancouver is a kinetic being with multiple moving coordination for maximal efficiency, function, and business opportunities. My example here is the terminal subway station location. I believe it should have been at Burrard, a wide business-oriented street that leads to a potential 11,000 people at Senac and Wilson developments at the south end of the Burrard Bridge. I see potential for a bus loop here in the purple that could have connected these developments to a subway station in Burrard and vice versa, but this is not to be. Slide 4, please. Instead, there's a terminal station at Arbutus where there is no business development to capture thousands of transit passengers, no transit to take people to Fourth Avenue
sorry to
or the
interrupt
beach.
you.
Yeah, no,
Maureen.
I'm talking about design. I'm talking about design elements.
but you're talking
okay?
about Sanak, and we're talking about the motion.
Okay. This is about delegating, decisions for, design and placement to staff.
Okay, let's focus
this
on
is
that.
my
That would be
purpose is
great.
about that. Okay. This motion indirectly alludes to the West States and Arbutus rezoning hearing for its length and many amendments proposed by councillors. It was long because people felt not listened to by the city. Many amendments were proposed because councillors could tell that pieces were missing, and they were right. The elusive Memorandum of Understanding did not promise any specific services, demanded shelter rate housing, but did not exclude the possibility of mixed funding housing models to coexist in the same building, as brought up by Councillor Bly. This type of dialogue at a hearing and innovation of ideas would not have happened at a development permit stage. So a public hearing at the DP stage is not a substitute. A project is already a done deal. Slide 5, please. However, from this frustration, BC Housing actually listened to ideas from this hearing. Councillor Bly's suggestion for mixed funding models and housing types is being used in Victoria. Slide 6. This building has affordable and supportive housing, a community center, and a daycare. There is no limit on who can attend their Zoom sessions. Slide 7, please. However, even with a rapid housing plan without rezoning and with funding, this project won't house anyone until 2028, a 5-year wait. So what's going on here with government funding and rapid access? Don't blame the public hearings or a rezoning process. And for Councillor Boyle's comments about churches using their Dr. Julian Summers already spoke to the Catholic Archdiocese about that, so passionate he is about housing for the most vulnerable. In closing, Council, the problem with affordable housing is the money, how to secure the funding stream. There is a role here for Mayor Sim and the mayors of BC to get a new deal with the new BC Ministry of Housing and develop a model for direct funding. There is a role to get philanthropists to donate money towards housing for their own employees. The planning department needs to communicate better with the public, which means speaking in person, being more physically available. Put up satellite offices so planners can directly meet and talk to the public, much like Mayor Sim will place a satellite office in Chinatown. Problems are managed through better communication, not bigger obstacles. Please do not eliminate public hearings and do not support this motion as written. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Marlene. And sorry, I saw the picture of Sanak, but I realized you were talking about Arbutus and 7th after that.
Okay. Well,
That's why I got
was asking
confused.
for my slides to be moved along. But okay, could you go down to the slide that shows the Pandora then? That
Yeah.
building at Pandora? Because those are the last 3 slides.
We did see
Because
that
that's
one.
what's relevant there.
Yeah, we did see that one.
Pardon me?
We saw that one okay. I'm just explaining why I said Sanok when you were talking about Arbutus and 7th. So I just wanted to clarify that. So,
Okay, okay. That totally was just about, what I was saying. Vancouver is a kinetic being, that you have to look at multiple elements to see how things best fit into the picture. And when you're just thinking about housing, I just need to drop a building in one place. Well, that just doesn't work by itself. The city is dynamic. You have to look together. And I think that's a missing picture here, is the gestalt. And Councillor Kirby-Young has a degree
I'll
in
have to cut
psychology.
you off,
She knows what the
Marlene.
gestalt is
Apologies.
about.
We're at time. But thanks for your comments.
Yes, you're welcome.
We will move now to speaker number 55, Owen Brady, on the phone. Owen, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Meisner and Council. My name is Owen Brady. I'm a resident, and I'm really excited to support this motion. I don't think my encouragement is likely required here, as I know a large majority of Council has committed to supporting action exactly like this, but I've decided to subject you to my thoughts nevertheless. The system we have now is really bad. Spot rezonings are not city planning at all. They are a city reacting after they have failed to plan. Spot rezonings are necessary, but they should be the backstop when the planning system fails for unforeseen reasons, not the default means of allowing the city to grow. With respect to permitting nonprofit housing specifically, I think it's unconscionable in a worsening housing crisis to waste millions of dollars and the resources of BC Housing and many charities on a process that delivers no obvious benefit. I have watched a number of public hearings for spot rezonings. They create lots of acrimony in the community, are not an informed discussion because there is no back and forth, are not representative, much less equitable, and they come too late in the process to allow for major changes anyway. Every dollar that is spent on the rezoning process is a dollar that comes out of the affordability we desperately need. Perhaps worse, every delay and uncertainty is a chance that some social housing will not get built at all. So what does the alternative look like? The city can and should consult with the community in an informed, equitable manner that is not like public hearings. The city can work with BC Housing ahead of time to ensure that particularly sensitive projects will go in with the appropriate supports. I've participated in open houses and workshops from the planning department that were great. They know how to do it well. My frustration arises when little or nothing comes out of it. We should decide on rules through zoning bylaw changes to incentivize the types of housing we say we want. And for the sake of fairness, need, and flexibility, those rules should be the same everywhere in the city to the greatest extent practical. This action will, of course, not solve the housing crisis on its own. But zoning is the issue most firmly within the jurisdiction of city government. It would be hypocritical for Vancouverites to call provincial and federal funding insufficient if we are unwilling to stop wasting their money with arbitrary, long, and risky processes. It is completely unrealistic to expect that we can meaningfully address the housing shortage without action just like this. Furthermore, it is simply absurd to hold that putting individual nonprofit buildings on public trial can be part of an equitable consultation process. They are inherently inequitable. In summary, we need much more nonprofit housing, and this motion is an essential step in getting there. Please vote in favor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Owen. Seeing no questions, we'll now move to speaker number 56, Cheryl Grant on the phone. Cheryl, are you there?
No, speaker 56 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was the end of the list of speakers. We're now going to go back and see any speakers that we missed earlier that weren't available at the time. So speaker number 13 is Ryan Matthew Campbell on the phone. Ryan, are you there?
No, not on the line.
Okay, not on the line. Next speaker, speaker 18, James Tang on the phone. Are you there?
No.
Nope. Okay. Speaker 21, or sorry, 22, pardon me, Bryn Davidson. Are they on the line? Yeah. Oh, hi, Bryn, you're here in person. in real life. So
Here in real life, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to actually see you guys in real life.
There you go. So
Um,
nice to see you too. So you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay,
and
thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, earlier in the day, I was downstairs with staff at a multiplex workshop, and they're doing a really great job down there. I'm working on streamlining the housing. But I wanted to come up and I'm a designer and builder of houses. I don't build social housing, but I think there are some overlaps between the way we think about city planning. And the projects that I do, the single family houses and duplexes, they have an outright approval process with no public hearing, no CACs, no affordability requirement, no tenant relocations. And so we can go ahead and just motor ahead and do that. But when I occasionally work on something like a passive house 12-plex co-housing, it's years and years of process. And that stark juxtaposition of those two starts to drive me a little bit crazy. So I wanted to reflect on what we went through 13 years ago with the laneway house policy, when the city was looking at how to bring in a new type of housing and debating whether to do it as a pilot with public hearings and all this stuff, or to just make it something that was scalable. And at the time, they took the sort of bold decision to make it scalable, to make it outright, to make it as easy to do that laneway house as it is to do a mansion. And I think that allowed us to create a business, to put something in every little neighborhood across the city and have something that really added up to something. Whereas other municipalities have chosen the other route. They've made the choice to keep the public hearings and all of these other kind of things. And so the point of that is just that what we want to happen in this city is determined very much by the approval process. We can debate the design rules, but the process is really what's central to all of this. And so I hope that as we go forward, we can start to take the lesson that instead of debating every single individual project, we can have a robust public hearing about the policy. Debate the policy, the rules, don't debate the individual project. With laneway houses, we update it every 4 years or so. We update the design rules. We can put all those details in place and staff can manage those things. So I just really hope that as we weigh what our values are and how those are reflected in our planning process, that it's not just about putting $20 million single family houses on a platter and saying, here you go, and making everybody else jump through hoops. So I'm really excited that you're all here in whichever way this council goes. I hope that you can take those values forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bryn. You do have questions from Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead.
Hi, Bryn.
Hi.
I just wanted to explore that a little bit. Really appreciate your comments around process and public hearings and the role of debating policy and not necessarily individual projects. I'm just curious if you could comment on, we've heard a number of people speak today about concerns that it's undemocratic to go down the path of eliminating the process around this work and delegating authority. And can you offer your perspective? You work in this sector. I don't expect you to be an expert in legislation and statute.
Yeah. No, I mean, every city draws a line between where they're going to require public hearing. And if you're redeveloping an entire block or a whole neighborhood, I understand needing that. If you do a single family house, we've decided, okay, we don't have to have a public hearing for that. We can decide where to put that line, but there will be public hearings about the design rules and about the process and all sorts of things about that. So it's not like we are cutting out the democracy. We are just changing the feedback cycle in terms of how that happens. And through doing that, you allow businesses like us to come in and create something innovative, work on low carbon, low affordable, all this very interesting things that we really want to be doing instead of slogging through, layers and layers of process. But it's definitely not removing the democracy. It's just putting it at a different stage of the project.
Right. So it goes back to your laneway example of that being debated as a policy, but you don't come in for an individual rezoning for a laneway anymore.
No, and we never did in Vancouver, which is why Vancouver's became the model for most of the rest of North America. In California, they took that model and took it statewide, and it's become one of the most important housing policies.
Okay.
So I think it's critical.
No, it's really helpful, and thanks for coming in today.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in, Bryn.
Thanks.
Okay, now we will go back to the list of speakers that weren't on the line or not present earlier. So next speaker is speaker 25, Elaine Perry.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 29, Ricardo Ortolone.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 31, Megan Taylor.
Not on the line.
Speaker 34, Jennifer Bradshaw.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 40, Colleen Hardwick.
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 44, Nathan Edelson.
No.
Thank you. Speaker 47, Karen Smith.
Not on the line.
Number 49, James Cooper.
I'm here.
Oh, James, okay. Mixing things up.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so
Alrighty.
so you have up to 5 minutes, so you go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to set up my timer here. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for this opportunity to speak. I will be speaking in opposition to the proposal. I think the purpose of rezoning is first and foremost to advise the public, and mostly the people who live in the area where they'll be impacted the most. And that's the whole point of the rezoning. It's like there's a proposal of something that doesn't fit within the rules of the area. And those are the rules that set really the whole fabric and tenure of the neighborhood or the commercial precinct. So what do? So you change the rules. And when you change the rules, that has to be clearly communicated to the public. I'm not saying that you can't do a rezone project and redo it well, but you have to do it in a way that's entirely transparent, that you are changing the rules, and there has to be demonstrable benefits to the neighborhood. So, I mean, if you were to make a 12-story building in a 4-story neighborhood, chances are very good that people will notice it and people who live there will be impacted. It's extremely important that they're informed about it in a totally transparent process that's free, absolutely free of the potential of, any charges of improprietary behavior or anything like that. I think that's part of our stance, that a democratic government has to be transparent like that. So how do you inform people? I think that the public hearing process is the right way. I don't think it's right to say that, hey, we can make the rezoning process incredibly faster by eliminating the public hearing. I think there's great value to that, and the rezoning process, it takes whatever time that they'll take. The development permit boards that are erected on properties just don't cut it. They're insufficient to tell people what's going on, and since what's going on or what's being proposed is different enough that it has to you have to change the rules. To have staff make or the decisions on that, I think is problematic. I think staff are talented and well-trained people, but no amount of training can give you the scope and depth of the opinions, and oftentimes expert opinions, that come from a public hearing. Being an architect, I was pronounced by a former client as being an expert in everything. This makes you feel good, but then you realize that the problem with that attitude is that you do overlook some things and you just don't see the full scope of the situation. And those are the things that the people living in the area will tell you. So in conclusion, I'll just say that, general conformance to guidelines for density and height, and that's being proposed in the rezoning, well, that's just not good enough in terms of having a public and a council oversight. I think how you design is very important. And that, and along with the transparency that you have in a public hearing, those are critical in approving any rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next speaker that we didn't get to previously. So that's speaker number 50, Sandra Ho. Is Sandra on the line?
Speaker 50 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 52, Lauren Federico.
No, not on the line.
Federico. Okay. Speaker 56, Cheryl Grant. Hi, Cheryl. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Great. So we can hear you loud and clear, and you have up to 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Grant, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I previously spoke to council as the spokesperson for the Kitsilano Coalition. Today, I'm speaking independently as a local resident. This motion before council within your first month of a new council should not be occurring. The community spoke clearly a year ago to council, and council declined the motion. The other thing about this motion is it doesn't provide clarity, and several speakers have already asked the question, does this include supportive housing that includes open drug consumption sites? That is very important for council to clarify. The minority on the council is pushing an agenda that is not wanted by the current voters of Vancouver, as was shown in the recent election of October 15th. The reason I decided to call in today is that I just learned about this. I do not even have a prepared speech. I'm speaking as a citizen that is surprised that this has occurred, and that again within the first month before council having the opportunity to work with the city staff, understand how they have been supporting and working with the citizens, and also ensuring best practices are in place. Council oppose this motion and come back and review it in 6 months if you believe it's the right thing to do. Answer the questions that you may have as well as the community has. I am going to quickly speak to the example that I went through supporting with the Arbutus and 8th Avenue rezoning. When I first received the first literature from BC Housing within 2 blocks of living within the site, it actually stated that this was social housing with amenities that would include potentially a child care facility. I was very supportive of that, and I actually called BC Housing to provide my feedback as a former board member of the Boys and Girls Clubs. I thought, what an excellent opportunity for our community and to bring services for various families together. During that call, I was informed, well, it's just an example. In fact, that is slated for a drug consumption site. That is deceiving to the community. I then worked with the various members of the staff, including reading the urban design panel that stated not to follow the traditional bylaws of development and construction, but to use them as a guideline, basically stating do not follow the bylaws of traditional construction. And we've seen that in the development, and it's outrageous because city staff are directing what should not be occurring, which is breaking of the bylaws that should be held to everyone. And I just want to state as well that during that process, I read the Community Advisory Committee report, of which a lot of problems came to local communities because they weren't advised of what was occurring, including feces and needles break-ins, and even the city staff stated, it's not our mandate. They left that for the community to deal with. Council, you are currently dealing with the downtown east side as well as Chinatown and the feedback of the community. Our citizens have supported you to make the right decisions for Vancouver, and this motion failed previously. Sarah Kirby-Young voted against basically this motion previously, as well as the Arbutus one, and stated clearly that the citizens should be heard and involved in these decisions. If the city staff had followed the proper protocol in place, which is to engage the community, hear feedback, make modifications, and ensure it matches with the local community, we could have success. And that's what I heard repeatedly from people coming forward with great ideas, ensuring all voices are heard. And Women Transforming Cities is said to be inclusive of voices in the city. Well, that should include all Vancouverites, including those who are opposed to this motion. And again, I go back, Council, oppose this motion and come forward when you have had time to evaluate the staff, the process, and ensure that any decisions being made are the right ones for the short term and the long term of Vancouver. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. I don't see any comments or questions from council, so thank you for your comments today. That is the end of our speakers list, and I just want to thank everybody who spoke to council today, either on the phone or in person. Now we will move to discussion. So, council, is there any discussion? If there is, please add yourself to the queue. Okay, Councillor Fry, you're first on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just, this is, obviously this, as some of the speakers have alluded, this is a motion that came to us before, and I did not support that original motion, primarily because of the challenges. And as I recall, on 3 occasions, I did attempt to amend that motion to address some of the serious concerns around tenant protections that weren't addressed, because as the tenant relocation and protection policy outlines, as soon as that property is owned by de facto social housing, folks lose their protections for compensation based on the duration of their life there, and recognizing that new social housing is considerably more expensive than a lot of the affordable market housing that are being targeted in these areas. That was a big concern for me, losing affordable housing. So I was very grateful to work with Councillor Boyle in crafting an amendment that addressed those concerns that I had in the original motion, and having the councillor include that in this motion. So with that, I'm very happy to support this motion. I think I was struck by the comments from Mr. William Azaroff from Brightside Housing around the fact that when we had passed this original motion for 6 stories to bypass the rather onerous process, we thought this would really deliver for opportunities to build 6-story wood frame social housing. So to hear that they were unable to build their French Street property by a discretionary amount of 5 feet beyond the prescribed height is shocking and incredibly disappointing, especially when he added a $4.5 million price tag and lost opportunity cost that went to that. So I think this is, and this is a profound illustration of the urgency of this, and that delays to achieving these goals come with a real cost. So with that, I am supporting this motion, and again, thanks to Councillor Boyle for working with Councillor Carr and I to achieve some of those concerns that we had in the original.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I too will echo the point raised in conclusion by Councillor Fry about the willingness of Councillor Boyle to work with Councillor Fry and myself in terms of changing elements of the motion from what it had originally been last term to the current form, and in particular for me, the incorporation of protection of tenants in the case that they may be displaced by development is absolutely critical. I also feel that the strength around incorporation on a priority basis of this work into the Vancouver plan is really important, because that the Vancouver plan does anticipate coming forward within the next number of months to re-engage the public on details around housing. Choice of housing in every neighborhood was a very strong outcome of the first phase of the Vancouver plan, so that everybody has a choice of a form of housing that is affordable to them in every neighborhood of the city. And I think this motion by Councillor Boyle would enable, when it's actually implemented, which would be done through due process and through a public hearing as well, which is a key part of this motion. I think is going to lead to an outcome that people put at the top of their list for the Vancouver plan in terms of the livability and affordability of Vancouver. I also just want to note that that there's been very strong public support for this motion coming forward. I did keep track. There's over 450 emails that we received in support, and in terms of the speakers, it was 33 in support to 7 not in support. So I think we have some strong indication of support for this moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Chair, I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Okay, we will move to the amendment queue, so please add yourself to the queue. And Councillor Klassen, you have the floor for up to 5 minutes.
Very much. So today we heard from dozens of people who are frustrated with the lack of housing choice, the high cost of housing. Comments were made that quality of life and mental health are directly impacting the lives of Vancouverites thanks to the high cost and the lack of ability of housing, and I think there's no disputing this. What we heard regularly from residents and stakeholders, and what we've heard from people today and broadly, is that getting housing built in a timely manner is a huge challenge, and not just here in our city. And as someone who is able to negotiate the creation of new nonprofit housing that is anticipated to have up to 50% of residents at rents geared to their income, I have an appreciation for the work that goes into creating partnerships across several groups, including local government, to make this kind of housing possible. The overall goal of creating the conditions to allow the construction of more nonprofit, co-op, and social housing is laudable and one that I support. However, I think we must do this within the context of policy work that is already in motion here, including the years of work creating the Vancouver plan. So therefore, I would like to speak slightly to this motion, just with the idea that the intent here is to capture the essence of what has been brought forward by Councillor Boyle, and with the idea that we will work on expediting the creation of this kind of housing that is more affordable, with the idea that it would be something that would fit somewhat hand in glove with work that's already been completed on the Vancouver plan. And I think there are some important considerations that have been added into Section E, which also just talks about what the levels of densification might happen with regards to impacts on infrastructure for sewer, water, and tree canopy, and so on. So I bring the amendment forward for the consideration of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Speaking to the amendment, I have a couple of comments and observations, and I'm going to start by saying that I think that enabling nonprofit and co-op housing, for example, is the most important and critical type of housing in the city. We need to deliver that. I think we actually need to expedite all housing, and we have some cumbersome regulations and processes that are causing delays on housing delivery. That impacts affordability across the spectrum, including rental, but obviously particularly egregious in nonprofit. And I'll also say that I believe that the nonprofit ownership is the path to providing the deepest affordability over time that we can gain in the city. And that's really the biggest gap that we have as we have increasing disparity between cost of housing and incomes in the city. I will say that I think with respects to the context of this, that I noted in the original motion as it was presented by the mover that it speaks to bringing forward recommendations. I think that the amendment asks for a little bit in terms of analysis to better understand the implications of making some of these changes, but does sort of affirm Council's commitment to this being the most significantly needed form of housing. I also wanted to reference the fact that there's ongoing work in here, which is really important around the Vancouver plan and getting us towards an OCP, because Vancouver is, I think, one of the only municipalities in Metro Vancouver that does not have an official community plan. And the reason that often public hearings are very contentious is because there is no predictability for neighborhoods in terms of what density is going to be coming into their neighborhoods, what is allowed, and what the expectations are. And so the goal before the end of this term is to get to an OCP that provides that level of predictability, in the scope of both the Vancouver plan. The OCP contemplates laying that out across the city. That's what the Vancouver plan was intended to do. And there was a previous amendment made by this council and members sitting around this table to look at expediting nonprofit housing. So some of this work has already been done, I think contextually, just to kind of understand that the framework has been laid there. The question is making sure that we do that in a way that provides that balance of housing choices across the continuum for everybody. So really here, I think this is just about ensuring that the report that comes back to council provides some additional framing and context for making that decision to ensure that it's a good evidence-based decision. It's going to achieve the desired outcomes of reducing costs for nonprofit housing, getting the housing delivered more quickly for the people and the residents that need it, but it's not going to have unintended consequences. And so, for example, to Councillor Fry's comments earlier, and I share them with respects to renter protections, the other thing that potentially I've heard from a couple of folks in the space, nonprofits, is that if those requirements are too onerous, on the one hand, you protect tenants, but then you could impact potentially the affordability of the project. And as a councillor, I want to know the trade-offs on those so that we can make a good call and decisions with respects to any changes to the TRPP, for example, and pulling that piece out. So I think that the amendments are thoughtful in giving council full and good information to look at it and to understand how it's going to fit in with that work that we can get away from in general this term. If it were to push, for example, us getting towards an OCP and giving the predictability to not just all the neighborhoods, but to nonprofits within the 4 years, I'd want to understand that trade-off too, so that we can get to kind of honestly quicker delivery of housing. The last thing I'll say is that I think that this entire conversation is dealing with fixing a symptom of a problem versus the solution. And the symptom is that our regulations are complex and our rezoning and permitting, our rezoning and development processes, I should say, take too long. And so what we should be doing is fixing those. And what we're doing is saying, okay, it's taking too long, it's not working, so we'll just omit it. And therefore it'll make it faster, but we actually have to fix the issue. That's what, so I think that symptom versus problem piece is pretty salient to note. But for that reason, I'm looking forward to getting sort of a fulsome report back so that we can make some good decisions when it does come back to council. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will admit that the extent of red text on this amendment made me panic at first that the whole thing was being kneecapped a bit, and I appreciate having had a moment to read through the details of it. And while I won't be supporting the amendment, I don't think it's needed. And my major concern is adding an additional level of report back that could certainly serve to delay implementation at a time when what we continue to hear from residents is about the need to act urgently at the scale of the housing crisis. And unfortunately for us as a newly elected council, I think we have inherited an even worse crisis because of inaction over previous councils. And so in some ways it is incumbent upon us to act even more quickly because not enough has been done for years before us. And so that's my concern in adding another layer of report back. I think the questions asked here are fair and fine, and are questions staff would look at anyway, but certainly fine to be naming them so specifically. And like I said, while I kind of panicked initially with the length and extent of this amendment, I want to acknowledge that it doesn't dramatically alter the goal here. And so I can appreciate, I do really appreciate the shared commitment to this approach. And we heard that from so many speakers and experts that this is an appropriate direction that we be going in. So not thrilled that this will slow it a bit, but in the spirit of all working together, my larger interest is that we do get it done. And I hope this, even if it slows it a little, keeps us moving in a direction that I wish had been moved in 10 years ago, and that I hope we, in the course of our term, act on urgently. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
I'm afraid I won't be as charitable in my rejection of this amendment. I think that what jumps out at me immediately is that there's absolutely no timeline in this amendment. And so this effectively shuffles this entire work into kind of nowheresville. I note that my colleagues here have a pretty aggressive agenda of motions that they're hoping to move forward, and they include timelines on theirs, but this imparts a significant amount of report back and no absolute timeline. So I worry that this is not affecting the change that we need. That is the impetus for this, and in fact, is to move past that William Azeroff trap where they're $4.5 million with a year in delay because of 5 feet. I do also want to reflect that there's, and I appreciate that there are that the counselor is a new member, but much of this work has been addressed in previous council reports, specifically around the definitions of social housing. That was addressed in a memo from March 5th, 2021. And further, a lot of the mechanics of this for the 6th story was addressed in the staff report, RTS 14181 from March 1st, 2021 from Diane Garrison, that really outlined why we're looking at this kind of an approach to, and what it means for staff to, I forget what the clarifying question was, but what it means for staff to approve these. And I will ask, actually, because I do note that when we had this motion and I attempted to add some amendments, I was challenged on points of order that it was perhaps frivolous by members of the then NPA council. So I'm going to ask the chair to rule on this amendment under 8.7F, dilatory and frivolous, specifically with reference to the further that D. And I will add that when I was challenged on a point of order for my amendments, it ruled the entire amendment out of order by virtue of one clause. So specifically asking the chair to rule on D, the report back on the revised definition of social housing under 8.7F, frivolous or dilatory.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Fry. I will need to recess so I can confer with staff on that and get back to you. So we will recess. and rule that this motion and point is in order because we've reviewed it, we've reviewed the substance of it, and don't believe that it's frivolous or dilatory. And we'll continue to discuss the amendment, speakers. So Councillor Fry, did you have other comments on the amendment? Oh, we can turn it on for you. There we go.
I'm even contemplating challenging the chair on this because, in fact, I was ruled out of order in almost the exact same context on this motion in 2021. But in the interest of moving things along and recognizing that we have a very different council and a different construct here, I'll let this go. I do feel that this, in the absence of any date, effectively does vanquish this motion to Nowheresville. And I don't imagine we'll see any results from this anytime soon, but I would be happy to be pleasantly surprised, noting that a lot of this material has been covered in previous memos and by staff. So.
Okay. I'll just add as well that some of the advice that we received is that this is a new council and we are entitled to make decisions and not be fettered by, decisions or actions of previous councils. So thank you for your comments. We will move to Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment, thank you, Chair. I will not be supporting the amendment. The main reason I will not be supporting the amendment, although I did also find that it was, I was tempted to raise a section around it being frivolous as well, especially due to just rewording that sort of said the same thing, but in different words, which I think is not necessary at this point. Like, just cut to the chase if you're doing an amendment, in my mind, and make substantive changes, not necessarily wording changes. But the reason I won't be supporting is that because I believe that the amendment weakens the motion, and specifically, I'll mention that in the original language by Councillor Boyle, it talked about prioritizing the work in the Vancouver plan. The amendment by Councillor Klassen recommends for how could potentially be prioritized. Councillor Boyle's language talks about changes to the TRP policy. Councillor Klassen talks about potential changes to the TRPP policy. Regarding the changes again to the TRPP, Councillor Boyle's language is for financial compensation versus Councillor Klassen's potential options for such changes. In a public hearing, Councillor Boyle's motion talks about referring it directly to public hearing. Councillor Klassen give consideration to referring it to public hearing. Plus, as I said, no timeline. So I think that those kind of words that aren't as clear and direct in giving direction to staff, for me, are the most meaningful reasons why I cannot support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be plain. Politics is about the art of the possible. This motion has come to council twice before, and it has not succeeded. We've taken under consideration, and we found a way of getting this over the line. My view is that this is, despite the nuanced language that we have in here, the intent is clear. So what I would like to, first of all, do is if the concerns that raised by Councillor Fry are very important, we should note that the original motion from Councillor Boyle does have language that directs in that one, and this is only a very slight amendment to that. But if it is a concern, we can certainly amend this amendment if so desired. I'm not asking you to do that, but I just want to put that forward as an offer to try and make sure that this does receive support from my colleague beside me here. But ultimately, I think what we are trying to do here is to try and create conditions for the kind of housing that is being asked for in this motion. I heard the comments as well that Councillor Fry made regarding this seemingly sort of pushing things down the road. That's a question that I would certainly be interested in asking the city manager through the chair as to timing on some of the recommendations that are being put forward here. So my question to the city manager through the chair is looking at this amendment, how long do you think some of the things that we've put forward here, or I put forward here, are going to delay this this motion?
Thanks, through your Chair Meisner. So I think staff have looked at the motion and understood kind of what the work implications are. We would be anticipating, subject to other direction from council, to incorporate this into the work that's already underway around Vancouver Plan implementation, Broadway Plan implementation, the TRPP work, and so on. So that's how we would be proposing to proceed with this, is that this direction would inform that work and would be part of what we would be bringing back as outcomes of those different work programs. I think, so that's currently what we're anticipating. So it's hard to give you a specific answer because it impacts such a broad spectrum of effort that's already underway.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing here is that this will overlay with existing work. It achieves the goals and has, from the original motion, Councillor Boyle has expressed some satisfaction with where this is. Again, us being me being conciliatory on the idea of the specific language about the definition of social housing, I think we have a possibility of unanimous support for this motion here, and that's why I'm appealing to my fellow councillors to try and get behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, quick additional point. I just want to say two things. The most important thing that we can be doing is talking about the best policy to move forward on nonprofit housing. And there's a lot of goodwill in this chamber and around this table to do that. I don't want to get into politics on it. I do want to note that the original motion spoke to the definition of social housing, as Councillor Klassen said. That was not introduced in the amendment. It was already there. The other thing, with respects to just keeping the conversation level set and honest and real, is that there was a conversation around timeline. The original motion, if we feel this great sense of urgency, has no timeline in it either in order to come back. So again, I think everybody's really willing to get to the best policy to deliver the housing we need the most in the city, which is nonprofit. So I'm hopeful that we can focus on that and not get into politics, and we can debate the actual merits of the motion, because I think we're segueing off of that, and that's not what residents need. What they need is for us to roll up our sleeves and work together to figure out how to get this housing built better, cheaper, and faster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else. No, we have Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, just on the subject of timing, I just want to reflect that my comments were really around the notion that this layers on a significant amount of reporting back that wasn't contemplated in the original motion. So it does impart timing. And I will note that the rest of the motions that we have coming forward from the majority on this council do contemplate very specific timelines. Report back for body-worn cameras by 2024, report back on childcare by February 2023, report back on age-friendly by Q1 2023. So I think that there are members on this council that are acutely aware of the need to establish timelines. I don't see that in this amendment. And so I stand by my assertion that this really just does kind of kick it down the road and doesn't give any kind of real commitment to the myriad of additional layers that have been added to this. So I'll leave my comments at that and why I will continue to vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to the vote on the amendment. So Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. And Council, if you could please register your votes. Okay, the motion carries, or the amended motion carries. We have 3 councillors in opposition. Oh, sorry, the amendment, pardon me, the amendment carries. We have 3 councillors in opposition: Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Bly was absent. Okay, we will now return to the main queue. So if you'd like to speak, please add yourself to the main queue. We are going to hear from Councillor Klassen. Please go ahead.
Just very briefly, thanks very much. Again, expressing my support for the direction, and as Councillor Kirby-Young succinctly put it, let's get it done more quickly, cheaper, and get it ready so people, we can create this kind of housing because they need it. So thank you very much. I have no further comment.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I had, as everybody noted, voted against the amendment, and for the reasons that I stated, that I felt that the language was far less instructive, direct, and instead delayed and contemplated and considered things, and I am worried. However, it's going to come back to council, and we'll have the opportunity, staff will bring back considerations. We'll have the chance to vote it. I want that opportunity to have it come back to council and see those changes. Given that, that I think the work that this is directed towards, which is making sure that we get housing done in a more expeditious way that is indeed affordable, especially the fact that co-op social housing, nonprofit housing is really the most affordable housing that we have in this city, and we need more of it. And there was a great deal of support for it in the first consultations in the Vancouver plan. I will, in the end, vote for this motion as amended.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Again, disappointed with the amendment having succeeded in no defined timeline for this additional work, but moving on, that doesn't leave much reason to not support this motion as amended. I do think that we need to see how we can get housing online faster for folks. Do recognize that this does not meet the need, and we still have that challenging issue of how we define social housing and housing affordability when the HILS rate, which is the housing income limits defined by the province of British Columbia, is so out of sync with the median income for an individual in the city of Vancouver, and recognizing that 39.5% of housing stock in Vancouver is single person housing. So there's a lot of work to be done there, and I appreciate that there's possibly an opportunity for us to advocate further for more support from senior governments, as was alluded to by some of the speakers. And that is, I think, a critical imperative for us to do. Yeah, I just, I do worry that in the absence of a timeline, this may not come to fruition anytime soon. But I do support the work, and hopefully we see some kind of movement in this direction. I do also just want to reflect on that, and it is really sticking with me, William Azarov's comments about the 5-foot discretion. And I hope that staff are hearing these comments and hearing my frustration, and I believe it's probably something shared by everyone on council, that a social housing project, an affordable housing project by a known operator like Brightside that does provide deeper affordability than many of our developers, would be hamstrung by a matter of 5 feet. That is 60 inches that threw off an entire project and cost them $4.5 million. That's a big, yeah. Anyway, I really hope that that's something that we can take away and maybe work on a little bit better.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. As I said, I too am concerned about delays, but alongside that, I'm very appreciative of Council's general support for this approach. I want to say thank you to the many, many speakers we heard from today, and in particular to many co-op and nonprofit housing providers, developers, residents, leaders who have met with me over a number of years now to keep shaping the type of proposals like this and changes that we need to be making at the city in order to make it faster and easier to build the housing that we need, and for us as a city to reduce the barriers, every barrier that we can, so that housing can get built, so that people can live in safer, cleaner housing in Vancouver, so people can have stability and continue to call Vancouver home, so people can live close to the places they work, close to parents or grandparents, close to faith communities, close to friends and communities. That is so important to the health and well-being of residents across our city, and housing is such a central piece of all of those. And like I said in introducing this motion, there is no silver bullet, but this is a proposal that has the support of experts in the sector who know what it will take and who have been working within and bumping up against these barriers for many years. And they are our best partners in helping smooth out that process to build the housing that we need and the city that we want. So grateful for the support here. There is, of course, going to be a number of steps after this to still make sure that this actually gets implemented in as urgent a way as possible, because all of us continue to hear from people who are one paycheck away from being pushed out of their home, who are making life and family decisions based on the insecurity of their housing. And those folks need us to be making decisions a lot more quickly and to be enabling this housing a lot more quickly. So I will continue to push that we speed this up so that we build the housing we need. But for now, I'm appreciative of this support and celebrating what sounds like a unanimous vote on this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. We will now vote on the amended motion. And clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and if everybody could please cast their votes. Yeah, on the screen, if possible, that would be great. So this is the final motion as amended that we will be voting on the screen. So if we could go to the voting panel. Or do we need to scroll through it all first? We'll just scroll through it first, and then we'll do our vote. Yeah, that's Councillor Carr. Mm-hmm. For the public, though? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we can go to a vote. That's a good point. Thank you, Councillor Carr. So we'll go to the voting panel. Please cast your vote. And the amended motion carries unanimously. Councillor Bly is absent, but that's a unanimous vote in support. And that concludes item 7 on today's agenda. The next referred motion is item 8, establishing fixed rate community amenity contributions, or CACs, for low rise or medium rise projects citywide. Members motion B3, introduced and moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung and seconded by Councillor Boyle. And we will now hear from speakers on this motion. And our first registered speaker on this motion, item 8, is Grace Parker, speaker number 1, on the phone. Grace, are you there? Grace, do we have you on the phone? No, there was a quick transition.
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Let's try speaker number 2, Jason Williams. Jason, are you on the line?
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Brendan Davison is speaker number 3. He was here in person earlier, but I don't see him. We'll just come back to Bryn at the end. Speaker number 4 is withdrawn. Speaker number 5 is also withdrawn. Speaker number 6 is Colleen Hardwick on the phone. Colleen, are you there?
No, not on the line.
Thank you. And speaker number 7, Russell Wong. Are you on the phone, Russell?
Hi, Peter. Yes, I'm on the line.
Hi, nice to hear from you again. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Russell Wong. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad to see this initiative to move to fixed CAC fees. when rezoning for low-rise and mid-rise housing projects. The current process where the city negotiates with the developer to take 70 to 80% of the increase in land value whenever rezoning land is time-consuming, uncertain, and non-transparent. Switching to a fixed fee per square foot would be much simpler and faster. A further suggestion from economists Thomas Davidoff and Sir Somerville would be to combine the fixed fee with a target. A target would be the total amount of additional residential space per year. You adjust the fee a couple of times a year to meet the target. If you're getting too few development applications, you lower the fee, like a spring sale to reduce inventory. Or if the rate of development is too high, you raise the fee. The fee then basically acts like a brake pedal on development. The higher it is, the fewer projects are economically viable. This gives council a flexible way to control the overall rate of development. I would also add that this fits nicely with ABC's initiative to streamline the permitting process. The more that the city is able to speed up permitting, particularly the risk of unexpected delays, the more developers will be willing to pay for CAC fees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell. That is the end of the list of our speakers. So I'm just going to go back and go through the speakers that weren't available just a few moments ago. We'll go back to speaker number 1, Grace Parker on the phone. Grace, are you there?
Just one moment, Chair. I'm checking with the
Oh, sure.
folks.
Yeah.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 2, Jason Williams on the phone. Are you there?
No, not on the line.
And Bryn Davison, don't see Mr. Davison in the room. 4 and 5 were withdrawn. And speaker number 6, Colleen Hardwick on the line.
No, not on the line.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks to Russell for speaking to council on this item. Council, is there any discussion on this motion? Please add yourself to the queue if so. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to say I've appreciated the discussion earlier and some of the questions that were posed around this. I think that we're all working towards delivering housing more effectively and efficiently. And whether it is rezoning processes, completing duplicate or complex regulations, long-time development permit processing, or any of those types of delays, or whether it's extended negotiations with respects to CACs, they all add time, and time adds money to housing. And we're seeing that in an environment of increased inflation, escalating construction costs, and I think critically the notion of predictability so that housing providers can plan to deliver that. So that level of predictability is important. I think particularly for the low and medium rise that are becoming more commonplace as a building form. We had a speaker earlier that spoke about laneway housing, which is now sort of an accepted typology. We're starting to see that same with respects to the low-rise apartment buildings. And as I had mentioned earlier, this still leaves for significantly large sites and projects the ability for the city to negotiate appropriately to ensure that the appropriate level of funding is derived for CACs to support those community amenities and livability. But what this does is will streamline the process, and that's time is money when it comes right down to it. So I'm hopeful that we'll see a really strong support around the table for this one. And I appreciate council's consideration. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue, we'll now move to a vote on this motion. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and if everybody could please cast their vote. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, that concludes item 8 on the agenda. Just one moment. Sure. We're just going to take a short recess for about 5 minutes, just because callers are going to need some time to call in to speak on the next item. So we will return in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thanks for your patience there. And we've got quorum, so we're going to get started again. We are going to move now to item 9. Item 9 is the next referred motion, reviewing Vancouver's age-friendly action plan and aligning with the WHO's Age-Friendly Cities Framework. Members' motion B4, introduced and moved by Councillor Klassen and seconded by Councillor Dominato. And we will now hear from speakers on this motion. And our first registered speaker is Jonathan Matthews. And Jonathan, can you hear us okay?
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Not on the line? Okay. Sorry, one moment here. I see my list. I think I might be missing that page from the speakers list for some reason. Yeah, it's not in this email for some reason. Oh, sorry. No, my fault. Never mind. Apologies. Okay, so speaker number 1 not on the line. Speaker number 2 is Terry Lake on the phone. Terry, are you there?
I'm here, Councillor Meisner. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for joining us, Terry. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to present just a little bit about our organization. BC Care Providers Association is the leading voice for BC's continuing care sector. Our growing membership includes over 450 long-term care, assisted living, and commercial members across the province. And through our operating arm, Engage BC, the organization also represents independent living and private pay home health operators. And I act as the CEO for the organization, and happy to see my colleague, Councillor Mike Klassen, who worked with us for many years at the table there. Our members support more than 19,000 seniors annually in long-term care and assisted living settings, and 6,500 independent living residents. Also, our members deliver almost 2.5 million hours of home care and support services each year. As noted in the motion put forward by Councillor Klassen, an age-friendly city encourages active aging by optimizing opportunities for health, participation, and security in order to enhance quality of life as people age. In practical terms, an age-friendly city adapts its structures and services to be accessible to and inclusive of older adults with varying needs and capacities. This includes supporting older adults not only to age in place, but importantly to age in the right place. The City of Vancouver's Age-Friendly Action Plan has played and can continue to play an important role in the WHO Age-Friendly Cities Framework and any other relevant or emerging global standards and best practices. So we are definitely in full support of the motion as proposed, which recommends Council direct staff to prepare a report on the City's Age-Friendly Action Plan, and our association will be pleased to be consulted as part of that review. In many of our own reports, we've advocated for the development of what's called continuing care hubs, which would link seniors to both medical and non-medical services in their communities, keeping them more active and socially connected. For example, a report that we issued in 2019 titled When a Hub Becomes a Home, Placing Seniors at the Heart of BC's Communities, aimed to expand the conversation among provincial and local government policymakers, care providers, and those who design our cities and transportation systems by combining the principles of healthcare delivery and community planning in the creation of continuing care hubs. As you no doubt know, people over the age of 85 are now the fastest growing age group in Canada. And this represents the beginnings of a significant demographic shift in our country. Specifically, the number of people over 85 has more than doubled since the 2001 census, and it's expected to triple by 2046. The Conference Board of Canada projects that over the next couple of decades, in BC alone, we'll need to build 30,000 new care beds, I should say. That's about 1,500 a year. And at the moment, the province has tendered about 800 net new long-term care beds since 2017. So it's going to be a while for us to be able to hit that mark that the Conference Board has identified. It's also estimated that BC will require an additional 600 independent living suites in the Metro Vancouver area. And that's where a motion put forward at our annual general meeting yesterday was to encourage local governments to support and provide incentives for the development of retirement communities by providing density bonuses, expedited permitting, parking or development cost levy relaxation, to acknowledge the important role that seniors living providers play in creating housing stock. And by doing so, this frees up single-family housing for younger families for redevelopment. Also importantly, reduces the carbon footprint of seniors as they go into a retirement community versus a single-family dwelling. Providing breaks on municipal property taxes could also be a step that local governments could take to recognize the role that seniors living providers play in creating housing stock. In BC, as you know, all municipalities have the ability to offer permissive tax exemptions, providing certain criteria are met, but currently only the City of Surrey provides these exemptions on an ongoing annual basis to the continuing care sector, and that is limited to funded long-term care beds only. So we really support the idea of developing a more age-friendly community. Looking at the demographics, this is going to be critical for us and an important part of community development. And so anything we can do to help in that process, we would be more than happy to do. So I'll leave it there and wait to see if they have any questions.
Thank you, Terry. You do have questions from Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hi, Terry. Good to hear from you, and thank you for just your comments in relation to the work that's happening at BC Care Providers. I'm going to call upon your experience as a former mayor and city councillor in the city of Kamloops, and thinking back to how can in your view what are steps that local governments can take to make communities more age friendly?
Well, a number of things, Mike, and you're probably as well versed in this as I am, but really when you're looking at community plans, for instance, to recognize that the population is aging at a rapidly quickening rate. And so in those community plans, you really do need to look at the structures around people's environments. We know that retirement communities, for instance, are purpose-built so that people that are having some mobility challenges, for instance, will do much better in these communities because they're purpose-built, and so they don't have trip hazards. Bathrooms are designed for them for stability. They also have a lot of community activities that keep people socialized and physically healthy. And so encouraging the development of these retirement communities within the community plan, I think, is essential. And for every person that frees up a 3,000 square foot home to move into a 1,000 square foot independent living unit, of course, that provides a redevelopment opportunity for a denser and more affordable home for future generations that are following the people who are retiring. So I think in everything that cities do, they need to consider the demographics. We did this in the 70s, of course, when we looked at building schools everywhere, when that part of the demographic was growing so rapidly. We need to do the same now for the aging demographic, those over 75 into their 80s.
Thanks very much. Thank you for coming in today, Terry.
Appreciate it. And as I said, anything we can do to help, please reach out.
Thank you both, and thank you, Terry. Nice to hear from you. We will now go to Speaker 3, Mark White, in person. We're just going to check and see if he's maybe in the lobby, so just a moment. I think he is approaching the door. Hi, Mark. Hi. Yes, we're putting you to work. Thanks for coming in today. You have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to say first, as you know, I'm Mark White, and I'm a resident in Vancouver. And as the immediate former co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, I just want to say that we're so thrilled with this motion. Although the committee formally ended with the election, we're in regular communication. There was strong enthusiasm by the seniors community when the city of Vancouver in 2013 joined the WHO Age-Friendly Initiative. This enthusiasm continued in 2018, 2019, with the city working closely with the senior serving community organizations, Vancouver Coastal Health, academics, and other seniors in the community on an age-friendly action research lab. Unfortunately, this work was interrupted due to COVID, a major change at election time, and a change in councillor priorities. Since 2013, the WHO Age-Friendly Initiative has evolved. There have been several very important international initiatives, including the WHO Global Report on Ageism, the UN Decade of Healthy Aging 2020 to 2031, and also the Seniors Advisory Committee in 2018, our publication and report on social isolation and loneliness among seniors. We need to build on work already done. We need to formulate a senior strategy and incorporate the fantastic work being undertaken on the creation of the seniors housing strategy that's going on right now within the city. With my earlier presentation on the city budget, I noted there's an urgent need to plan appropriately for our aging population. The Seniors Advisory Committee will soon be releasing its report, or the former, on December the 15th. We hoped it was going to be by the end of last month. And this is a result of a jurisdictional scan across Canadian municipalities on what they're doing in the realm of seniors and what can we learn about emerging best practices. Councillor Klassen's motion is well-timed to build on the city work that was done to date and to set the foundation for future work. The lack of a designated planner and organizational structure across all department lens has led to the fact that for the past 4 years, there has not been any representation on the provincial committees dealing with seniors. I'm going to leave that information for Dr. Beverly Pittman with the United Way, who's also speaking today, to say what are the opportunities that we have missed and how can we do better? And I think we must do better, and I think we can do better. Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen, for your motion. We are all thrilled with the Seniors Advisory Committee.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
We'll now move to speaker 4, Dan Levitt in person. Not sure if he is present or is he on the phone?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay, great. So Dan, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the motion by Councillor Klassen. My name is Dan Levitt. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm also an adjunct professor in gerontology at Simon Fraser University. I'm a CEO of a care home in Tawasin Village, and also a board member of the International Federation of Aging. I want to talk about age-friendly communities and why are they so relevant. Far too often, older people are stereotyped and excluded. Negative images of age and aging can result in disrespectful behavior. Some ageism biases that sadly exist can result in older people feeling that they are not listened to and are a burden on society. I suggest you just walk down a greeting card aisle at a local store and you'll see those cards, those ageist cards, or the anti-aging sections of the same store or the stores that unfortunately are in Vancouver as well. The extent to which older people participate in social, civic, and economic life of the city is also closely linked to their experiences of inclusion. Respect and feelings of social isolation often have an impact on older persons' health, their well-being, and their levels of social, civic, and economic participation. Everyone wants to feel valued. Intergenerational activities are a great way for young and old to learn from one another, recognize what each has to offer, and at the same time feel good about themselves. Age-friendly cities counter ageism and prejudice through promoting age awareness and informing the general public about the rights, needs, and potential of the diversity of older people, and highlight their social, economic, and cultural contributions to the community. What I've heard from older people about this is they want to feel valued and appreciated. They want to participate in local democracy. Their experience, they have lots of experience to offer to the public, to the voluntary sector, and of course to private services. And they should be respectful and supportive. They should be depicted positively without stereotyping. You think of how people are represented in the media or even in public buildings. Included in community projects and activities and recognized for their valuable services and contributions. So what kind of things can cities do to respond? Well, developing age-friendly business recognition programs with local support of local Chamber of Commerce and local business associations, which enable local businesses to adopt age-friendly practices such as tailored customer service arrangements for older people, or facilitating key public, voluntary, and business to engage and consult meaningfully with older people generally in policy development and planning of service provision. Providing age-friendly awareness training to staff at local, public, and voluntary businesses. Appointing age-friendly ambassadors within key public, voluntary, and businesses to undertake age-proofing within their organizations. Delivering modules on age awareness to schools, post-secondary, and businesses, and supporting initiatives which enable older people to live in long-term care and contribute at the same time and participate in the life of the wider community. So here's some questions to ask. First, how are older adults involved in the design of our community? How could that be enhanced or improved? Second, who do you think should be responsible for making sure public buildings are age-friendly? How about new housing construction? How about transportation? 3, what are the most important changes that we need to happen in our city where the majority of older people are living, and to make sure people can grow old in their community? And what about those areas where sidewalks and transportation and other services available aren't as available for seniors? So what can we do? Purposeful engagement with older adults as active participants in creating age-friendly plans. It's critical. And adding to this is we need support from funders, from planners, and various levels of government. And making age-friendly communities a priority at the municipal level through provincial land use policies and municipal policies, developing that review process, and setting specific senior-friendly priorities for each type of neighborhood in the city. When you start to look around Vancouver, do we see streets that are walkable? Are there good sidewalks and lighting? What about pedestrian crossings? What's the mixture of homes, stores, and services where seniors live? What kind of green spaces do we have in parks? And how about the transportation systems? And are there places for seniors to go where they can connect socially and through recreation? If I have time, I want to touch briefly on a few things that homes could do that will be more age-friendly.
Dan, you got 15 seconds left, just going to warn you.
Okay, well, I'll end there, but homes certainly are a place where we can improve. And if we're talking about age-friendly, we've got to talk about dementia-friendly also.
Great. Thank you, Dan, for your comments. No questions here, so we'll move on to speaker number 5 is withdrawn, and speaker number 6 on the phone, Amina Yazin. Amina, are you there?
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 7 was withdrawn. Speaker 8, Shara Fisk, are you on the phone?
No, not on the line.
Okay. And speaker number 9, Jennifer Lyle. Are you on the phone, Jennifer?
I am, thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, I do have to ask, just because you didn't specify, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm sorry, no, I'm not.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So you have 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you, and it's a privilege to address you tonight. My name is Jen Lyle. I'm representing the Alzheimer's Society of BC. We're a registered charity supporting over 12,800 people affected by dementia in over 400 communities across BC, including many who call the City of Vancouver home, which is why I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed motion and more broadly in support of making our communities safe and more inclusive of the needs of aging adults. Many people living with dementia and their care partners report barriers to feeling included in their communities. And although dementia is not a normal part of aging, the challenges and issues faced by people living with dementia and those faced by older adults more broadly are tightly intertwined. Age-friendly cities are one step closer to dementia-friendly communities, communities in which people living with dementia are welcomed, engaged, and included. The revival of Vancouver's age-friendly action plan, which aims to enhance accessibility, public transit, infrastructure, and affordable housing options, would address many of the current challenges experienced by Vancouver's aging population, including people living with dementia. For example, older adults are the fastest growing demographic among those experiencing homelessness or who are facing precarious housing situations. The city's initiative on planning a seniors' housing strategy is timely in this context. Moreover, smart density aids healthy mobility and can play a critical role in connecting older adults to their spaces, communities, and social networks. That ability to connect and belong is critical, particularly against the backdrop of COVID-19, which saw older adults significantly impacted in terms of social isolation and loneliness. Smart density goes hand in hand with strong transit infrastructure. Having a robust transportation strategy with multiple options for those with mobility or chronic conditions allows older adults of different abilities to move freely in their community. We also know that many of these strategies intersect with the urgent action required to address the risks posed by climate change, including the disproportionate harm experienced by older adults as a consequence of a changing climate. We saw this in BC during the heat dome in 2020 and 2021. Age-friendly urban design, policies, and inclusive social services and supports can help tackle the inequalities exacerbated by climate change and its impacts on the health and well-being of older adults and people living with dementia. This includes also applying an intersectional lens to building age-friendly cities that are inclusive, culturally diverse, and supportive of older adults within the community. All of these things matter because many of the things I've addressed today have important implications for people living with dementia. For adults, the top modifiable risk factors of dementia, those risk factors we can control and influence, include physical and social inactivity. Age-friendly cities with structures and services accessible to and inclusive of older adults can play a key role in reducing the risk of developing dementia. With the number of British Columbians living with dementia projected to increase by 218% between now and 2050, it's incumbent on every level of government to consider how its structures and services can enable older adults to live engaged, vibrant lives, including those living with dementia. Now's the time to act, and this motion represents a step in the direction of action, and as such, we support it, and we're here to help support the work that will follow from it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer, for your comments. No questions from council, so we'll move to our last speaker, speaker number 10, Beverly Pittman, on the phone. Beverly, are you there? It's Beverly on.
Pittman?
Hi, Beverly. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Beverly Pittman. I am calling in on behalf of United Way BC, and my remarks are in strong support of the motion Councillor Klassen has before you. My background, very briefly, I have a PhD in Urban and Regional Planning and Development from UCLA. I was a faculty member at SFU in this field for over a decade, and I've served as seniors planner at United Way for the last 12 years. At United Way, our work aligns closely with the World Health Organization's vision for healthy aging.
Beverly, are you still there, or we lost you for a sec?
Yes, I'm
At United Way, our work aligns closely with the World Health Organization's vision for healthy aging and age-friendly communities. In fact, United Way serves as the backbone organization for BC's Ministry of Health, responding to population aging and seniors' desire to age in place in community across the province. This translates into hundreds of non-medical home support programs, social programs of various kinds, caregiver support programs, and adult day programs, to name a few. In Vancouver alone, there are 8 better-at-home non-medical home support programs, 4 social prescribing programs, and the list goes on. It includes food security and emergency preparedness. This work at United Way also translates into work that goes beyond funding and grant management. We do community engagement, lead capacity building efforts, pilot new programs, and commission research with academic partners. We work across BC and increasingly across Canada, and within the United Way movement, our approach to healthy aging is being adopted around the world. Overall, our work focuses on the development of a community-based seniors service sector located at the intersection of the public health sector and the traditional community or not-for-profit sector. And we're doing this, as I say, in response to population aging and the fact that most older adults, about 94%, will not move into care homes, but remain living in community. Municipalities across BC are partnering with us as part of the CBSS, or Community-Based Senior Service Sector. The City of Burnaby hosts a Better at Home program. Staff from the cities of Surrey and Richmond serve on the provincial CBSS Leadership Council. The City of New Westminster is collaborating with BC Housing Senior Services Society, a nonprofit organization, and United Way to bring Better at Home services to apartment-dwelling seniors in ways that maximize economies of scale. And the City of Surrey has an age-friendly community network that I participate in. I share all this because we don't work at United Way as much as the seniors population calls for with the City of Vancouver. That said, there are notable exceptions. I worked closely with Stephen Dang when he put the Age-Friendly Action Plan together with Eric Kowalski, another planner, and with the extremely strong Seniors Advisory Committee you have right now on housing and emergency planning and preparedness. Still, this means the city and its residents have missed out on some important learnings and other opportunities. One is the CMHC-funded Solutions Lab focused on stabilizing the housing of low-income senior renters. As you probably know, older adults and Indigenous people are overrepresented in the homeless population. They're the top 2 groups. Participating in that lab was BC Nonprofit Housing, Landlord BC, VCH, and together with other housing and senior serving nonprofits, a social planner from the City of New West. Delta provides another example. There, a seniors-led coalition we supported convinced the city to launch a couple of seniors-dedicated buses. Social isolation can be and often is the result of a lack of access to transportation services. There are opportunities for municipalities opening up along these ferry lines now. The new Accessibility British Columbia Act is moving into the community engagement stage. TransLink, HandyDART, and cities will be included. This is seriously important work. The front end of the baby boom is turning 75 this year.
Beverly,
That's the average
sorry
age.
to cut you off, but you are at time for 5 minutes. Thank you for your comments,
Thank you.
though. Thanks very much for speaking
Thank you.
today.
Okay, thank
no,
you.
No questions from the floor. So we're going to go back through the list to call any missed speakers. So we'll go back to speaker number 1. Jonathan Matthews was an in-person, and I do not see Jonathan here. The next speaker was speaker number 6, Amina Yazin, on the phone. Is Amina there?
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you. And the last speaker that we missed was speaker number 8, Shara Fisk. Is Shara on the line?
No, not on the line.
Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everybody, for speaking to council today. And we'll now move to the main queue for discussion. So, council, if there's any discussion, please add yourself to the main queue. And I see Councillor Klassen has added himself. So let's start with you, Councillor Klassen. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. So in January 2020, RBC Thought Leadership, a think tank run by the chief economist of the Royal Bank, published a report called Navigating the 2020s. Within its very thoughtful examination of Canada's future, it declared that within the decade, our country would face twin existential threats. These are climate change and our aging demographic. With only 2 months later, we would be in the grips of a global pandemic. Barely a day does not go by where we're not either discussing or observing the global impact of climate change. By contrast, discussions around the challenges we are facing when it comes to the aging workforce, housing, age-appropriate services, social isolation, public safety, and the demands on the healthcare system, we seem to be less open to having the discussion about these issues on an ongoing basis. And while the WHO Age-Friendly Initiative is not a panacea, it does set a benchmark for our community to live up to. I think our work to support older adults must not only continue, it must be integrated into practically everything that we do. Vancouver is driven by a mandate on reconciliation and is seized by actions to address climate change. So too should it be working across all departments and making the City of Vancouver a more resilient and less ageist place to live, work, and age in place. And so with that, I would like to obviously support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm also happy to support this motion and appreciate it coming forward. It's been ongoing work, and I was honored to be one of the two council representatives or liaisons to the Seniors Advisory Committee for the past 4 years, and just want to particularly appreciate their persistence in pushing us and pushing the city and in working so well with us as liaisons to continue to move this work forward. I think the asks in the motion are important, and I'm grateful to see them continue to move forward. And I'll just note one of a number of initiatives that I think are important. This is one of a number of initiatives that I think are important that are currently not included in the current state budget, are unfunded priorities, and that this council, I hope, will find a way to ensure that we actually fund. This motion is, like I said, an important way to move it forward, and I hope we see it reflected in the budget as well, so that the important work that amazingly dedicated group of volunteers from the Seniors Advisory Committee have been pushing forward will be supported by staff as well, so that we can really give this the weight and importance that it deserves. So happy to support it and continue supporting it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. See no more discussion in the queue. We can now move to the voting panel. And if you could please register your vote on the voting panel momentarily. There we go. Okay, results are in and it carries unanimously. This concludes item 9 on the agenda. And we will now move on to item 10. So the next referred motion is item 10, harmonizing City of Vancouver and provincial childcare policies and licensing requirements. Members motion B5, introduced and moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. And we will now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first registered speaker is Sharon Elizabeth Gregson on the phone. Is Sharon on the phone?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is speaker number 2, Linnell Anderson. Yep, you're on the phone, Linnell?
Hello there. Thank
Hi.
you very much for the opportunity to speak for a few minutes this afternoon. I appreciate that. My name is Linnell Anderson. I'm a CPA, a consultant and a resident here in Vancouver. And I'm opposing the motion as stated and hoping that it can be amended. So when speaking to you today, I'm drawing on decades of experience as a professional accountant who has worked in the private, public, academic, and voluntary sectors. I carry out research, particularly in regards to the costs and economic benefits of ensuring that all families who choose it have access to high-quality, affordable childcare. And I provide strategic leadership to the BC-based 10-A-Day campaign, childcare campaign, of which the City of Vancouver has been a long supporter, wonderfully. And this is led by the Coalition Childcare Advocates of BC in partnership with the Early Childhood Educators of BC. So the motion before Council today, of course, highlights several key facts about the importance of access to high-quality, affordable childcare and the decades of leadership provided by successive city councils. With the historic funding and policy commitments now in place from senior levels of government, the City of Vancouver is well positioned to build on this strong foundation. However, it is essential that this building advances all three legs of what we sometimes call the childcare stool. Quality, affordability, and access are all equally important. The motion, as stated, suggests a focus on space creation, which is important, but it's stated potentially at the expense of ensuring quality environments for young children, as I know others will have, or perhaps have discussed, will or have discussed in more detail. I'll focus my short remaining time on a rationale for this motion contained in point 11 of the motion, which states, currently the city's policies and design guidelines related to the creation of new childcare spaces are not aligned with provincial regulations. And I want to highlight the ending part, which says, constraining the city's ability to deliver much needed childcare. I'm curious about this part of the statement, and I think we need to dig into it a bit more, because from the data that I've seen, Vancouver is actually slightly ahead of the province overall in space creation. For example, across the country and around the world, there's a simple, common measure of access to childcare that is regularly used. It considers the number of licensed spaces as a percent of the child population. Of course, the City of Vancouver has even more sophisticated analyses of childcare needs, but for comparison purposes, let's consider this basic measure. The most recent provincial data indicates that there are enough licensed spaces in BC for 20% of children under 12. In Vancouver, that figure is 23%, which suggests that the city's policies and design guidelines have not constrained space creation. Rather, the City of Vancouver has actually achieved much needed childcare at a rate that exceeds the rate of space creation provincially. So for this and other reasons, I recommend that the motion be amended to ask city staff to review the current city guidelines, always important to review and update our work, and make recommendations to update those guidelines to achieve at least three important goals. First of all, to support expansion while maintaining quality and advancing affordability with provincial and federal funding support, to be clear. Secondly, to consider the ongoing and increasing impacts of climate change and the importance of advancing environmental health for children and staff, both inside and outside of childcare facilities. I don't have time to talk to that in detail, but it's an important consideration right now, obviously. And thirdly, to appropriately reflect the new guidelines currently being developed but not yet published by the province of BC. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Linnell. Seeing no questions, we'll now go to our next speaker, number 3, Sherry Small, in person. Hi, Sherry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't know how to, oh, there you go. You just look at it and it moves.
There you go.
That's my power. No?
It's very futuristic here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sherry Small. I am a Nisga'a woman, originally from the Nass River. I am very privileged and honored to be living amongst our 3 host nations who have allowed me to become educated, live, and work in their unceded traditional territory of Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. I am very honored with that today because I know that you just signed an UNDRIP framework to work with. And within that framework, it says that you would honor the diversity of Indigenous peoples within the city of Vancouver, alongside the 3 host nations. We haven't even begun to sit down and talk with each other about our needs. We're just now sitting together to talk about how do we develop this? How do we develop an MOU? And I appreciate that of the 3 host nations because since I have been working with Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, which is an umbrella organization to 22 Indigenous organizations within Vancouver, I've further been privileged to be hired by Metro Vancouver to work with the city and the province around looking about the issue of urban Indigenous early learning childcare. In 2019, I found we did not exist in the framework of the federal, the Indigenous, and the provincial framework of childcares. But because I had that contract, I worked with the city, your existing staff, and the province, and we meet monthly to look at what are the gaps? Where are we going? Where have we come from? Where are we going? And what are we going to do? And I found that diversity, inclusion, and equity is nowhere to be found. It's not acted on, it's spoken about. So I'm the person that comes and challenges. There's 3 things about Indigenous people. One is you listen, it puts a seed in your brain. 2, it's told again. You feel, you put it in your heart. The 3rd time it's told to you, you feel it. You understand the word we use. Those are the kind of teachings I use with your staff. And I am proud to stand before you to say they have come a long way. We co-developed the early learning childcare strategy for this city to be inclusive, to honor diversity, and to honor equity. Because one of the first things I did when I came was I joined the Joint Council of Childcares. I walked into that boardroom. I thought I was in the wrong room. Somebody bravely asked me why I thought I was in the wrong room. I said, because you're all white. Where's the diversity? Where's the inclusion? How do you act on that? You speak of it. You speak of reconciliation. I don't see it. I don't feel it. So they really honored that and invited me, and I work very closely with each one of them. We work collectively once a month where we talk about where are we at, how are we feeling. Then we go into individual work where I have to really challenge them on our language so that in hopes that they would be listening with those 3 levels. Because I know they took the courage to understand the first 3 levels, which was they took the risk to get outside of themselves. They relate it to something they know, but they go deeper so that they can respond. And I must say, I noticed my red light's going on. Is that up?
Got about 4 seconds.
If you may allow me to say one thing.
We are going to give you time for questions. So you do
Okay.
have questions, so you'll get just a little bit more time. So thanks for your comments. And you have questions from Mayor Sim, so you can come back to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hear what you had to say. And in addition to that, so, you know, we talk about reconciliation and we want to live it. What does reconciliation in your mind look like in terms of childcare and the motion that's being presented today?
One is the motion before us I'm opposed to is not reconciliation. It's power over. It's telling me that you're going to go back to the province that I took so long asking your council, your staff not to do. We are citizens of this city. We need to be heard. They assisted me in hosting September 7th gathering of real, true cultural safety gathering, where I had Indigenous children, youth and families, and service providers, both Indigenous, non-Indigenous, and all your staff assisted me in doing that. That's an act of reconciliation. We act on our own selves, our own attitudes, our own belief system. We check that out. Am I engaging? If I went to your house, in your personal home, and you had children, and you told your children to sit down without asking or explaining why, how do you think those children are going to respond to you? If you cook a meal without asking if it's something they would like, how do you think they would respond? It's about this is part of our home, and we have a voice, and we have not gone to our full community to ask about where do we need to have these spaces. Because right now, if you look at your maps, look at where the children, the Indigenous children are. Look at where these childcares are situated. It's a huge imbalance. It's very embarrassing. And I really encourage that we continue the momentum that we have been on.
Thank you very much, Sherry, for coming in today and for answering Mayor Sim's questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, actually, you do have additional questions. Councillor Joe, please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for the information. I think if we do amendment, including your story, including your experience in this amendment, would we get your support for this motion?
Pardon me? Say that again.
Okay, sorry. So I said if we, do amendment to this motion and including your story, including your experience from Indigenous perspective to this motion, would we get your support?
The key word that bounces out to me is to align with the provincial government's space creation. I'm not in alignment with them, and they're not prepared to listen to us. That help you?
Thank you, yeah.
Great, thank you both. Okay, we will move to speaker number 4, Susan Harrington. Is Susan on the phone? Is that you, Susan?
Yes, I'm here on the phone.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have some slides that I sent in.
Did you say flyers or files?
No, I had some files. I had a PDF that I sent in.
Oh, slides. Okay. Yes, we have those here, and we can see them here in the chamber.
That would be great if you could put those up.
They're up, so please go ahead.
Oh, they are. Okay. My time lapse is off. Okay. So it should be the first slide. I'm Susan Harrington. I'm coming from a research perspective. I'm a professor in the School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture at UBC. Next slide, please. I've been doing research on outdoor play spaces in Vancouver's child care centers for the past 25 years. Next slide, please. An important finding from this work is the need for appropriate amount of space for children's health and well-being. Next. If children have inappropriate amounts of space to play in, if you have appropriate amounts of space to play in, you'll have more growth activities, you'll have more diverse play, you'll have less aggression. And so we know that 7.62 meters square per child for outdoor play space is sort of the threshold minimum for an aggressive space. Next slide, please. So what is the appropriate amount of space? Sydney, Australia has 14 meters square per child. Many European countries have 19 meters square per child. Norway has 32 meters square per child. Even the U.S. Army has weighed in on this and recommends 23 to 76 meters square per child, depending on age. Next, please. Vancouver's child care design guidelines currently recommend 14 meters square per child. And this can sometimes be hard to visualize outdoor space, but that approximates a parking stall. So the amount of space is about a parking stall. Next slide, please. If we harmonize with the provincial standards, that's 6 meters square per child. So that's less than a half of a parking stall for children to play. Next, please. We can also see that space is reduced for children age 3 to 5 in the provincial standards, as you can see from this images. Next, please. So harmonizing with the BC standards will mean that Vancouver children in childcare will have less space to play. Next. Vancouver children will lose out on health benefits of space, and limited space has cascading implications. We'll have less gross motor activity, fewer diverse play types, we'll have more aggression and bullying. Next. Importantly, less outdoor space means less opportunities for green in childcare and green space. Next. What does green space contribute to children's lives? We know that exposure to soil helps with good gut microbes in children. That has a whole host of benefits health-wise. We know that things that children see and observe in nature build curiosity, pattern recognition, which are the foundations of scientific thinking. We also know that children cooperate more in natural settings. We also know that they develop empathy and moral development when exposed to nature. Next. So this is research that you can read about, but you can also see it. So this is I'm going to describe a project where we interviewed with plants at a Vancouver Child Care Center. And then we compared the children before and after. Next, please. So this is a plan view looking down over the play space. And this red line depicts the movement of a child outdoors. And as you can see, he's going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And that's boredom. He's pacing like a caged animal in a zoo. Next slide, please. When we added plants, you can see that same child with the same amount of time is moving much differently in the play space. And it's a whole new different place. And they're pausing those big red dots, but that's what that means. Next. We also found from this study that by intervening with these natural elements, that there was a significant reduction in depressed affect. Next, please. But why do Vancouver's children need more space and nature in particular? Next. We're one of the densest cities in North America. We're denser than other BC communities. Next. This means we have less open space. We have more concrete and impervious materials. We have less green in nature. We even have smaller condos. So things like tricycles and things at home are pretty much out of the question for many people and families. Next, please. We also know that Vancouver has a green equity problem, and this has really affected millennials who are now trying to start their own families. Next, please.
Susan, I'm just going to interrupt you because you are at time, but you do have questions, so you will get a bit more time. So we'll go to the questions.
Okay.
Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I really appreciate you bringing some of this this information in your presentation, because I've been struggling this with, obviously we hear a lot about folks desperate for childcare and turning to even unlicensed childcare providers, and obviously getting into unsafe situations, as we recently saw with the tragic case of baby Mac. But I also recognize that we are, obviously as a city of Vancouver, we're incredibly dense. We have a dearth of available sort of outdoor space. And when we're increasingly looking at trying to provide childcare that's affordable, that's safe, and we have to find some kind of compromise, and especially when we're trying to find that childcare downtown. I know we've had a couple in the last term where we actually turned down opportunities because it wasn't suitable given the amount of outdoor space requirement. So are there any examples that you know of that contemplate alternatives to that, that significant outdoor space requirement that maybe we can't achieve here in the city of Vancouver?
I don't know exactly what you're asking. I guess you want to know alternatives to outdoor
Yeah,
play.
like say,
but-
what do they do in New York or Hong Kong or places that are really dense and don't have a lot of that kind of, do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, I mean, they you know, I think they make an effort to create outdoor play spaces for children because they preference that. I mean, I think that, you know, if you look at those other guidelines in North America and in Europe and in the U.S., you'll see they give their children much more space than we do in Vancouver. We're on par with Sydney. So the space that we're requiring for children in the guidelines is really, you know, reasonable and not, you know, not, and when you compare it to other cities, you know, Sydney has actually, it's interesting, they have a similar 14 meters squared. It's a similar type of city with similar type of real estate issues and density. But that's their requirements. And so I think, you know, making it smaller isn't going to, it's just to make poor quality childcare.
So my question was more around, are there alternatives?
Well, yeah, I mean, what was I was going to sort of end, like, I'm not sure. It seems like we should be putting childcare centers in parks and in existing schools where they're surrounded by green space. And looking at those as, you know, I think we're sort of looking at where we're putting childcare centers. And I think, you know, particularly in the parks, that would make a lot of sense. And that whole park stewardship could be part of the childcare center.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for speaking to Council. I was going to follow up with sort of similar questions and ask about solutions. You've identified that tension between staff have identified, I think we're short 16,000 childcare spaces in the city. And there's that pressure between kids that may not actually have the opportunity for that positive socialization and a lot of those benefits you mentioned at all. And, you know, parents can't be working, and then there's financial stress on the families and all kinds of other challenging benefits for kids in their formative years. So I was wondering, with respects to moving forward, we've got 240 parks across the city, some 20 or 24 community centers around. We see alternatives that we can scale down on having space associated with each one, but leverage public space like the parks and the schools. Do you think there's a balance there? Because I do worry about those kids that don't have access to childcare at all. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, yeah, I think like there was a comment earlier on in the housing issue, you know, that the childcare centers are closing because they can't get people to work at the center because they can't afford to live in Vancouver. So it's this very entangled problem. And so it's, you know, but there seems to be a real focus on this outdoor space as a way to rectify it. And it's just a blunt instrument for a problem that's multi-layered and complex.
Sorry, could you
but I
clarify
think,
what you mean by the outdoor space being a blunt instrument? I thought you were advocating for more use of outdoor space.
Yeah, I am. No, I'm just saying it's the harmonizing with the BC standards is just kind of a blunt instrument. It's just sort of, you know, in hopes, and then maybe hopefully we'll get more spaces where I think, you know, we should start to look creatively at our existing green spaces and seeing how we can incorporate childcare into those spaces.
To your point around the provincial standards, which apply to everything outside of Vancouver, but the entire rest of the province, in terms of your review and your research, are you aware of any studies or anything that shows that kids have more developmental impacts or less energy levels or other negative consequences across the province?
I don't know of research on the actual space for other jurisdictions in the province. I've mainly looked at other cities that are comparable, but I know that, you know, they're just not going to have the same pressures as the kids do here in Vancouver, you know, because Vancouver is very different than if you're living in Abbotsford or Kelowna or, you know, another place in the province.
Surrey or Burnaby, perhaps? Just thinking about some of the other bigger cities that are doing provincial standards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of shocked, I think, when I see how small that space is for outdoor place. And when I think of Canada and I think of BC as
Sorry, you're at.
embracing the great outdoors.
Sorry, Susan. We do have more questions for you, but that was enough. Sorry, that was Councillor
Okay.
Kirby-Young's allotment of time. So, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I also was going to ask I share the concern about access to green space, and I'm wondering if there's some option that exists that upholds that access to green space that I think is so important, and certainly saw as so important in the childcare that my own children were fortunate to attend. But like some flexibility around where childcare is located adjacent to green space, a public park, not 2 blocks away or across a major street. But if we're able to build and prioritize childcare next to parks, is there some flexibility in how we measure that access to green space that allows that as an option?
Yeah, I mean, that could be certainly be a sort of a study, of proximity and use. We do have some situations here in the city where there are where you have like Pooh Corner there that's on Stanley Park, and we've got centers that are next to parks but still have their same outdoor play space. But yeah, it would be a very interesting study.
Okay, appreciate that, and really appreciate all the images and detailed work you brought to us. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Susan, for speaking today. And we will now move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 5, Liz Lougheed Green. Is Liz on the phone?
Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 6 was withdrawn. Speaker 7 is Emily Gowlick. On the phone. Is Emily on the phone?
Hello, I am here.
Hi, Emily. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Emily Golick, and I work for the Early Childhood Educators of British Columbia. And when I moved, or even before I moved to the Lower Mainland and I lived in Vancouver, it was always known throughout the province and my smaller communities that I lived in how progressive the policies were around outdoor spaces and other aspects of early care and learning. And Vancouver has always been seen as a strong and forward-leading municipality to bring and go beyond the minimum standards for what is required by the provincial government. And so my question, or my thoughts, I guess, concerning this proposed harmonization is what kind of society do we want to build for children, and what are we looking for children? And the opportunity that the City of Vancouver has proposed is that things can be better and should be better for its youngest citizens. So I just calling in to say, I really hope that the city will consider what kind of spaces they're looking at building, and that they can be a really strong leader in moving this agenda forward to creating really great spaces for children and uplifting, instead of going back to sort of these minimum standards, that they could be a leader to do much more for our children. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Emily. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next speaker. Speaker number 8 is withdrawn, and speaker number 9 is an in-person speaker, Peter Turridge. Don't believe. Oh, switch to the phone. Okay. Peter, are you there on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Turridge. I come and speak to you with 36 years of childcare architectural design experience, 160 licensed childcares, and I was the author of the initial City of Vancouver Childcare Design Guidelines. I am also currently involved as a childcare advisor on a consultant team advising the Ministry of Education and Childcare on the development of the new childcare design standards to regulate the construction and design of these thousands of new childcare spaces funded through the federal government. I strongly urge you to either amend or reject the motion as it is currently written. Before I start talking about these, I want to draw some distinctions. The regulations that we're talking about, the provincial standards, are called provincial regulations. I'll use that term. The City of Vancouver guidelines are not regulations. They were intended to be something of a softer sort, but over the years they become more how to say, rigid, or developers are expected to conform to them more strongly, probably because the developers were constantly pushing back. The Ministry of Education's proposed standards are not in conflict with the provincial regulations. The regulations must currently meet are the requirements. They're called the child care licensing regulations. They're the baseline, the lowest standards legally permitted. They are outdated, and the initial assumptions upon which they were based have never been validated, and they do not reflect current research or the province's own early learning framework. They do not align with the federal government's frameworks, with the federal government's funding agreements with the province. And now they address basic minimal health and safety matters, the number of toilets and sinks, and the minimum and inadequate, as pointed out by Professor Harrington, indoor and outdoor areas. Therefore, they do not meet the functional and developmental needs of children and staff that spend their days in those facilities. Recent research has conclusively proven that childcare at the standards that we're talking about in the current regulations is harmful for children. There's a baseline of 50 to 55 square feet per child, 30% more than is currently provided, at which all of a sudden there are stress responses, cortisol stress responses fall away. That is under that area of 30% more than the current regulations. Children are constantly stressed. This affects their development, and it's harmful to staff and children. So years ago, the city's childcare design guidelines were developed, and they have influenced the development of standards for functional childcare facilities throughout BC, Canada, and international. The past city administrations took pride in this. The BC Ministry of Education is aware of the shortcomings of the CCFL, that is the Community Care Facility Licensing Provincial Regulations, and as I mentioned, they're in the process of developing new standards for the development of these daycares. I am expecting and thinking that these NECC standards will likely embrace a middle ground, that is to provide a pretty good standards position between the poor CCFL regulations and the City of Vancouver guidelines, which are good standards. They're intended to be applied province-wide for NECC-funded projects, including the City of Vancouver for those projects. Now remember, when you're applying these guidelines, the City of Vancouver guidelines, those are not regulations. You have the flexibility to apply any guidelines or standards that you wish. You might wish to apply those guideline standards to contribution agreement, amenity agreement projects. There's a reason why they are the size they are. You might not need to apply them to your own projects. However, the CCFL regulations are absolutely
Sorry to
not
interrupt you,
appropriate.
Peter, but we are at
Yeah.
time for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much
All right.
for your
Are you
comments.
absolutely okay?
Okay. That is actually no. We're going to go back through our list just to find speakers that were not available earlier. Speaker number 1 is Sharon Elizabeth Gregson. Do we have Sharon on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes, Sharon. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair and committee members. I'm Sharon Gregson, longtime Vancouver resident. I work with the Coalition of Childcare Advocates, and I'm the provincial spokesperson for the $10 a day childcare plan. I was a childcare operator in the city of Vancouver for a decade and a half, and have considerable experience viewing and touring and speaking with people in childcare across the province. I really strongly urge you not to completely get rid of the design guidelines in Vancouver and harmonize with the very, very acknowledged to be very low basic regulations that Peter has spoken to. And I echo colleagues who've spoken before me, speaking about that Vancouver's design guidelines have not actually put Vancouver behind the rest of the province in its space creation. Yes, absolutely appropriate to do an update as time goes by, and building on Professor Harrington's comments, absolutely park space, green space, and on school board land is where we want to see schools develop. It's appropriate to have childcare programs there. It is not, to Councillor Boyle's comment around just having a park close by, is not adequate. If you've ever had 12 toddlers in your care and somebody has to go pee really quickly, you know you're not going to want to bundle up those 12 children and run them back to the centre to use the washroom. So you do need to have contiguous green space, and park space like Harbourview, for example, in East Vancouver, operated by Kawasa Neighbourhood House, is a great example of how that can be successful. So really encouraging council to take advantage of your very talented, very committed staff in social planning who are experts in childcare development. Ask them to review and come back to you with recommendations on how you can continue to expand at a fast pace, as fast as is possible, to meet that very real demand, but not lose sight of quality. Because just cross over Boundary Road into Burnaby and you'll see an old Quickie Mart that is being converted into a childcare program with almost no natural light, and the play space is an outdoor parking lot, still tarmacked, that's just got a chain link fence around it. That's not what we would see in Vancouver, and it's not what we want to see in Vancouver. So work to be done for sure, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you very much, Sharon. We do have questions for you. First from Councillor Klassen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Sharon. Thank you very much again for your decades of advocacy on $10 a day and childcare in BC. And it was great to speak with you and Councillor Dominato. I think we came to a place where we all agree that we need a lot more spaces. My question to you is just, are there tools that the city has to try and bring other stakeholders, including the private sector, forward to try and help us meet some of those very high demand for spaces across the city?
Well, that's an interesting question because the provincial dollars that are available now for space creation are directed towards the nonprofit, public and Indigenous sectors, so public dollars not being used to purchase private assets. That being said, we do have privately operated childcare in the city of Vancouver already, which we absolutely need to continue to operate. But if we're thinking about putting childcare on public land, in parks and in public buildings, in our schools and in our community centres, I think we want to be sure that we're using public dollars to build and create and sustain public assets. So it is a balance, and I think that we need to be sensitive to that. But we're thinking about the federal dollars, the provincial dollars, which are substantial, $3.2 billion from the feds. It is directed towards creating nonprofit, Indigenous, and public childcare.
Thanks very much. And I would just add the comment that private does include nonprofit, not-for-profit. So, but thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just using what typical people think of as private as being for-profit.
Thank you. You have questions as well from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I also was just hoping to seek clarity around the green space. I found Harbourview a helpful example, and I'm wondering if you can speak to where there could be benefits to modernize our guidelines or harmonize them with the province, and where, like we've heard clearly about in terms of green space, we should be working hard to protect our higher standards as a city. Are there some specifics in there that might be helpful in terms of amending or considering this motion?
Right. So I think we can rule out harmonizing with the very low health and safety standards of the regulations. What might be possible is harmonizing with the design standards, which Peter Turgeon just spoke about, that the province is developing as we speak. So let's not harmonize with the lowest common denominator, which has created really low quality environments for children in many other places in the province. Let's wait to see what the province comes up with their design standards. And yes, Harborview is a great example, and it does make a difference when childcare has its own footprint, which is what it would be in parks. And childcare programs, you can get some great modulars now, custom built to be childcare programs that are quicker to get in place than the new builds, and can even have housing on top of them for early childhood educators to live in while they're working in the childcare programs. So lots of creative options that don't require us resorting to the kind of childcare we see in some of the valley, where you've got the childcare program in the same strip mall as the liquor store and the Tim Hortons, a very real example, or in Port Coquitlam next to the vape shop and the 7-Eleven. That's really not the kind of childcare that I think that Vancouver wants to have as its legacy.
Okay, that's really helpful. And if council were to direct that the childcare experts were involved in these conversations about where to modernize or harmonize, do you feel that would provide adequate opportunity to make sure we're getting this balance right in terms of what comes back to council?
Yes, I think it's really encouraging that all the council members around the table clearly prioritize childcare. You wouldn't be discussing it this early in your mandate if it wasn't a priority. So kudos to everybody for that. But yes, you can tell by the caliber of the people coming out to speak tonight that there is a lot of interest in getting this right. So modernizing is a better word than harmonizing with those low provincial regulations. Let's go to the experts on staff, and let's look at what the province is doing around their design standards and come up with a made-in-Vancouver product.
Okay, great. Really appreciate all of your many years of work on this topic.
Great. Thanks for speaking today, and thanks everyone for your questions. We'll now move to our last missed speaker, speaker number 5, Liz Lougheed Green. Do we have Liz on the line?
No, speaker 5 is not on the line.
Hey, thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everybody for speaking to council today, and we will move to the main queue for discussion. So if there is any discussion, please add yourself to the main queue, and we will start with Councillor Klassen. Please go ahead. Okay, so we will move to the amendment queue. Councillor Klassen, if you could please add yourself to the amendment queue. And we'll move you up to the top there. Just a moment. There we go. So Councillor Klassen, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks to all the speakers who came in. Some very thoughtful comments, and as I probably indicated, some discussions that we've been having since the original motion came in, and Councillor Dominato and I have been in discussions about this motion. I have brought forward some amendments here that I think reflect the environment that we're in right now. Clearly, there was some concern about the idea of harmonizing that would be a downgrading of the standards that are well known and well regarded for the city of Vancouver. But I think we also have to understand the demand is.
Councillor Carr. Let me turn your mic on. There you go.
Thank you very much. I don't have, my most recent email to council amendments does not have this version. So I'm wondering if we could have it recirculated.
Sure. It was sent to the list.
No, but I
You don't have it.
Okay.
I don't have the one that's got the same red as on there.
Okay. Councillor Klassen, can you just recirculate it to everybody just in case?
That just now.
That would be fantastic.
Thank you.
You.
And just adding it one more time here. I think that's it. Off it goes.
Okay. I did stop your timer there, so I'll restart it. So please continue.
So just in brief, the amendments here are intended to reflect a little bit of, first of all, some of the things that were identified in some of our conversations around that concern about us moving in a direction that would somehow impact our own standards here in the city of Vancouver. But it also expresses the need to be very creative in terms of the type of space that we have available within the city of Vancouver. It also looks at the importance of looking at culturally informed childcare for Indigenous children. And I think ideally it does give council and the mayor the opportunity to reach out to the Vancouver Park Board and also the Vancouver Board of Education to begin that conversation about potentially involving them in the creation of more spaces. I've heard some very exciting ideas about the possibility of modular buildings, possibly on schoolyards. I've always looked at...
Point of privilege.
Yep. Councillor Carr?
The most recent email is still not the one that's on the screen, so maybe the clerks could circulate the one that's the same as on screen.
That's the wrong, that's the...
The one that's on the screen is not correct. Is that right, Councillor
The one that's on the
Klassen?
screen is, did I send you, is that what I sent?
No, I don't have.
Highlighted.
I don't have that one.
The one that's on the screen is the, oh, hang on a sec. I know, it's my bad. I'm just looking at it right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so the clerks will email the version that's on the
Oh,
screen.
I'm sorry, this is the...
That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
This, there's only really one change, just the highlighting of one word, but let me, once again, send this.
Okay. And have we sent that email to everybody?
I'm now, go attach. Okay. Okay.
Okay, everyone's received the email? Yes, point of privilege, yeah. Okay.
The one that you just, I just sent you now, you should have it.
Please keep me posted on the highlighting status. Should we recess for a minute, perhaps? Let's just recess for a minute or two. Okay. Okay, we can resume.
Okay.
So yes, the email from David Yim at 4:39 p.m. is the correct one for everyone here. Okay, so Councillor Klassen, I know I cut you off there. Just you have about like 30 more seconds, I would say.
I'll pause there.
Oh, sorry, you got.
I'm at 3:10, but that's.
Okay. Okay, you can keep going.
Thank you very much, Chair. At any rate, I did. Just to conclude that we have a unique situation where we have now the ability to, I think, work collaboratively with the Vancouver Board of Education as well as the Vancouver Park Board, and potentially looking at opportunities to work together to meet some of these demands for space. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just going to pump myself below Councillor Montague on here. I have an amendment to the amendment, but I'm just trying to update it with what we just had circulated to avoid
Sure, we can come back to you.
confusion and meltdown. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate my colleague, Councillor Klassen's points. Vancouver's in a unique situation. We don't have the opportunity that other municipalities and cities and places in British Columbia have. We hear time and time again that we need spaces for childcare. And I think Councillor Klassen's amendments here address all of the issues that we heard from our speakers. And I'll be voting in favor of those.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Boyle, back to you.
Thank you. I just circulated an amendment to the amendment, and it does, sorry, I circulated one just to, yep, there you go, that's right. It does three things.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Boyle. We're going to move to Amendment Q2. Thanks. So if you just hold your thought, so we're now in Amendment Q2, and please continue. Apologies about that. There you go. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. You are quickly getting good at this. On Amendment Q3. This amendment to the amendment specifically names the involvement and expertise of childcare advocates, including the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. I think, as we heard clearly from speakers today, and as those of us who've been around this table or otherwise working on childcare issues for a long time know, there's a huge wealth of knowledge locally on the topic, and I think it's important that we include those voices, and also is of support, I think, to our own staff and the province to have those voices at the table in shaping where these policies go. The second change, as we heard very specifically, is about taking out the word harmonize, and I think we were getting into a sort of gray territory anyway in saying harmonize and align and update. If we don't want to absolutely harmonize, my intention here is to say we should modernize and update, and we should do that based on best practice in terms of many of the issues that are outlined in the report, as well as issues that we heard from speakers. So I hope that language hits the right balance there and ensures we're not just saying reduce our standards to the province, but we're saying let's learn from each other and how we can meet these goals. And then the third piece is the further at there, specifically naming, again, that piece we heard, which is about maintaining quality of care, quality of space, access to green space. Again, with looking at how can we update and modernize these guidelines to keep those standards high for the sake of children, while finding ways to more quickly create more childcare spaces that we all need, certainly that I scrambled for and sobbed many long nights over in the situation of my own kids.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and happy to speak to the amendments. I'm not going to support them. I'm going to outline why. First and foremost, that there was some intent around harmonizing, and that isn't necessarily harmonizing to the lowest common denominator, as has been articulated, but there may be some aspects of the provincial standards that harmonizing with would make sense and actually enable us to create more spaces in the city, better utilize the provincial funds that we've been allocated as part of the childcare MOU. And speaking broadly, the intent of this motion is not to water down quality. That's not what we're talking about. And the provincial standards are still of high quality. And I recognize our design guidelines go further than what the province has in place today. But I want to just reiterate, and I wouldn't have brought it up except that it was already brought up by another councillor around Baby Mac, and the challenge that families find themselves in finding quality childcare in this city. And if you have followed the story of Baby Mac, it was reflected that in many news stories, many of the parents signed up on waiting lists for daycare when pregnant or soon after the birth of their child and felt desperate to find care as their return to work date approached, with searches turning to unlicensed home-based care. And that was reflected in the story around Baby Mac. And in the court statement, and I know this is really terrible to reflect back here, but it is the truth, and is what happened, is that Baby Mac was found strangled by the string of lights in his bed where he was sleeping. It was embedded in his neck, and no parent wants to deal with that. I put my kids in licensed home-based care. And the first time I left my daughter, I was terrified about leaving her with a stranger. She was 1. I can only imagine what those parents went through. And they came, when they came to the home, there were children strapped to chairs. It's unconscionable. I can't even imagine. And so what we are talking about today is about creating more quality, safe, accessible spaces and affordable spaces for families in the city. And these parents didn't have options. They were desperate. So I'm not going to support the amendment. I'm going to support the motion. I'm going to support Councillor Clausen's well-thought amendments, which address many of the concerns we heard from the sector. But I think we really need to recognize that families are desperately looking for childcare in this city, and they do resort to options that are not safe. And so from my perspective, what we're presenting is reasonable and thoughtful, and will maintain a high level of quality and safety standards.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. I just noticed that we are getting close to 5 o'clock dinner break, so I would like someone to please consider putting a motion forward to extend past 5 p.m. Okay. Thank you. Yes, to finish this item, and then come back after the break to deal with item 11. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next. Oh, pardon, we have to vote on it. So all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Okay, carries unanimously. Thanks for the reminder. Next Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate and support this amendment, and I certainly appreciate what Councillor Dominato just reiterated about the urgency for, affordable, safe childcare for Vancouver families. I think that what Councillor Boyle, has captured here is striking the notion of harmonizing with the province. I think that we've heard that the provincial kind of parameters around outdoor space in particular are not the same as what the City of Vancouver has presented, and I think that there's worth in us taking an approach that modernizes, and that could include harmonizing some elements with the province or not. But I think modernizing and updating seems appropriate. And I do want to reflect, after one of the speakers had mentioned outdoor access and compared Oslo and Sydney, I looked up those cities on the Wikipedia. The population density of Sydney is 433 people per square kilometer. The population density of Oslo is 1,500 people per square kilometer. The population density of Vancouver is 5,750 people per kilometer. So we are not even comparing apples and oranges here. We're comparing cantaloupes and apricots. So, I do want to just sort of frame that. I mean, I think that we do, with that said, we need a made in Vancouver approach. We need to contextualize our built environment, our access to green space, and the needs of our population, not the least of which are the local median incomes and the jobs and where the jobs are at and what our households look like. We are a unique animal within the context of this province. There's no doubt about it. There is no other city in the province of British Columbia like Vancouver. There is no other city anywhere like Vancouver. So I think it is appropriate that we take a lens that is Vancouver-centric, where we modernize and update. And if it does include harmonization with the province, that's great. And we should try to strive to harmonize where we can. But giving a blank check as far as harmonizing with the province, I think, does our residents and our residents' children an injustice. So I'm going to support the amendment as proposed by Councillor Boyle, or the amendment to the amendment that Boyle put forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this is a really important discussion, and I'm referenced earlier that staff had identified a shortfall for Vancouver of approximately 16,000 licensed childcare spaces for children aged 0 to 12. The City of Vancouver entered into a memorandum of understanding. This was actually referenced ironically in the Social Policy and Grants report that we had on the agenda earlier today, with the BC Ministry of Children and Family Development, when the province had committed $33 million to childcare. So that was almost 4 years ago now. And we still have a third of that money left to spend. Why? Because it's really difficult to find appropriate spaces to set up in an increasingly urban environment. This is not about reducing safety, as Councillor Dominato said, but I would say that we need to approach this with the same lens that we're looking at the fact we have a housing crisis, we have a childcare crisis. We're going to lose families in our city if the parents cannot find childcare. You cannot survive with the cost of living and housing on one income anymore. You just can't. You're lucky if you can actually afford to have kids. And so if we are saying that the provincial standards are not good enough for Vancouver, then our Burnaby kids and Surrey kids and other urban environments, second-class kids, because a lot of kids are growing up pretty happy and following sort of similar standards. So I think we need to be a bit pragmatic about going ahead and tackling this challenge. I think Councillor Dominato spoke to it really well, and I was going to emphasize that as well. It's the same as our really complex permitting regulations. When it gets too onerous and too difficult, that's when you start seeing illegal activity happening. Parents will go for the unlicensed childcare spaces because they can't find it. Families will live in financial straits because their parents can't work. Kids will actually miss out on the opportunity to socialize with other kids because they'll be home, which is really important for development. And I think it also creates a tiered system where you would be pushing childcare out to the outer reaches of the city where there's more space, forcing those parents to travel. It adds time and stress to their days when they're already trying to juggle kids and families, which is a lot. And it doesn't support our climate goals, increases GHGs if those parents are traversing back and forth, compromises their ability sometimes to deliver on their jobs. We've talked about complete communities a lot with this council. It's a big component of the Vancouver plan. And the need to build those amenities in through areas throughout the city. We also have, and I know that Councillor Fry cited some stats around the amount of people per square foot, but you have to look at specific neighborhoods where we're densifying. Think about the Broadway corridor. Think about the West End, which is one of the densest neighborhoods in the country. Do they not deserve childcare downtown? Or are those families supposed to drive their kids all the way out to the far reaches of South Vancouver or Fraserview? So I do think that, we need to realistically look at it. I think the opportunity to partner with respect to parks and schools is a significant one, and we can really push that forward. That's been discussed before, but I think now that we've got, I think, some real alignment across those different slates, hopefully we'll have the ability to move those conversations forward with more materiality. So I think that there is a lot of benefit in harmonizing. So it might be great if you are one of the few kids that can get those spaces. It's going to be cold comfort to all those families that are left out. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I am going to be supporting the amendment. I'm going to be supporting it because I really believe that the health of children, mental and physical health, does depend on access to outdoor space and to sufficient space. So I think that the amendment speaks clearly to that and to modernizing, but not harmonizing. And I will agree also with the amendment in terms of harmonizing with provincial standards that do not supply the sufficient space that experts have come to speak to us about in addressing this motion is not the right way to go. I just want to also remind Council that we have just embarked only very recently at Council with increasing opportunities to develop childcare. So it's become more of a priority, for example, as a community amenity contribution in development projects. There's an opportunity for green space on rooftops. We've seen some successful city development in that regard. I totally support the idea of working with Park Board and School Board in this regard, but I do not believe we should be lowering our standards for the access to green space, outdoor space, and sufficient space for the mental and physical well-being of the children in childcare. Yes, let's increase childcare. Let's not reduce the standards.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We'll now go to a vote on the amendment, to the amendment. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And if everyone could please cast their vote. The amendment, pardon me? Oh, sorry, thank you. Okay, yeah, all the votes are in. So the amendment fails. In opposition, myself, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe. Okay, we will now go back to Amendment Q1. And just a moment here. Okay, so we have Councillor Boyle in the queue. Did you still wish to speak, Councillor Boyle?
I do
Okay.
still wish to speak. Yeah, thanks.
Please go ahead.
I know it's 5 minutes to 5, but I am going to try this again. I circulated another amendment to the amendment. I gather there's some concern about removing the word.
Yeah, just going to move you to Amendment 2Q. Thanks. Okay, sorry, continue.
I still have significant concerns with the word harmonize based on the experts that we heard from, but I am trying again because I think it's particularly important that we add childcare experts into this discussion. I don't want that to get lost. And I also think it is absolutely worthwhile for us to continue to say, yes, we're making changes, but we're going to continue to uphold the quality of care and access to green space. I have tried to phrase this in a way that creates space and flexibility for options like childcare in parks, but feel strongly that these two pieces are worth including and align with what I've heard as priorities from a number of people. So I hope this version can get support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen.
Just very simply, nobody is proposing to reduce quality of care for childcare. So with that alone, I will not be supporting these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I guess I would just respectfully say if nobody's proposing reducing it, then it's unclear to me what the problem is with naming that in here, because we heard very clearly from folks who have been doing childcare advocacy for almost as long as I've been alive, that they hear concerns. And so if we're not proposing reducing the quality of care, I think I'm confused about why not name that in here to at least give reassurance to folks in the sector about it.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Just in response to Councillor Boyle, it's the language itself implies that there is an attempt in some form here to reduce the quality of care. I think the intent is quite clear. This is about maintaining the high level of care, child care that we have in the city, and providing more opportunities for that to happen in the city by working with multiple partners. So again, I understand the intent of what you're trying to put across there, but I respectfully disagree as this is not about reducing the quality of child care. In fact, it's going to make it better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Klassen. I think the wording quality of care suggests that exactly as he said, and I think it's subjective. I think depending on who you talk to, who you ask, like what's the definition of a reduction in the quality of care? I think it's vague and I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Montague. See no one else in the queue. We will now go to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and everybody, if you could please cast your vote. Okay, the votes are in and the amendment fails. In opposition, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe. And we'll now go back to Amendment Q1, and we have Councillor Boyle ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I will just for now say I am surprised and very disappointed that that language wasn't included particularly surprised and disappointed to not have support to include childcare experts and MVAC in this work. And I'll save the rest of my comments for when we're done amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young is absent. So we will go to, and we've cleared the queue. Sorry, Pete, did I accidentally clear you? I'm not sure at this moment. We're in amendment Q1. Yeah, did you wish to speak? Okay. Okay, so now, seeing no one else in the queue, this is where it gets confusing. We're going to vote on the amended amendment. Just the amendment, apologies. We just voted on the amended amendment. So now we're just going to vote on the amendment. Yeah, yes, Councillor Dominato. Okay. Can we confirm that we're seeing the correct? This is the amendment we're voting on, yeah, by Councillor Klassen. Oh, and did you want to speak as well, Councillor Dominato, or just the, okay. Okay, great. So seeing no one else on the queue, clerks, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and everyone, if you could please cast your votes. And just to confirm, this is the amendment by Councillor Klassen. Councillor Kirby-Young, we just need your, there we go, perfect, thank you. So the amendment carries. In opposition, Councillor Carr and Councillor Boyle. Thank you. Okay, now we are back to the main queue, and we're going to vote on the motion as amended. I'm looking at Councillor Kirby-Young, is she's nodding her head? No? Oh, apologies, yes. We are going to allow councillors to speak on the motion as amended. So on the queue, we have Councillor Klassen. So Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I respect the comments. We've had a very fulsome discussion with the community. We heard some really thoughtful commentary today from our speakers, and with unquestionably, we will be out there talking to the community, talking to experts in the field. Local governments don't work in a vacuum on these kinds of decisions. We will work with the province, with experts in the sector, and I know that we are going to achieve that goal of providing more childcare spaces in the city of Vancouver because they are desperately needed, and the standards will remain and be very high and exceed, I think, expectations. So thank you very much, and I will support this motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. What to say about this? I guess I share those hopes that all of that is true, that the community is engaged and that the standards aren't lowered. But the language of this motion, I'm not comfortable with for reasons I've stated and for reasons that numerous speakers spoke to, particularly that the word harmonize is a problem here. The provincial standards are lower than ours. And so if we're not being clear that our goal, that our objective isn't actually to harmonize, it's to improve and expedite, I'm not comfortable with supporting the direction and language as it is here. What I hear in the discussion is different from the text that I see written down, and that's a problem for me because ultimately we're writing policy here, and I think what we're approving in language should align with the spirit, and it doesn't. The concerns around green space are important. And number of spaces are important, and I too hear all the time from residents about the dire situation of the lack of access to spaces. There are many ways that we can and should continue to make it easier to build spaces. But again, I am very disappointed about the coordinated votes against adding that language in, because I don't currently see it here, and neither did the longtime experts who we should be working in coordination with on this issue. So I will unfortunately be voting against this motion, and I will continue to advocate alongside, I think, all of us for more spaces, but more spaces where the quality of care is upheld for families and children.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I won't repeat too much of what Councillor Boyle say. I will add that I voted for that amendment, Councillor Klassen's amendment, because I think it did add some substance to this motion that was important to include, and certainly sort of expanding the conversation. However, I am very uncomfortable with the majority repudiation of any notion of including the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council or experts in this. And I'm struggling with the why of that, and I do, again, as somebody who is not an expert in childcare, nor do I even have kids, I do kind of lean on those expert opinions, and I think it's important to hear from them. And as such, I won't support this motion in the entirety, recognizing, of course, that it will go through as the majorities will.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask that you sever in this motion,
Okay.
specifically to sever B and C. You can deal with them together if you like. Like Councillor Fry, I think the initiative to engage with the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation and the school board are good ones. I think there may be some good potential there that can increase not only the opportunities to land more childcare, but to land quality childcare with access to outdoor space and green space. So I'm going to support B and C. But I am not happy, as I've already currently stated, with the idea of harmonizing with the province, which has lower standards, and the experts who spoke to us today emphasized that what we want is quality space, and that will uphold the health benefits, mental and physical health benefits for children. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that, but severing thank you,
Okay,
B
thank
and
you.
C.
Severing B and C, correct?
Yep, correct, and they can be done together. I don't need to have them separate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just wrap on the motion. I obviously reflected some comments earlier in response to one of the amendments about the desperation of parents in finding quality childcare in the city and how difficult it is, and having been there myself at the time, actually looking for daycare and childcare when I wasn't even living in the city, and there was a real range of options out there, but you had to put yourself on wait lists, and it's very true. You're putting yourself on wait lists when you were pregnant and not knowing if you would get something by the time you were called back to work. And as I noted earlier, I don't need to rehash the consequences of not having licensed quality childcare spaces in the city and the options that families resort to when they don't have that. I know there's been discussion about harmonization and what that means, and it very much is a two-way street in terms of our city working with the province and vice versa, the province being influenced by City of Vancouver design guidelines. But at the end of the day, we need to explore ways to increase the supply of quality, accessible, affordable childcare spaces in this city, and not leave parents in limbo of putting their children in unlicensed, potentially risky situations, home-based care. And I'm not saying that's all of them. I'm just saying that we have had, as it was noted, baby max circumstances. And so this will enable more spaces. It'll enable us to leverage and better utilize the provincial funding that's been allocated, that envelope through the MOU. And I appreciate the amendments brought forward by Councillor Clausen around opportunities to further work with Park Board and with School Board because they have available lands and space where you can have access, as was discussed, to green space and opportunities to do that. We have some great partnerships already with School Board around building school childcare and integrating it into the new buildings. But also, as Sharon noted, Harborview is a great example. My kids went to that school, to that daycare, and it is on adjacent or on Park Board land, and the kids did use that green space adjacent as part of the park. So there are opportunities to better utilize our land for supporting childcare. And there's also, we need to be looking at how the ability to retrofit existing spaces. Again, we are somewhat constrained in that regard. So I think that we just need to keep focused on the broad objective of creating quality childcare spaces, and that's what this motion will do. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor. So we are going to sever B and C. So we will first go to a vote on A and D. So clerks, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and we can cast our votes. Sorry, A and D. A and D. We're severing B and C. So this is voting on A and D. Okay, parts A and D carry. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry. So we will now vote on B and C together. So we'll just need a moment here to get that set up. Ready to go? Sure. Okay, so that's on the overhead projector behind me. And clerk, if you could please set up the voting panel. And this is for parts B and C. Please cast your votes. Okay, and parts B and C carry unanimously. So thank you, everybody. That concludes item number 10, and we're going to now break for a half an hour dinner break. We'll return. Oh, what? We agreed on half an hour, actually. Yeah, we all email. Do we need a motion to do that? Councillor Boyle. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move that we just break for half an hour and come back at 5:45 to finish the rest of the business on the agenda.
Okay. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. See you in half an hour.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Elise?
Hi, David. I can hear you.
Great.
We are now going to move to the last referred motion on the agenda, which is item 11, implementing body-worn cameras for the Vancouver Police Department. Members' motion B5, introduced and moved by Councillor Joe and seconded by Councillor Montague. And we will now begin hearing from speakers on this motion. And our first registered speaker is William Liu on the phone. William, are you on the line? We have William on the line.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Not on the line?
Not on the line.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back. Let's move to speaker number 2. Victor Swansea is an in-person speaker. Do we know if Victor is in the lobby? Don't believe so. Okay, we can come back to Victor. We'll move next to speaker number 3, Cheryl Stein, on the phone. Do we have Cheryl on the phone? Cheryl,
Hello?
are you? Hi, Cheryl.
Hi.
Hi there. So we can hear you loud and clear, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. I won't take up too much of the council's time. I want to thank everybody for hearing speakers because I think the public's opinion is very important. Even though you're paid by the taxpayers, I think the public can speak volumes with their wealth of expertise. I just want to speak to the body cams on the VPD, which is the topic we're on now. I am strongly opposed to this, and I'll tell you why. I am a person who works in healthcare, and I've been an advocate for the homeless for over 20 years. I've been living in the city of Vancouver since 1986. I strongly oppose the use of body cams with VPD because it is a genie's bottle. Once opening, there's no closing. It will be a huge loss of privacy and freedom. They use the excuse of phones everywhere to try and get their use in the public, but alas, these phones are privately held and they have different uses. That shouldn't be a reason that they get body cams like Presto. They used this to try to get the CCV cameras earlier in 2022 this year, which failed. Counselors who were on then will remember that. And VPD makes 6 figures and have all these expensive, glorious toys while the homeless and poor explodes and suffers. It has never been proven that these body cams actually help crime. It is a huge waste of money, along with, as I say, it's a genie bottle. Once we lose these rights to privacy, there is no going back. My biggest fear is perhaps certainly the police will be able to edit and delete, having power over these cameras and dictate how things appear. This will lead to corruption and mistruths, I fear. I strongly oppose these body cams, along with many who cannot speak today and who are unaware this is happening at council being discussed. My condolences to Councillors Carr, Fry, and Boyle, as just with Gregor's vision, it seems ABC is not going to listen to the public and just do as they please. Gregor believed in more police with
Hey,
his
Cheryl, we're just
vision
going to need you to
solve
stay on
homelessness.
topic and not be
Okay.
issuing
Well,
condolences about particular people here in the chambers or parties.
okay, well, it did nothing to solve homelessness by adding more police. And I just hope that Councillors Carr, Fry, and Boyle keep speaking up with the public
And
and
just to
trying.
clarify, we're talking about body-worn cameras, not about adding additional police officers. So just want to clarify that's the motion before us tonight.
Right.
Yeah, so if we could just speak
Right.
to
Well,
the motion, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion of the body cams. They are going to lead to less privacy and freedoms, and that's my fear, is that we're losing freedom of speech, privacy, and freedoms with more cameras and more rules and more police. And we don't want to be a police state. And these body cams, just to reiterate, are very expensive to operate, to monitor, to have. And if think of all the police officers having one, it's a big expense. I think we'd be far better spending our money on the homeless and helping them and giving them programs. And I know I may not be heard, but I speak for many who have my point of view. And I just want to be an advocate for the homeless. And I just don't think police are going to solve this with their body cams. And I just want to stay strongly opposed to the use of body cams with VPD, as they haven't been proven to help with crime. And that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time, counselors, and all your hard work that you do. Thank you very much, Mayor Stem.
Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate your comments. Speaker number 4 was withdrawn. We will now move to speaker number 5, Ricardo Bordelon on the phone. Is Ricardo on the phone?
Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Thank you. Let's move to speaker number 6, Kit Rothschild. Kit, do we have you on the line?
Yes, you do. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to Mayor and Council for hearing from speakers today on this issue. I have come to speak in opposition to the motion proposing an investment into body-worn cameras. I'm speaking to you today as the Community Co-Executive Director at PACE Society, a by within for sex workers' rights advocacy, support, and education organization operating on the stolen and unceded lands of Kemkemalai, the place of the Pines, on the shared territories of the Mukwim-speaking people, the Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish-Snitcham-speaking Squamish Nation, in what is known as the downtown east side of Vancouver. We are concerned as community members about this proposed venture for a multitude of reasons, including that it increases an already bloated police budget without any transparency, that the privacy and security of our community members is at risk, and that the voices of those most impacted by criminalization are being ignored, along with corroborative evidence-based research. As some folks have maybe already raised, maybe not, since I'm one of the first ones speaking tonight, there's a lot of research that proves that body-worn cameras, like all futile attempts at police reform, are not in fact a deterrent of crime, nor of police misconduct. The only things they are is costly, an invasion of privacy, and that they pose a serious risk of data breaches. Police body-worn cameras pose both a security and a surveillance issue when it comes to our communities. And many of our community members have concerns about surveillance and privacy and where footage is stored, who has access to it, the security of the footage, and information recorded on these body cameras, as well as the scope of how the footage could be used. The handling, security, and storage of this data would actually require more accountability from VPD than they are currently willing to provide. The implementation of body-worn cameras on all on-duty VPD officers would also facilitate a massive increase to the police budget that has not really been made transparent for the public. Body-worn cameras do not decrease policing as a whole, and in particular, body-worn cameras do not decrease the over-policing of neighborhoods and folks of color, as well as houseless folks. Statistically, because of stigma, criminalization, and discrimination, this often includes further marginalized folks, such as drug users and sex workers. After listening to another speaker earlier on another motion just posed such wonderful and curious explorations, I would love if you would consider applying them here too. How is this motion in line with reconciliation? Surveillance and over-policing of Indigenous folks is rife across Turtle Island from Wet'suwet'en to Six Nations, and more opportunities for surveillance and criminalization is not in line with what people are asking for. Body-worn cameras can easily be turned off by officers at any moment, and there have been incidences internationally of law enforcement being tracked doing so. Police body cams also primarily film the individual that officers are interacting with and do not show the full context of the situation, and it presumes guilt, regardless of innocence or guilt. Instead, we encourage you to invest in community-driven and led solutions around public safety, like peer-led grassroots responses to harms. We ask that you invest in housing so that all the folks sleeping outside have somewhere to live. We encourage you to invest in public policy that preserves privacy and dignity, regardless of guilt or innocence of a crime. and we encourage you to make decisions based on evidence-based research in a way that is fiscally sound. Signing on to this motion without a clear budget, with no accountability, is not fiscally responsible or responsible in any way, and doing so signals that this council is not willing to heed scientific research. That should be concern to many of us. Thank you for listening. Big shout out to my colleague Taylor for helping me create this statement. Thanks, folks.
Hey, thanks, Kit. You do have questions, so you just hold on the line. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Kit. You touched on two of my key concerns here, and those are privacy concerns of sort of general surveillance and the cost of the potential cost of body worn cameras, because there's really no acknowledgement of either in this motion. I'm wondering if you had any additional details you could share, like other evidence from where body worn cameras have been deployed.
Certainly, if you want, I can send you some of the research that we dug up for this motion today. Happy to share that with council. I think part of the problem is also not only how much does it cost just for the initial investment of the cameras, but how much does it cost to make sure that that data is securely maintained and inaccessible to hackers or data breaches in general. And that is also incredibly costly. Even just the amount of data that would be stored or would need to be stored is an enormous amount of data that would be incredibly costly. So I think there's no upfront numbers, but there's also no distant numbers.
Right. And on the subject of privacy concerns and surveillance, state, have any further, any I don't want to say anecdotes, but any case studies you could share?
Not to that specifically, but certainly to the issue of like facial recognition being used from other government software being really complicated for sex workers and like making their lives and travel more difficult. And that is something that like there's no reason to say that somebody couldn't also use this data to do search for facial recognition to then like out or dox people or to risk their safety.
Yeah, so this motion makes mention in the whereas of a privacy impact assessment, but there's no further details on that. Do you know anything about a privacy impact assessment in the context of what you just referred to?
Certainly, we haven't heard anything about it, but we'd be curious to learn more if there is one being done.
Right, so presumably that would be like what the data is used for, what kind of facial recognition software, how it's shared, all those kind of pieces. Yeah, okay.
Exactly, and even just like where servers are located, because if you have servers that are located in another province and the wires go through the United States, then that data can actually be accessed legally by American authorities like Border Patrol, that kind of jazz.
Ironically, I know that's a concern here in the city of Vancouver with a lot of our data materials, even how we do our web meetings. We don't use Zoom for that very reason because the stuff is stored in the United States. Okay, thanks, Kit. That's my time, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Hey, Councillor Joe, you have questions for the speaker.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Thank you for the information. I think you definitely brought up a lot of very good points. So I just want to make sure you understand this motion is not to implement this program now. It is to ask staff to study the program, collect more information, and bring those information for council for further discussion and decision. I just want to make sure you understand that.
I do. Thanks for that explanation, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kit, for speaking to us today.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You too. We will go to our next speaker. Speaker number 7 was withdrawn. Speaker number 8 is Sarah Brown on the phone. Do we have Sarah on the phone?
Speaker 8 has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 9 is Maureen Sharon. Do we have Maureen on the phone?
Yes, and second pronunciation.
Thank you,
was
Maureen.
Correct. Let's just make this very quick. As an IT person for 50 years, I know well about all the issues around privacy and security of data, and I would expect that the report that's coming through will make a huge study into how to make that as secure as possible. I was just thinking that probably that information should go immediately to the provincial government that's in charge of police complaints. So I have no doubt that there can be a lot of steps taken to make sure the data is secure. From my perspective, this is a positive thing. I think that when people know that they're being recorded on both sides of the equation, that it will change behavior in a positive way. So I'm really in support of this. And the police have a very difficult job. I think this will assist in investigations and just kind of make things run so much more smoothly. That's all. Are you still hearing me? Hello?
Sorry, Maureen, my mic was off. Apologies about that. I just said thank
Yes.
you for your comments, and
Okay.
didn't have any questions for you this evening, but thanks for coming to speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye. Next speaker is speaker number 10, Sean Patrick Finnan, on the phone. Do we have Sean Patrick on the phone?
Hi there, we do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say thank you for the public consultation, as on a night when Councillor Boyle tried to take away our right to public consultation. I would like to say I appreciate the opportunity to...
Sean, we're just going to need you to stay on topic with this particular motion.
Of course, thank you. I'd like to
body-worn
say
cameras.
Yes, I completely approve the idea of police officers wearing body armor cameras. I think just as the previous caller, I think it creates an environment where it protects the police officers and also protects the public. We're starting to see more and more cameras in every car, and it's protecting automobile accidents. And in the same case, the police officers, I think they have a hard job. And instances leading up to situations, someone catches something on a video camera, on a phone, and it makes the officer look like they were aggressive or this or that or the other. The body camera will answer all questions, and I think it will keep us safe. An example I like to think of is in a parking lot, if a car gets hit and run, the first thing everybody does is look for, if there's a video camera, to find out who hit your car. And almost everybody that has privacy concerns, they still want that footage of who hit their car. And I'd love to see one of them say, you know what, I'm against cameras. I'd rather pay my deductible. I don't want to see that footage. It's not true. Everyone wants to see the footage. And I think it's going to protect us. It's going to keep our police officers, who are magnificent and put up with so much every day. It'll keep them safe. It'll keep us safe. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the public consultation. And I approve, I'm very for this.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Sean. See no questions from council. Excuse me. We will go back through the list of speakers that we didn't hear from yet. So back to speaker number 1, William Liu. Do we have William on the phone?
No, speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 2, Victor Swansea, was an in-person speaker. I don't believe we have Victor here. And the final speaker that we didn't get to earlier, Ricardo Bortolone. Do we have Ricardo on the phone?
No, not on the line.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our list of speakers. Thank you, everybody, for speaking to council on this item tonight. And we will now move to the discussion portion of the motion. So if you could please add yourself to the main queue again. Thank you. And we have Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Chair, I see there's some time on my timer.
Oh, let me clear that for you. There we go.
Perfect. So I've submitted a strike and replace amendment to the clerk.
Okay, so we'll move to the amendment queue. Yep, perfect. Oh, turn your mic back on. Sorry. When we move to the queue, it turns your mic off, unfortunately.
Okay, no problem. So I just want to run through some of the concerns here that I have. And, I think starting with sorry, let me just pull up what I sent. So the Vancouver Police Board has actually included a pilot for body cameras in their 2023 budget, which we have yet to approve or even consider, as our council budget deliberation has been now pushed to March. In that, in their budget report, the Vancouver Police write that they've planned for a pilot program in 2023 for body-worn cameras, and acknowledge that the use is a priority for City Council. That's not technically determined yet, but obviously they're reading the tea leaves here. They go on to describe body-worn cameras, first-person view, police officers, and they also acknowledge that the BC provincial government has issued a provincial policing standard that governs the use of body cameras worn by police, and that there's work to standardize them and mitigate the risk. And so they acknowledge that there are privacy concerns, and I think that is the tacit understanding with why they've proposed in line 4 of the police budget that was approved on November 30th, they ask for $200,000 for a pilot for body-worn camera. Now, when I look at this motion, it very specifically in Article A asks us to formally support this body-worn camera program without the benefit of this pilot and commit to it by 2025. It asks us to indicate support, which obviously is kind of the expectation they already have. It calls upon the council and staff to work with the VTPD and stakeholders to identify costs and implement and sustain a body-worn camera program by 2025. Again, without the benefit of the pilot that the Vancouver Police Department are asking for in their budget. I also want to really highlight in Councillor Zhou's preamble, Article 11 really talks about the provincial government's established policing standards for the deployment of body-worn cameras, and that they must, among other things, ensure that a privacy impact assessment has been completed and approved. And that is not really considered in this formal adoption of body-worn cameras in advance of any kind of pilot. So I do support the notion that we could explore a pilot, and I support the Vancouver Police Department's formal recommendation in their budget for $200,000 to try a pilot in 2023. But I think this jumps far ahead of what even the Vancouver Police are talking about, and it certainly does not meet my priorities for establishing privacy concerns and addressing those as formally requested by the province and all best standards. And more importantly, it has no acknowledgement of the potential costs. There's no estimate of real costs, what this would mean to Vancouver taxpayers. We've seen some pretty significant budget commitments already in advance of us even approving the budget. So I think that this is, again, I hate to use the term reckless in reference to how we make these budget decisions, but I do really worry that this is potentially a big number that we're committing to by 2025, and we don't even know what it is. So I'm trying to frame this in a really respectful manner and recognize that the VPD have come up with their own request for $200,000 for the pilot for body-worn camera, and that's for and then through that we can also look at the scoping of a full cost and budget of body-worn cameras, and we can get those commitments that the Vancouver Police Board have given to report back on risk mitigation and the privacy impact assessment. And I think those are all critical to really best practice and moving forward on this, which is, as a couple of our speakers have alluded, and a lot of folks in the community have alluded, this is a significant privacy concern. I have a feeling that my timer was off.
It was.
And I'm just kind of freewheeling it
You're
now.
probably at time.
All right.
I was doing a guesstimate on your time. So thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Zhou, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. I think you brought really good points. So I think pilot 2023, and this motion is about 2024. The staff coming back to council with more information, and then about 2025. So we should separate the pilot program with this implementation. That's the first question, because this motion is not talking about the pilot. Pilot is in 2023, so it's nothing to do with this motion. And also, I think you raised a lot of very good points, but that's the operational question. So we need to leave all those operational questions to the expert to handle. As a city council, we cannot just give too much operational question to do exactly what we should do. So this motion exactly is asking the staff to come back to council with all those information so we can have another discussion when we implement that in 2025. So I just want to clarify that. So hope to give, provide some clarity for this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm just looking for the actual, Councillor Fry, the circulation of an
It should
amendment?
be in your email. It did go to council meeting amendments DL.
it's on
I
the
can
screen.
forward it to you just in case.
Yeah, okay. Yep, right. So, defer and allow the pilot to take place, which he spoke about verbally. I just wanted to make sure I had that wording. I support. I support for several reasons, one of which was clearly mentioned by Councillor Fry, which is we want the wisdom that is gained by that pilot to inform us. I believe it's premature to declare support for something until you've actually learned through a pilot on the impacts that it might have, the pros and the cons. So this is putting the cart before the horse, just to offer support before we have the information gained through the study of the pilot. I also just want to note that the other morning, CBC Radio had a program on about this, which noted that that Toronto, the city of Toronto, actually has proceeded with this. Their costs are $34 million over 5 years. That's to equip 2,000 officers. I did the rough calculations. The Vancouver Police Department has over 1,450 officers, which is 72.5% of that amount, which would amount to $24.65 million over 4 years, or $6 million, over $6 million a year. I don't think that without knowing whether the effects of this program would be positive or negative, whether and that we haven't developed the privacy agreements that are absolutely necessary by provincial standards, that we could proceed with this now. So I will be supporting Councillor Fry's amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. I think there's just a lot of misinformation, and when we rely on, in some cases, media reports, people who are self-proclaimed experts, we run into a lot of misinformation. With regards to Councillor Carr, she mentioned the 2,000 officers, the program that they're running in Toronto. Toronto Police Department is actually 5,500 members. It's about 4 times the size of Vancouver. You don't have to outfit every officer in the department. There are 1,400 officers in the VPD. Frontline officers, you're looking at about 600. They're not on duty all at the same time. Clearly, officers who are at home on their days off won't be needed to be fitted with body-worn cameras. So, if people are trying to compare a Vancouver program to a Toronto program, they have to look at the right numbers, and I don't think that's happening right now. Suggestions on privacy issues, again, I think people have to really understand that there is no expectation of privacy when you're in a public place. And just because a police officer is wearing a body-worn camera doesn't change that. As Councillor Joe mentioned, policy and procedure is something that we as council don't dictate with regards to something that for like a body-worn camera program. But if you look at body-worn cameras in other jurisdictions, officers don't have the ability to, these aren't GoPros, they don't have the ability to pull out SD cards. These are secure pieces of hardware. They don't have the ability, as some of the speakers said, they don't have the ability to alter or destroy footage. These are just myths. It's just misinformation. I think that's part of the problem here is people just aren't properly informed. I think it's important that we provide the police department, the police union, and the police board with the vision of giving body-worn cameras to the VPD and let them make those operational decisions. That's not something for council to do. I'm not going to be supporting the amendments that have that are circulating here, but I will obviously be supporting the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, I like to echo Councillor Montague just said. With all respect,
Unless more participants join, this conference will end in 5 minutes.
Sorry about that, Councillor Joe.
okay, that's okay. So with all respect, Councillor Carr, so why would we need body-worn camera for police officers sitting in the office? Why we need body-worn camera for police? They do not on duty. So like 1,400 body-worn camera is not accurate. See, that's something, right? We are not expert. Let's leave the professional work to the professional people. They understand how many exactly they need. So this motion exactly does that. Direct the expert to do the expert job. That's first question. Second question is, do you guys know when the first body camera was implemented in the world? 2005, 17 years ago. So there are so many studies, so many research out there. In the past 2 weeks, I've been doing a lot of these studies. I think there are a lot of positive outcomes from those studies and research. So also in this actually is very good opportunity will provide enhanced public safety, also enhanced accountability. And also I think RCMP is rolling out their national program. They are rolling out 10,000 to 15,000 body cameras across Canada. So also like Delta Police Department, they did a pilot, which is also endorsed by the Minister of Public Safety in British Columbia. So if we don't do that right now, in a couple of years, maybe Vancouver, city of Vancouver will be the only city in BC without body-worn cameras. So I don't think that's going to be in a good position for us. A lot of cities, they are already ahead of us. So that's why we think this is very urgent. So because of that, I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Mayor Sim, over to you.
Great, thank you, Chair. I will not be supporting the amendments as well. As Councillor Joe mentioned, the RCMP is already rolling out body cameras to the tune of 10 to 15,000 cameras. I truly believe that we should be embracing technology, not running away from it. There are concerns with any new, or this isn't a new technology, but there's always concern around change. And obviously this is a change, but I have a lot of confidence in the fact that we do have a lot of third-party oversight. There's an independent board that oversees the Vancouver Police Department, and we also have, despite some hiccups which you'll have, or I shouldn't say hiccups, but despite some challenges that every single organization has. I can tell you, the VPD are an incredible organization that does a lot of great work. They're incredibly professional. They base their decisions on data and evidence. And I know they would, take this opportunity and they will do the right thing. I do support body cameras in the sense that they do reduce investigation costs. They reduce police downtime. They hold people accountable, police officers and the general public. And for those reasons, I like the motion as it stands, and I will not be supporting the amendments.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Fry.
And just really quickly, there's been comment around trusting the experts. This is, in fact, reflecting what the experts have suggested. The Vancouver Police Board is the body that directs this. They have asked to do a pilot. They've asked for $200,000 to do a pilot for 2023 and see how it works and address the privacy issues and stuff. That is what the experts. We've been told time and time again that as council, we are not here to direct the police. So this is actually the expert opinion. This is the expert ask. So I'm going to leave it at that because this really is in keeping with what the police board have asked us for.
Okay, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, I think to echo what Councillor Fry said, also the Chief Adam Palmer advocated many, many times regarding the value of implementing body-worn camera across the city. So it will strengthen the public trust and confidence in police. So I know pilot is in 2023, but our chief of police has been advocating this program for the whole department.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. No one else on the queue for this amendment, so we are going to call the vote. If the clerk could please take us to the voting panel. And just a reminder for any council member who is joining us virtually, if your video is disabled, you'll be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So we should now be on the voting panel, and please cast your, pardon me, Mayor Sim? Oh, let me turn your mic on for you.
Just to confirm, we are voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment presented by Councillor Fry.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen.
Yes, Councillor Klassen, go ahead.
This is my first WebEx experience. I may have to vote verbally as I don't have any clear tool to be able to vote right here.
Okay, we can do a vote assist for you.
Okay, thank you. So voting on the amendment, I'm in opposition.
Thank you. In opposition, we've recorded that. Thank you. Okay, the motion or the amendment fails. In opposition, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue. And Councillor Fry, over to you.
You know what? I'll come back on in a second. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, I think Councillor Boyle. I think I may have cleared someone else, but no. He just spoke. Okay. Okay. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I also circulated an amendment. I will admit to being slightly.
Sorry, it's whenever I move you to the amendment
Should
queue.
say an amendment and then pause, and
That's
then
okay.
we'll move.
It's
We'll
a
figure it
system
out.
thing.
We'll get there.
Yeah, there we go. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I also circulated an amendment. I will admit to being a bit confused about the intention of this motion because I've heard numerous times it's about a pilot. We'll get data back on impact. We'll use that to inform future decisions. I heard that in this chamber. I heard that online as well. But the language of the motion itself doesn't say pilot or study anywhere. It looks like what we're saying is let's launch fully into equipping every frontline officer by 2025. And I think we should be at minimum collecting that data before deciding whether that full cost is effective and the best use of public dollars in terms of achieving these shared goals around community safety and around increased transparency and accountability in policing. So my amendments reflect what I have heard, what I've been told from numerous people is the intention here, which is a pilot that then informs what the next step is.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Joe, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. So I don't know where is that confusion is coming from. This motion is it's not about the pilot. It's about the stuff coming back to council with further information and recommendations. It's specifically said in this motion. That's about this motion, nothing to do with the pilot. So I just want to clarify that. So with that, I'm not going to support adding pilot to this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. I know I'm going to ask a question through you to the mover of the motion then, which is, I guess, I would just clarify, Council has never given direction for a pilot, though to Councillor Fry's point, we don't actually have the authority to direct the police. So I'm hoping to clarify the assumption is the pilot is happening anyway. We'll make that decision, I guess, theoretically in a roundabout way through the budget. And this motion is to affirm moving into a full program without, to affirm the goal to do that before having any information back from the pilot. My question through you, Chair, to the mover of the motion is both to clarify if that's correct and also to ask why we would do a pilot, what the point of a pilot is if we're already saying, let's go full throttle.
Councillor Joe.
Yeah, through the chair, so I like to answer Councillor Boyle's question. So this is, again, direct the staff, collect all this information, work with stakeholders, and come back to council with all the informations and recommendations, including the cost. So that's what we are direct the staff to do, is not go ahead implementing this program right now. So we should expect the staff coming back by early 2024 with more information for the council to discuss.
Councillor Boyle.
Okay, respectfully, that's very different from what I read, which is the council formally support and take steps to enable the VPD to implement, which sounds quite a bit more directive than what I'm hearing here. So, you know, obviously amendments are all failing. So I'll go off and comment after we vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I would just, this is quite frustrating because I think this is not really following best practice, where clearly this motion commits to body worn cameras by 2025 and then pays some sort of lip service to having a report back by 2024 because we've already made the commitment to 2025. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. It flies counter to what the Vancouver Police Board have suggested in their own budget. And I'm very uncomfortable with this kind of approach that we've seen from the new council on a lot of motions that put ideology ahead of sensible budget considerations, and in this case, some very serious privacy considerations that are mandated by the province. So I do support Councillor Boyle's amendment, and I hope that, and I think this is a pretty reasonable amendment. It does sort of keep the integrity of this position intact, but really charts a little bit more of a responsive and responsible approach to this. So I would hope that my colleagues can step aside and look at this as a reasonable compromise in achieving their agenda, but also recognize that we do have process. And again, we don't direct the police or the police board. They are a separate board. They have come to us with a request very specifically to do a pilot, and nowhere in this motion is there any mention of a pilot at all. And I think that's a problem. So I support Councillor Boyle's amendment.
Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I want to emphasize again, this is not about ideology. This is about public safety and accountability. I think everyone here, you want accountability, you want transparency. And this motion brings you exactly the transparency and accountability. So I just want to emphasize that this is nothing to do with ideology debate. We want to make sure we are holding Vancouver Police Department accountable. So that's exactly this motion is about.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I am going to be supporting this amendment, and I'm supporting it because I believe this amendment is what is showing accountability. Accountability to the people of Vancouver in terms of good practice around budgeting and adherence to a process of decision-making that makes sense. The Vancouver Police Board have already committed to a pilot. We would like to see, I think, the results of that pilot before we make any further commitment to something more full-born. That's practical, that's accountable, and we should not be in any way preempting a decision that may be different than yes if we don't have the data from the pilot. So it's like the pilot is useless if we're already saying we're going to go ahead with implementing it, following the pilot. The pilot is there for a reason. It's to learn. It's to get information, to see what the problems are or not, the advantages are, and to give us more details. So we need those details to make a good, solid, practical, accountable decision.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote on the amendment. So, Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, please.
Chair, I'll need vote assist, please.
Yep, we can do that for you, Councillor Klassen.
Thank you very much. I'll be voting in opposition to this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Klassen. Okay, the results are in and the amendment fails. In opposition, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe. Okay, we're now going to return to the main queue. And Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I am disappointed. I too thought my amendment was reasonable and in the spirit of some shared intention and good governance. So disappointed that that failed. Disappointed to see many amendments fail that I think would help get everyone on board here. But mostly I'm concerned about a number of pieces of this motion. The first is, as was articulated, that this motion has us committing to something ahead of data about its effectiveness and impact, ahead of getting any actual tangible costing of the program. I don't think that's a good approach. I don't think that's good governance. My second concern is about the significant gap that I see between what we're hearing is the intention and what's actually written down here. And again, concerned about where that leaves us. And my third concern is that the evidence about the effectiveness of body-worn cameras is mixed. There are certainly studies from places showing it has some positive impact in one area or another, whether it's about a reduced use of force or it's about a reduced number of complaints or it's about a quicker response time for complaints. Great to see studies where one or two of those pieces are addressed. And there are other studies where millions of dollars have been spent on body-worn cameras and with nothing to show for their impact in terms of those measurable outcomes. So I continue to feel very strongly that our investments in public safety, which are very important, should be focused on impact and effectiveness. We hear all the time from community members the concerns that they raise about community safety. We also hear all the time concerns from residents about transparency and accountability in policing. We should be making investments that accurately and effectively address those concerns. And the approach that we're taking here, which seems to be fully endorsing a program without more information, I think is not the way to go and is a disservice to our shared commitment to be making evidence-based decisions and to be ensuring that we are stewarding public funds in the most effective way possible. So I wish we could have found some kind of shared ground on this, but I see that's not the way we're going to go, and so I will be voting against it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, likewise, I can't support this this resolution as unamended. And I do want to acknowledge, and that the ABC have committed to body-worn cameras in their platform by 2025, and that I appreciate that. And I also want to acknowledge that ABC had, the endorsement of the Vancouver Police Union, and these were key commitments that they made to their endorsers and the endorsing electorate. That being said, this isn't necessarily the only way to reach that objective. And I think what we're seeing today is an approach that ignores best practice, ignores the autonomy of the Vancouver Police Board, which is responsible for these sort of decision makings, not us, who have requested a pilot and earmarked a fund for the pilot. We haven't approved the budget yet we have moved ahead without any of the evidence, without any of the best practice, without any costing, without any of the privacy issues that are well articulated in all the literature and indeed in the provincial legislation. And none of this has been addressed in this motion. It's purely an appeal to meet a campaign objective that frankly could have been met through either of the two amendments that we were proposing today to really do this by the appropriate process. And I recognize that there's many new council members here who perhaps aren't familiar with how process works, but there are, sort of precedents and process that we really ought to, out of respect for the institution, really follow them. And we're not doing it. And we are just running headlong into the abyss with absolutely no costing. We don't know what our budget's going to look like. This council has committed tens of millions of dollars, and we have no idea where that's going to come from, because I know that there's also a commitment to lower taxes. So I worry greatly about where the money's coming from. What is it going to mean for Vancouverites moving forward? I can't support this.
Sorry, point of
Point of order?
information? Sorry, Councillor Fry just made a reference to committing tens of millions of dollars. I'd just like to know what he's referring to.
Sure. I think $8 million for nurses, $8 million for 100 new police officers, $8 million for 100 new nurses. There you go.
Okay, well, not to get into semantics, but
Mayor Sim, apologies to interrupt you, but we'll have to have you on the queue.
Okay.
In order to ask those questions of Councillor Fry through a
Sure.
point of
And I'm not, I mean, I could come back on the queue with and itemize some of the recent motions and what they're going to cost us, and if that's helpful, or if it was a rhetorical question, I don't know. But I think I'm okay. I'm not supporting this unless I should come back on with an itemization of some of your commitments that you've made over the last couple of weeks, which I'm happy to do. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Okay, so thanks, Chair. So I think talking about evidence, I love evidence. So I've been doing a lot of research in the past 2 weeks. So let me show you some evidence. So there was 1 year study in California. I will talk about it yesterday already. So shows after implementation, the civilian complaints against police officer reduced significantly by 88%. At the same time, incidents involving the use of force decreased by 59%. And there was another study in the Orlando Police Department shows that the use of force incidents reduced by 53%. Civilian complaints dropped by 65%. And also, there was another study that's in BC, in Canada, in 2015. Out of all the independent investigation office cases reviewed, it was determined that if we have the body-worn camera footage, it could help in resolving 93% of all the investigation, could potentially lead a significant cost saving. And there's another study, very interesting, in United States, shows that after the pilot program, 21 fewer complaints were filed as a result of body cameras, which equals to about $400,000 that was saved in direct cost saving resulting from the complaints. And there's another very interesting study in United States as well. Well, a lot of study from US because we don't have that program in Canada. It shows actually for every $1 spent on body-worn cameras, $4 will be saved in resolving complaints. So this will be a very good investment for taxpayers. And let me give you another information. Like this body-worn camera has been recently endorsed by the BC Minister of Public Safety, Mike Farnworth, regarding the successful pilot program by Delta Police Department. Interestingly, body-worn cameras also received endorsement from the previous BC Liberal government. On one of their recommendations in the report, they fully endorsed and said we need to aggressively pursue the steps to implementing these body-worn cameras. It is not common to see BC Liberal and BC NDP, they agree on each other. But in this particular policy, they all on the same page. If both BC Liberal and BC NDP, they are all stand shoulder to shoulder on this policy, that tells you something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. I'm going to cede the chair to Vice Chair Mike Klassen so I can make some comments temporarily. Okay, it's interesting to me because many people that have spoken up about the body camera proposal are the same people that say that they want to see more transparency in policing. And I think that's exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. These body-worn cameras, which are used in many other jurisdictions, will help increase transparency in policing, will ensure that people are treated fairly and respectfully, will ensure they're not discriminated against or profiled, because there will be evidence, video evidence. And as to Councillor Joe's remarks, we can't afford to wait any longer. We can't afford to dither about this for a few more years. We need to make a decision, and we campaigned on this. We were voted in with a majority on this policy, which was in our platform. And I also just want to point out that there is provincial policing standards. There's a document that's already in existence from July 1st, 2019, that addresses some of the questions that people have around body-worn cameras. This is from the provincial government. Some of the items in this standards document include the fact that a privacy impact assessment must be completed and approved by the head of the public body, must ensure that officers assigned body-worn cameras do not use them in a manner that requires or permits full automatic recording of continuous recording during patrol. They must inform officers to inform persons at the beginning of every recorded encounter or as soon as reasonably possible that they are being recorded. They must ensure that body-worn camera video is stored in a secure manner with access restricted to authorized persons. They must ensure that the video cannot be altered at any time. They must ensure procedures that restrict the viewing of the video only for investigative purposes by persons who are authorized to do so. There must be training, there's internal audit purposes, there's tracking. An audit trail, which is automated and immutable, is maintained at all times with dates and times when body-worn camera video was accessed and what action the visitor or the user took. So there are already standards in existence in British Columbia. As Councillor Joe mentioned, we have the two main political parties in the legislature, both in agreement on this. We need to make this happen. We can't wait. We can't have more incidents where there isn't transparency about what went on in a police interaction. So I'm very supportive of this motion, and that's all I have to say about it. Thank you. And Councillor Klassen, you can see the chair back to me.
Thank you, Councillor Meissner. I'll now return the chair to you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mayor Sim, over to you.
You basically said everything I was going to say, but way better. So, no, I'm good.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Joe.
Okay, so I also want to emphasize, yeah, I do see some studies showing there's no significant statistic impact. But coming from an academic background, my professor told me you have to pay attention to the limitation and the assumptions of those studies. So that's the reason why I look at all those details in those studies. So one of the studies, I think in Washington DC, showed there's no impact. Because how I'm questioning about their methodology, because it's also said in the study, it says there's a big limitation, because what they did this study is they did people with body camera and people without body camera at the same time. So people without body camera, of course, know people with body cameras. They are also doing the same study. So they behave their behavior. So that's why you see the number actually show no difference, because they are aware of other police departments. They're using the body cameras. So that actually shows it actually works, because all those studies shows when people become more self-aware, being watched, so they often will change their conduct, change their behavior. This is true for both police department, police officers, as well as police, as well as people who interacted with police.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Montague.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I won't be long. I know I think we've debated this long enough, but I think this is a step. I think we have to remember that this is a step to ensure that that when there are interactions between the police and the public, that we have the ability to do a number of things. That's reduce complaints. That includes eliminating frivolous complaints, which I unfortunately have personal connections with. We have the ability to reduce investigative time. I can tell you, I know of investigations that are 6-7 years in length that could have easily been reduced to 6 or 7 weeks had body-worn cameras been implemented. They will reduce use of force incidents. They will reduce assaults on police officers. They will increase public confidence. And I think lastly, there's something that is really, we're starting to lose in our justice system, and that's the ability to determine the truth. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Joe.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a final comments. I think, thank you, Chair. Thank you for all the speakers and all the great discussion with my colleagues today. I think during the campaign and even after the election, we heard from the public that people want to see improved public safety in Vancouver. And this motion brings public safety. And people also want to see transparency and accountability. And this policy is about building up a system that is transparent and accountable. People also want to see policy making based on evidence, but not emotion. This is exactly based on numerous study and research. So I think this motion, again, is not the silver bullet, of course, but it is the first step, very important first steps. So that's the reason why I put this motion forward. I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you, Counselor Joe. Seeing no one else on the queue, I will now move to the vote on the motion. So Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel.
And Chair, once again.
Yeah, Counselor Klassen, you need a vote assist, correct?
Thank you. Yeah, I will be in support of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion carries. Counselor Carr in opposition, Counselor Boyle in opposition, and Counselor Fry in opposition. Okay, that concludes item 11 on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this meeting tonight is now complete, and we will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Okay, we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Here.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 11, or 1 through 11. Can I get a motion? Thank you very much. Seconder? Thank you very much. All in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Now, we have one item we have one item of urgent business today regarding the enactment of the Fire Hall debenture bylaw. A copy of the bylaw along with a cover memo explaining the urgency in adopting the bylaw has been circulated to council. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt the... Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion? No? All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Oh. Thank you, Councillor Klassen. All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we have one bylaw on the agenda, and it's a bylaw to enact housing agreement for 2406 to 2484 Renfrew Street. Does any member wish to hold the bylaw for debate or for conflict of interest? No? Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw 1? Thank you, Councillor Joe. Seconder? Councillor Montague, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? No. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. The approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting? Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Seconder, Councillor Montague. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.